Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say, you know me, I got no time to waste. Type of energy that can't be replaced, no debate. We could take it back to my place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes, yeah. A baller, mine on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now do you need some of that noodle? Just tell me that you're coming through. Why can't we ever bounce? Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm?
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dying on myself. How will I know if I'm ready? The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dying on myself. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dying on myself.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. start tonight. You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
feet right next to me, come on.
And welcome back to Project Horizon, our VCT China English coverage. My name is Sakamask and I have multitudes with me, and today we're having some banger games ahead of us. A rejuvenated, a revived Wolves team facing up against probably one of the best teams in China throughout the entire year, all gamers. That's our first matchup of the day. Multitudes, what are we thinking about those two teams?
We are thinking about, well, my mind's been a lot on Wolves, right? Like, you kind of called it. Wolves has had a bit of a success here in Stage 2. It's only week 2 here of Stage 2 VCT CN, and this is their last chance, right? For all these Chinese teams to really get a crack on it, make some wins, get those under their belts, and play for champions. So this is kind of the do or die moment, and Wolves has already taken their first step towards what I believe is the right call. You know, they're 2 games under the belt. One of them is a win. The other is a 2-1 against Bilibili. It's one of the stronger teams here in Group Omega. Now's another chance. You're going up against all gamers, another team that is historically doing pretty well in the Chinese scene. Let's see what they've got, you know?
Yeah, and in general, them losing Sufat, probably their biggest face, and like their brand player, their franchise player in the off season. In my opinion, that was a move where I was like, oh, are they gonna bounce back from that? Because if you lose your franchise player, if you lose the guy that's synonymous with your organization, what's gonna happen with that team? But I think Wolves really bounced back from that loss. They won their first game of the split, even though it was iffy at times and not always perfect, and lost into a fairly close series. If we're looking at the stats against BLG, the maps weren't particularly close, but in general, I think Wolves showed their improvement and showed that they are capable of being a VCT China team that is able to contest at the very least. And I think a lot has to do with their coach Alex R joining the team, right? Coming into this one of the best coaches in my opinion in the entirety of EMEA. And such an underrated piece for a team. And Wolves right now at 1-on-1, second place in that group Omega, but All Gamers and Chilai, those two still have to play because they're coming home from the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, indeed. You know, all gamers haven't had any games so far in the VCTCN space, but at least have played 3 internationally at EWC, and so they're kind of warmed up as well. They've had a few roster changes themselves, and they're really leading on the Fang Gear movement being, you know, basically the pinpoint entry for their team, and supported very well by Shrimp. Honestly, Shrimp is playing out of their freaking minds. I believe top 5 here in the VCTCN kind of standings, but because of that, you know, it looks might be a little deceiving, but AG, yeah, no games within this particular leaderboard, has still had a lot of time to, you know, warm up in scrims against some of the best players, some of the best, I mean, against MIBR not too long ago. Yeah. So if you're going against MIBR, yeah, you take an L from that perspective. You gotta say that the wheels are a little lubed up now, raring to go for another one.
Yeah, and in general, if we are looking at those two teams and their identities, it's a little bit of immovable object against unstoppable force, because we have those a lot more defensive comps on the Wolf side. They're always playing Viper on every map, combined with another Sentinel and the double smokes, which enables you to play very, very defensive Valorant. It enables you to play very, very stretched out Valorant, especially across those bigger maps, especially across maps that take you they take you to the tests on the free spotters and give you a lot of space to walk around with on those lurks. And in general, I think Wolves, they are really leaning into that playstyle under Alex coaching. And I want to see them succeed with like their more defensive heavy comps throughout the entire year, because those comps are very, very hard to play, right? We've seen that with the Viper plus Killjoy constellation on Haven back then when it became meta. It's very, very hard to play. It's not that easy to get a grip on, and I think in general, you need a little bit more time to get used to something like this.
I completely agree, right? I think the playstyles are fundamentally quite different. You've seen the faces and the fierceness coming out from all 10 players here in today's server. And, you know, it's going to be a bit of an IGL versus IGL head-to-head from that perspective, right? Like, Kira will be the IGL here leading all gamers, and they're going to try and out-combat and outwit and outthink the slow, methodical plans that Wolves are starting to really lean into, right? Like, yeah, you get all gamers maybe hopping onto the, you know, double duelist, double controller scene a fair bit, dicing and slicing the battlefield so that you can just take these small pockets sequentially. But then you've got the lurk potential that's coming out from Wolves and the like. So I'm really excited to be able to see how, you know, the macro really looks like across the battlefield. And of course, we have Spring here from Wolves, one of the stronger lurk players that we were just literally talking about, has had quite a good number of successes here in the first couple of games already between versus TEC as well as Bilibili. And so I'm really hoping that we continue to see that macro coming out big time from Wolves. That'll be the big deal if they can usurp all gamers from that perspective.
Yeah, in general, Spring is like the centerpiece of what Wolves are doing right now. If you're playing the Viper on every map, your Viper player gets mightily important. And I think Spring showing up into that split is something that is important for Wolves. They have to be consistent going up against those top tier teams in VCT China, because that was their biggest problem. Their biggest problem in those last few splits were consistency. Ever since that Toronto run, which was magical, Wolves struggled to be a consistent force, struggled to be among those top teams, and it always seemed like they were 2 steps behind everyone else on the server. We're seeing the head-to-head skirmish for our map V2 coming up. Again, between Bai and Glacier. Like, in general, I think the new playstyle just leads to more consistent gameplay with Wolves, because they have their defensive setups, they have something to lean on if things get dicey.
I feel like for Wolves so far it's been a bit of a roulette, you know. They kind of just roll the dice, 5 dice into a server and figure, hey, are y'all clicking or not? And if not, then you just kind of change them out. It's been hard for them to really settle into a roster that they are comfortable with so far. And so I'm honestly a little worried about that from that perspective, because if you don't let the ingredients cook a little bit, you're going to be cooked yourself, right? And so that's going to be a big deal. Coming straight here into the map picks and bans. Unfortunately, Akamas, we don't have a summit. I would have loved to really move straight into another summit here for VCTCN, but first off, we start with Lotus, we move to Ascent, and we'll finish off with the other triple-sided map, Haven.
Which is a little bit wild. I mean, the Lotus pick makes a lot of sense. Wolves against Bilibili, they looked atrocious on Lotus. 5 and 13, huge problems for them. And on the other side, all gamers, they should be fine just playing one of the staple maps. The Ascent pick of Wolves is something that intrigues me, because that's a map very, very different from the playstyle Wolves have shown throughout the entire season, because you can't play Viper on that map, right? Ascent is one of the few maps in the entire map pool where Viper is not good. Like, if we're putting in Might Late, Viper is not good there, but I can't imagine them playing that Cypher Deadlock constellation, trying to be defensive and locked down with 2 of the Sentinel agents here, and Haven as the 3rd map. Yeah, I mean, that's classic Viper and Killjoy territory for Wolves. On the other side, all gamers, they will look to go aggressive. They will look to find angles where they can destroy Wolves with overmounting speed, and in general, I think that Lotus pick suits them very, very well. On the other side, Ascent is a big question mark for me. I want to see what Wolves are able to do on that map, and if they are really trying to pivot more into those Cypher Deadlock comps or something like that.
Yeah, that I love that you mentioned that, because if you look at the second ban from Wolves, they actually banned out Split, which I was a little surprised, right? I felt actually their Split composition, you know, looking onto the double controllers with both Omen and Viper, the slow methodical eras where they can condition players condition your opponents on the opposite sides of the maps, those were where Wolves were able to really outshine their opposition. And so putting that as a ban pick instead of and choosing a set instead, that is gonna be a big question mark that you rightly pointed out, right? Will they be able to instill the same discipline instead of maybe kind of fumbling and being too narrow-minded into certain chokeholds into Ascent? That's going to be the big question moving into map 2. But hey, map 1 first, you know, Lotus is going to be the place of battle, at least for the first ones, between Wolves and All Gamers. We start things off with a beautiful cinematic across the stage here in VTTCN.
I have to ask Alex for the behind the scenes info to those videos. Why are they having a cup in their hand in that one video and drinking tea? I'm a little confused sometimes, but it's okay. It seems like Wolves want to take on the Shrimps right ahead in that matchup, going onto the stage. I think in general the pressure is much higher on All Gamers here, if we're gonna be honest, because like Wolves, they were bad all year, and if they're having a decent split, everyone will be happy. Every Wolves fan will be happy if Wolves says, like, you know, they at least won a game. That's progress. On the other side, like All Gamers, they are one of the favorites. They had a disappointing second split because they did not make it to Masters London, right? They stayed at home and had to watch all of their friends playing at Masters, playing at that event. And they had to watch. That has to hurt, especially for Fangir, for someone who is such a highly talented player, such a highly talented individual going up in VCT China. He wants to qualify for another international event, and I think there's a lot of pressure on All Gamers to make it to that Champs event by the end of the year.
I agree. You know, a recap from that perspective, right? They were top in the kickoffs, 4th in stage 1, and they're hoping to make a bit more of a kick-ass appearance here for their first debut games in Stage 2 VCTCN. Starting off, crowds going strong for them. And on the flip side, I gotta talk about one of the new ads for Wolves Esports that I think are going to make them a bit more dangerous moving here into Stage 2, which is, of course, Darion. Now, for those who might not know, I'm from Singapore, and my boy here, Darion, is Singaporean. So a little shout out, a little home turf advantage for Darion coming new into the Wolves, right? Previously played for Motive, as well as other kind of really well-noted teams like GE as well as DSG. Has really been making a huge name for ourselves, right? As the double controllers. I think MVP'd one as well, if I recall. I have to go back and check my notes real quick, but that's going to be one of the wilder cards coming into Wolves, right? All Gamers, their roster hasn't really changed a whole lot since the kickoff. 1 or 2 players have rotated in and out. We've lost Yoza from that perspective, but for the most part, Wolves has had a lot of VOD reviews to kind of look at All Gamers and say, okay, this is how we're going to nitpick and tear apart this other team.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, to extend the broadcast and nationality thing, we have a German and a Singaporean on that Wolves team. So, you know, sometimes some of the storylines are writing themselves. But in general, yeah. Like, that Wolves team is new, that Wolves team is fresh. They're coming off of like a very disappointing year up until now and looking for a little bit of a turnaround. And adding in those new additions, getting something fresh into those lineups, and someone who is already seasoned. Darion knows how to win, right? He won the Ascension tournament back in the days with Bleed, for those who don't know. And in general, I think there is someone in that team that knows how to win. And if I recall it correctly, he also played on DSG together with Alex. So a little bit of a comeback episode there as well. So in general, those two reuniting on Wolves might be something to look out for. And yeah, I think Wolves is a very different team, especially with the IGL switch and something like this. You know, that's an interesting move of events that we are seeing right now, and I am very intrigued on how those two teams are gonna clash up on the server right now, because that's the big test for Wolves right now. That Billy game, a little bit messy, right? A little bit of dominant maps on both sides. And I think now there's the big test of strength. Are they able, do they have it in themselves to reach champs by winning VCT China the split?
Lots of questions, few answers that we can provide right here, right now. But at least the crowds are gearing on. We've got the 5 stacks on both sides who have locked themselves in. Double controllers. Looks like, at least for Wolves, we've talked about that single glacier kind of tip of the spear as the Neon that will be able to break through the double controllers, supported by Luba IGL on that fade, as well as just the Vice just holding down the fort for as Yosemite. That'll be the Lotus spread. On the other side, AG rocking their tried and true double duelist, right? Putting Fangir back on that iconic Neon. No nerfs can stop this man right now. Kira right there with them as well. And Shrimp, IGL supporting Kira's IGL, my apologies. Kira actually hopping onto the duelist. That's not been seen a lot, right? Kira is a bit of a flex agent, but and to be able to main and Neon while shot call, I'm very excited to see this.
I mean, in general, it's something of the out of the Kerrigan playbook, in my opinion, if we're trying to take a big wheel here, because you can jump in as the first guy, get executed, have your star duelist player come in behind you, get those kills, and then IGL from the grave, right? Because you have a little bit more overview of what's happening in the game, and that's something that you can do, right? That's an option for you as a team. Your IGL doesn't have to frag. And on the other side, I am a firm believer in not every duelist player has to be on top of the scoreboard, has to be always the one fragging out, because if they're taking space, if they're making space for the rest of the team, that's more than well enough. And I think having your IGL on a duelist role can work under certain circumstances, but you need to figure that out. And I think all gamers, they have figured it out. They are looking to fight for champs. All gamers versus Wolves, our first game of the day. Can that new and improved Wolves lineup really contest with the best in China right now? That's the big question coming up.
That is indeed. We've got these teams who, you know, honestly, for Lotus perspective, they have had a lot of set strats across the board here. And they obviously want to be able to maybe start some conditioning right off the rip. You already see Spring's Viper Wall being utilized in round number 1 pretty early on. No aggression being made, at least on the right side. All eyes on C that will leave by just having to trigger some of these storms pretty early on, but the exec will come in shortly right now.
Yeah, entry on the side already. Good positioning for Wolves, and in general, I think all gamers, they will play a lot for those retake scenarios.
Yeah, I'm worried though, because AG, they've basically spent minimal utility just to be able to maybe clear some of the early A mound. Nice haunt will push back Yosemite, but now it's a bit of a kill box for Wolf. They want to push out deeper into CT territory.
And it's 4 players already in main, right behind them, but Glacier gets that first frag on to buy. Now the jig is up. Fangir gets 2 on the side. Double kill for him. Darion can shoot back 1, but Kira is right behind him. A double kill for Darion. Holds Wolves into the game and just might closes the round. A quick double out of him. Fangir, the last one to fall, and Wolves, they're holding the side, as you already mentioned, coming into this one with minimal utility. But in the end, it's the new gun on Wolves that holds them into those situations, that holds them in the round.
We talk about the shot calling during the pregame. I love the adjustments from Wolves, right? Minimal kind of pushback as they exec on C. They only saw the Vice utility, which meant that, yo, there's going to be something happening. And then the game sense kicked in. No one's pushing from waterfall. No one's pushing from topside defender spawn. So they gotta be flanking from behind. Let's push up further ahead and gain all that space for themselves. They were able to maybe get themselves out from a bit of a kill box situation, not really knowing where the enemy might come. So you take the initiative to make a play somewhere and break out from your prison. And I think that was the great kind of macro sense that that has evolved Wolves so much so in the last few match series.
Yeah, I mean, in general, having that push into CT, that's nothing like too special, especially if you're having the voice coming up into this one, because you have a little bit more of a flash supporting agent into this. Like the Rose always gives you something to work around with. And I think what Wolves were doing was the right call in the end. You know, they won the round, but it got a little bit too dicey because I'm not sure if they really expected 4 players to be up right behind them on mount.
Right.
That encirclement movement from all gamers was very straightforward and very, very strong, but then you have those brawls on the side. They're playing very well with those center pillar positions, trying to swing in and out of cover of each other, and that's what Wolves is about right now. And you know, knowing Alex, that's something that he's trying to teach them as a coach, right? He is a coach that really holds himself strong on the fundamentals, try to be the better team on a fundamental level of Valorant. And I think that moments like this are showcasing what he's trying to teach the team. Play off of each other, try to trade yourself out, nobody dies alone. Those are the important points.
So 1-0 coming up from Wolves. Already Kira finding actually a bit of a pocket onto Glacier. They put Fangir on a solo Marshall as well, hoping to give a bit more damage. It's quite common nowadays to give the Neon at least a bit more arsenal, despite them being a bit down. Hunting for the head, doesn't quite find it though.
A little bit more of a fight, but Kira has a second one as well, just right down.
What?
2 guns on the ground, and Wolves, they were playing all alone, one by one, peeking into that Deke. Kills coming out. There's a full rotation over to the C side. But Fangir is waiting for them. There are no smokes invested to shut down that Neon. The first shot doesn't really hit. They're in the slow. 1-0 win damage. Fangir is just waiting for them to push forward. C side taken over by Wolves, and a retake in place for all gamers.
Watching the pixel peek out, pushing through the haunts just to be able to clear a little bit further deeper as AG set up for a bit of a 5-person push from the top side.
Again, such a condensed push by all gamers, stopped from Springs, Vipers, Molly. Needs to get 2 or 3 frags here, at least, but they're all still rushing over from the CT side. Not the best weapons for a retake. 2 Marshalls recovered, nothing else for all gamers up until now. Huge damage here as spam through the smoke. Kira, a distraction for the rest of the team, but nobody swings on this one. Spring! For an ace! There's no way the distraction of Kira just sets up Spring. Summer might be here, but Spring still prevails.
Unbelievable recovery from Spring. 2 people down from fumbling teammates, and Spring just holds their ground on C side, bulldog in hand, and says, "Nay, this one's for us." The comeback is real. Kira does their utmost best, sharp with those sheriffs, but Spring just waits for it. Single clip as well, no reloads.
1 mag to kill them all. A little bit of a push, and Spring, the hero of the last round, shut down by Fangir. An early lead established for all gamers once again, but Wolves, they're pushing on every corner, but Fangir shuts them down. Another headshot. Or the better of it. Wolves trying to move a little bit back.
Paranoia pushes out, but there's just too many players here in the nice triple high-low stack. Exchange of dark covers as well, and Darian will do their best. Finds one, but now Fangir has cleared the corner. It's all left on Yosmite on this slow lurk. That was Spring's mission, but was cut down so early on in the round. I mean, Spring was unlucky, but Aluba was just unfortunate. It was just kind of a miscalculated move. I feel like pushing your fate so early on into B, just past the death of Spring, was a bit too much.
And Fangir just closes out the round. All gamers, everything by the playbook. Kill number 5 for Fangir as well. One of his ultimate at this point. And it's a strong start for Wolves, but all gamers, they're trying to catch up. Wolves still, they're having some issues, peeking one by one, all on themselves.
Yeah.
I really don't get that pick by Alu. I
Yeah.
don't get it.
And that makes no sense, right? You probably hear some kind of sound cues from the vice wall on the floor as well. So maybe trying to open sidestep that to really get into the play. But, you know, probably had a full kit of utility. Not sure why that happened. Prowler now sent out a mid just to be able to maybe feign. This is now conditioning that Wolves want to have in place, right? The wall's up on the A side, although, you know, it's just Fangir on the solo hold with the Guardian. And now the triple stack from AG wanting to make some play outside of Mound.
Yeah, and immediately Paranoid and trap play! Bye with the first frag! Showstopper gets a lot of damage on the Darien, needs to pour it out! Control established by all gamers, a triple push! Out of C, successful! To shut down Wolves Duelist. The pack diminished. And they need to reassess their situation, remove over towards the A side.
Look how fast AG has already moved, right? They've basically cleared all of Mound. They've left by on a peeking kind of angle and really positioned stairs just to be able to get some information. That Spring in as well as the Vice. So more and more presence and pressure being made known here onto the A site.
For the Thorn slowdown gives over a lot. For all gamers, at least 3 players, so already on the side. Shrimp from the heavens shuts down Just Might. The triple stack of Wolves in the front side, they need to work. They need to get something going. Aluba gets one, but a double trade by Kira makes it 3. An equalizer by all gamers to kick off that first map. Pissed around and follow up just a fluke. Those fast rotations, those fast hits, those aggressions. Just too much for Wolves right now.
Great kind of trap play from the Heaven side, just allowing the player from drop to swing out, and Kira will be able to absolutely maximize, right? Even coming out from that showstopper, doesn't quite find the impact that it wants, but gets so much information and a bit of chip damage just to be able to whittle down and make them a tasty snack. Now, bit of a change in pace from Wolves, wanting to make a bit more presence known here outside of Rubble. This is what I expect them to do, although, you know, they're sheriffs across the board, so just trying to chip away at heads might be, and credits might be their goal here.
Plant necessary for Wolves to stabilize their economy. Kira gets pushed back by the Molly. Gives them a lot of space. 3 already taken over, but 3 players moving over from all gamers. Nobody checks the corner of by, but he gets traded. This time Wolves swing together. Glacier, 1 frag for him as well. A double swing into drop. Gives Wolves the lead in that round. Fangir and Kira, both duelists, still alive. A lot of entry power, but no utility to work with. Especially with Fangir stun now thrown over towards the heavens. An outlaw, not the best gun for a retake. Fires a shot. Flash gets the info. Wolves know what's up. Wolves know where they are, but what a flick by Kira. Glacier down. Wolves, they need to hold ground. They need to hold position. Fangir fights Just Might. Just the player over there and drop, but Fangir pulls the ultimate, the overdrive. Gets them down. A great round by Wolves. Economy stabilized, but nothing else to take away here.
Messy gameplay all around. Wolves managed to pick up a couple rifles after the exact and even utilize the Nightfall just to be able to push things back, hoping to convert this round into a thrifty, but lo and behold, it's just the last couple of players, the duelists, side by side, overdrive invested as well. All in all, I mean, costly for Wolves, to be honest, a bit more costly than I had anticipated. But they at least managed to strip down 4 weapons away from AG, so that keeps the opposition's credits a little humbled.
And make sure that all gamers are not running away with the game. A little bit of an iffy performance on that round, in my opinion, with them losing to the double swings of Wolves. Showing a lot of improvement there on the other hand, right?
A lot of pressure right now from Wolves being made. The tap of the door as well to feign some kind of mid-pressure from the defensive side. One-way smoke being put. Spring hasn't really made a lot more moves outside of A. conditioning is slowly building up on round 6 here. As they'll start to peek into buy. With the Prowler to start things off. Prowler's exchange on both sides of the map. So now AG hurried to try and stack reinforcements on this A side.
It's super important that they spot a device because they need to know if they have to take the time. GRQ, double kill for him and Tree. Where that Wolves love to play that angle. Where that Wolves love to take that space. Over to the tree side by and the back side. Double swings with Kira, Spring. Spike on the ground needs to be recovered. Josmite gets 2. Open strings up. A double entry for him. But they stop the Viper's Pit in the beginning. Josmite gets 3. Brings it down to the 1-1. Against Shrimp, the Fate. A Haunt available, a Prowler available. All of the information in his hand. Can Shrimp do it? Josmite. Only now able to plant. Haunt will track him down. And now Shrimp just has to run. Josmite can't get that kill. It takes too long of time for Wolves to take down this round. And Shrimps secures it in the end.
Shrimp outbraining it. Beautiful Haunt. Kind of maybe caused them to falter at the last possible second. Takes their finger off that 4 key and gives the round over. That's so unfortunate from that perspective.
I mean, I have a
Timeout
little
call
bit of...
now.
I would call it a timeout as well.
I would. I feel like right now Wolves, just off that round, you can tell their emotions a little shaky, right? They had the opportunity to spot the Haunt, typically not, you know, it's thrown out, so you know that the opposition's not going to be able to get there that fast, and you know, it's a 50-50, right? Perhaps if they swung out and got the kill onto the AG folks, it would have been another different story, but unfortunately that's the way the cookie crumbled, and so Wolf will have this time to kind of get their emotions in check.
I mean, in general, it seems like Wolves are very scared about a lot of those angles, right? A lot of those off angles where all gamers might potentially swing from. That's why Josmite took so long to plant the spike, because he was scared that Shrimp is somewhere on the side just waiting for the tap to happen and immediately shut him down. And that's because all gamers are rotating that fast. They are always over-rotating towards the side where Wolves is trying to hit. And I think Wolves playing a little bit more unpredictable and a little bit some more fakes might be beneficial to them. Oh, but no second guessing there. Glacier immediately shuts down Fengir. Gets traded out by Shrimp. Ultimate invested. But that B side open. Are they aware that Bai might be in that corner? Swings out, gets 1, but that's not enough from that off angle. If Wolf doesn't check you, only getting 1 might be a little bit of a problem. Darian ported in. Close angle already. 1 kill for Kira, but Darian again on the trade.
What to have to do right now? Oh my gosh, the Fade div comes through even in the midst of that Nightfall. Now it's all on GRQ to have to figure it out. Has a paranoia, spots the barrel, labored, but still gets it. Decides to teleport just to maybe instill a bit more confusion here on the C site.
GRQ versus Darian, the new gun on Wolves. So I'm able to plant a spike. Low HP, needs to move back. Dodge that paranoia. An ultimate available for GRQ as well. But the timing is here for Darian. Now they know what's up. Both know the positions and Darian gets it. This time the 1 versus 1 falls over to the Wolves side. And what a round for them.
The newcomer steps in. Omen v Omen. Right? Plays it nice and cool, knowing that that paranoia just gave away that information. Covering the backsides of all these other players, all their other teammates as well. The wide swing to find GRQ. To come out from that timeout with a win, that's a big confidence boost if you're Wolves.
Especially coming off of a thrifty round for Wolves. That's an important one at that.
A lot of
2
players here on
ultimates.
this A side though.
Okay, this will be an ultimate heavy round for all gamers. Already throwing in the nade. But Glacier has the first frag. GRQ pushed out too far forward. Kira blind. Showstopper in hand. Bai gets the kill in the end. But only a trade because Spring is up and ahead. Shrimp and Fangir 2 versus 3. Everyone is on A, but nobody gets a more decisive lead. Wolves up one player. Shrimp is just waiting for them to push.
I mean, the fact that Glacier was able to just tank, stuck around, draw so much attention away during that Steel Garden incident, allowed the rest of their teammates to swing back into Rubble and claim up the kills here, getting themselves that man advantage. So it's basically a spread on, right? Fangir's hot on their heels, trying to wrap around from the backside, and now has been noticed. So it has to be this W key and the plant coming through for Wolves.
And they're having a lot of utility over on the side of all gamers. Everything of the fate to play off. Trim can make this one work. Can set up his duelist. Throws another pro line there, but Spring too steady on the Vandal. In his own hands, Fangir, last player to survive for all gamers. No money in his pockets, and he will just save his Vandal. Over to the next round. Wolves, they're equalizing. After looking shaky for 4 rounds in a row, Wolves might have finally found their rhythm on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's a dub for Wolves, but also I felt like AG kind of very shaky from this round 8, right? Their exact onto Rubble was a bit convoluted because of some of Darion's dark covers that clouded some of the angles, allowing the attackers to break back in and secure some kills. And then towards that tail end 2v3 situation, Shrimp and Fangir on their own lonesome journey. I know that Shrimp was trying to, maybe play around the doors, trying to draw some attention away, but you've got to imagine that the last 3 players from Wolves are going to be stacked up, right? Or at least a 2v1 situation. So not what I would have chosen from that perspective.
And Spring getting that kill through the smoke is just certainly unfortunate for all gamers. And again, a more drawn out start for Wolves. They are trying to take space on C, having the A-log. So eventually they can play on Spring once he has taken more than enough space. One of the Nightfall. And Wolves are trying to execute into the seaside on the echo round. They know where the device is. Darion finds that first frag. Josemited behind him. Against Bai. Just pushes the device back. Everyone there down in Waterfall. And they're trying to hold it one, but Darion again on the trade. Keeps the lead alive for Wolves. Fangir still a Vandal in hand. Is down there in the pit one once again. The kill through the smoke. Fangir shot down by Aluba. Wolves running away with the lead. And they might be finally back on top with round number 5 coming in shortly.
Lots I have to ask from Shrimp right now with just a bandit. It's going to be hard to steal this round away. Darion with a nice 3k to boot. I mean, the only 2 players there, Shrimp as well as Darion, not Darion, my apologies, Yosemite and Spring, that fell on that C exec only happened because both of them were reloading at the same time. Super unfortunate. And that's where Kira was able to swing in, I believe, with the... It was Bai, I think, with kind of swung in with the particular stinger. But fortunately, the rest of the team was able to kind of manage their expectations and pace themselves. Timeout now called for the AG side, wanting to speak to the players as well.
A little bit of pressure taking off of their team, right? I think in general, all gamers, they're doing very simple mistakes right now, and Wolves a lot faster compared to the start of the map, right? A lot quicker on their executes. They're just overrunning all gamers at times, which normally is the identity that all gamers are going for. But Wolves taking the fights onto those aggressive peaks, which seems like bringing all gamers into uncomfortable territory, right? because they are used to being aggressive. They are used to finding open space against their opponents, but Wolves are playing against that. They're using their utility to stop those pushes into the main areas. That's their main problem right now.
Eyes now swapped over to that A side, coming out from this timeout here. Fangir on the operator as well, but won't see any early hits so far, as most of these Wolves players are kind of running down mid. Well, not tripped either. That not Seekers, but the Fade utility stops just short from that.
Now you're playing with the Wise on C-Mount. I think in general that duel is super important. GRQ finds Josmite, finds the player on the lurk. By gets Spring out there as well. Glacier, a lot to do right now. Spots the player and drop, gets the kill as well. Darien finds Spy. All of a sudden Wolves are turning this around. An open B spot to be found, but they have to pick up the bomb. Bring that over to the side. Glacier, they know he's still there. GRQ finds that impact frag. Now it's Darien in a 1v2.
No paranoia, a relay bolt to boot. That might be their entry here into this space.
Yeah, and both players coming from Hobbit, but Fangir gets that last shot. Another equalizer. All gamers are still alive. They are still kicking and trying to fight back against Wolves. But we have to talk about this a little bit, because the comp that Wolves are running on the CT side might turn out to be a problem for all gamers, right? You have the Viper, you have that Fate that's also able to stop executes, and you have a Vice into the play. A little bit of a problematic situation. Glacier doing everything he can, but GRQ a little bit too strong, and that shot by Fangir seals the deal.
I love the fact that the jump peek just to check past that one-way smoke, knowing your backside's covered by one-way smoke. Brilliant stuff from Glacier as well. Not too hot around themselves, but impactful to say the least. Now all 5 players here kind of looking into this mid space. The exact aim. Glacier with a disgusting shot.
What a shot! Shuts down for a Shrimp, and that's a trade you take every day of the week. Your duelist out of the game. For the enemy's Fate, Aluba finds Kira as well. No more space taking, but Bai and GRQ, they're bringing all gamers back on top. It's once again on Darien and Josmite. GRQ, another fight, shuts down the Vice. 3 kills for him in the end. All gamers 6 and 5. They're back in the lead.
Kind of messy, to be honest. Glacier, I believe, actually had the showstopper online, and Satchel did maybe just wanted to take a little bit of space. No, and my apologies, only had it afterwards. So I think it's actually Bai that really changed it around, pushing through the snake bites just outside of A Link as well. That really made the difference. Caught Spring off guard. No one expects you to push through that Venom.
Yeah, not really, and that's another very aggressive A fight. Sees plus Nate, Glacier takes ultimate into his own hands. Spring on a double entry. GRQ and Fangir all of a sudden shut down. They're throwing a coin into the air and it lands. Heads for Wolves right now. An impactful double kill. Shrimp tries to escape, but Glacier, another one for him. That aggressive gameplay on both sides. It turns out to be an equalizing force, because 6 and 6 at the halftime stands. If Bai cannot shut down Wolves against the Viper Spit in a 1v4.
I mean, if there's one ultimate that might be fruitful against the Viper's Pit, will be that Steel Guard, starting things off nice and quick. But look at the positioning of Wolves, right? Most of them actually, a couple of them outside of that realm, so we'll be able to hold on to those weapons.
It does not cover all of it, and there are shorties in the hands of Wolves. Now they know where Bai is. They are aware of the possibility that Bai might just come from 3 and shuts them down. One more headshot for the taking, but a 6 and 6 halftime secured by Wolves. They're equalizing with their more CT-sided comp, and now there's a big question mark up in the air. Can that double duelist comp shut down the walls of Wolves?
That's what I'm worried about a little bit right now. You have all gamers on the attacking side with double duelist on a you know, traditionally speaking, an attack-sided map, and you've got AG on the attack. This is where I think Wolves are really going to be tested. Sure, this is AG's map pick. They've probably prepped this a whole lot more and feel very comfortable on this map. But Wolves, I mean, double controllers means that hopefully they'll be able to kind of make some peripheral play. That's what I want to be able to see Wolves do, right? You want to be able to smoke things off, get some early information, and scale back when nothing is felt, or maybe get an advantage somehow.
Yeah, that for me is also the important part for Wolves. You have a lot of control with that comp in general, with the Viper and the Omen, and also on the other side you can leave your Vice as the solo anchor on the C side, or alternatively on the A side, because she can give you more than enough time to rotate over to the other side, stop and execute, especially with Fangir running around on that Neon.
Yeah,
There
that'll
can
be
be
kind of the
some
linchpin
issues.
there, right?
Yeah, that's the big issue for them.
I'd love to see Wolves maybe be a bit more aggressive, you know? You talked about during the pre-show them taking a bit more of a defensive stance, and their composition kind of reflects it. They've only got Glacier on that Raze, no quote-unquote super fast-moving agents, no Yoru obviously, since the nerf of a lifetime earlier in 2026. But you know, having double controllers, I'm not sure if there's going to be enough to dissuade AG from pushing through those smokes, especially because you have the likes of Fangir just slip and sliding, pulling away crosshairs, and Kira to follow up to be able to get information and hold space. That's going to be the crux coming in through Glacier, starting things off beautifully with one on Fangir.
And the big one shot down, Fangir on the ground. Had Neon experiencing some problems early on that second half. Kira on the IGL roll. The player fragging even more for all gamers right now, and Kira has to show that once again, that prowls. The Sheriff. Smokes enable a little bit of a faster play. Others are just waiting right now.
Yeah, dark cover, last moments put in through, kind of dissuading it. They know it's not going to be an A because of so much forward presence from the defenders here, and the wall's covering that B side. So you look at the positioning of Yosemite playing back as far as possible, not wanting to be caught with their pants down as the exec comes out. The nades plus the haunts to boot after those cooldowns expire.
And now you have to push a little bit more on the all-gamer side, because Wolves, if they just swing you in the numbers advantage, there might be some problems. A little bit of damage on Aluba and Wolves Vice might make this easy for Kira right now. It needs to be a double swing, but a headshot is in. Kira gets one, but the trade comes out as well. Darien and Glacier, impact frags for them. GRQ gets shut down in the end as well. Josimite gets that last frag. And another pistol secured by Wolves.
I love the pathing back on site as well. The paranoia to start things off. I mean, it's very quintessential. It's basically how to retake C site 101, and you know, they're playing it well. Even the Raze taking that top side to support. Glacier does not, you know, get the kill on top of those double boxes, but at least able to let their teammates swing on to GRQ and get the pistol round for themselves. Great start once again on the second half here for Wolves. That's 2 for 2 pistol-wise. See if they can continue their charades here.
As you said, only pistols for all gamers right now. They are trying to move in, Wolves. Set themselves with fate. And Viper over on the A side, 5 players stuck in tree. Fangir Stuck in the seas, but the player from drop. That's the important one. Spring gets only one. Glacier swings in there as well, but gets traded in the end by Shrimp. Only device from the heavens can shut down that round. The decision comes with Spring. 6 and 8 Wolves get their follow-up, and this time it's much more decisive. No heroics needed by Spring.
Spring getting 8 kills on the second round of each half with the Bulldog is ridiculous. Just knowing when to swing out at the perfect time. Gets one, almost clips that final player as well in the knee, but manages to secure a head-on buy at that tail end. Very clean from that perspective, right? I felt like the explosiveness from all gamers wasn't quite there. But hopefully this will change things, as now they're rumbling onto the rubble side. It's a bit of a mismatch so far. 1-for-1 trade.
But Darien gets the second one. GRQ dying early. That's a big problem. No more flexible smokes in the hands of all gamers right now. It seems like Wolves might actually be able to do it. Might actually be able to disrupt the full buy by all gamers. Darien, you have to get into a close angle. Shrimp just holding his Prowler. Spots the Omen. Darien ports upwards, but that might just be his demise because Shrimp swings faster. Darien can't get away fast enough. Numbers advantage. Thrown out of the window. Just a pistol. One of the players' hands. Wolves with some problems. You need to get into closer range angles.
Somebody picked up a rifle just outside the bloodbath of rubble, and now coming in strong. 3 packs, all from the backside.
And all of a sudden, the weapons are even again. Spring has a molly in hand. Aluba trades. That's the important one. 2 rifles still in the hands of Wolves. Shrimp just waiting for the tap. They are still having the satchels of Kira to disrupt that momentum that Wolves is building. Kira spots that first player. The double swing comes in. Aluba off of the pressure of his Wise. Gets a kill, but Shrimp trades out. Gets the diffuser. Josemighty has to stick this one down. A half defuse might not be enough. Spots that last player, and Shrimp secures it once again.
Oh my gosh, it was played to perfection at that tail end. How does Shrimp keep getting away with this? I mean, the dance back and forth. It was a 2v2 situation. Player guarding from top could not find the right marks at the right time, unfortunately. And I also felt like Darien kind of overstayed their welcome, right? You actually saw Wolves kind of after the exact triple push out from B. That should have been Darien's kind of cue to say, hey, no, I gotta give up this A site very early on, and unfortunately got caught with their pants down during the teleport back up to A heaven. And that was, fortunately, it was Wolves' demise.
Another ultimate invested into this one. Early kill by Glacier.
Oh,
but gets traded out by Kira in the end. But it's again a trade that you're taking every day of the week. That Neon out of the game for all gamers, much more impactful than the death of the Glacier. Especially in that economy situation that all gamers are in.
Yeah, they kind of forced Yosemite reading the books very well as well, buying up the Outlaw. It's a one hit for all. Had hard rotated from C. Now, players are already looking to maybe walk into Darien's shop to see if they can put up a bigger fight on the other side of the mount here.
Yeah, and that early contact, Darien just moves back. Has some of the Vice Thorns to play around with, to stall that all gamers execute. Kira, they're trying to fight into this one. Got Darien on the seas, but did not spot the Omen. Up in the backside, but Kira's swing shuts down Darien. That's the impact frag. That opens up a lot of things for all gamers right now. 14 seconds on the clock. The spike goes down. Molly comes too late. Kira has an ultimate to push back against the waterfall players if needed. Just might get that kill into Shrimp. That's the important one. Kira on the triple. Tears down what Wolves were building up. Aluba and Spring. A little bit of damage onto them, but GRQ still stuck there in pit. Needs to fight forward. Spring gets another one, but they're not positioned for the spike right now. Spring gets another. A double for him to open up things, but it might just be a save for him. If he doesn't get through, Kira on the 4K. All gamers equalizing once again in a chaotic situation.
It is chaos ensuing on both sides, but all gamers understanding a bit of the macro sense. Darion staying once again a little too late, too long in their position, wanting to be the anchor in this space, but couldn't hold a candle. Unfortunately, when you have so much utility being thrown into their faces, I think everything from Fade's utility belt went straight into Darion's face. Tried their best to avoid it, but ultimately gets caught by Kira. Nice 4K to boot.
Yeah, GRQ already in a far forward position. Spring dodges the Prowler. But I don't think that they're aware of the stack right now. Of Wolf. That's a wild swing by Glacier right now. GRQ taking out the Luma. Gets another one for his liking. Kira is down as well. Fangir has timing, has space. Over towards the seaside. That's the momentum all gamers needed to at least get a bomb plant down. And head on, Kira just divs device.
Big one from the Outlaw to even out the head count. I mean, the body block from Kira wasn't great. That put them down in numbers, but the exploration from Fangir makes it up to them. 10 HP as well, wanting to gamble a little bit around this corner here. Finds another. Knows that they're all still soft and squishy, but 10 is not a lot to stand up against the Sheriff.
And Darion, that frag might just be a little bit too late. Porting into the smoke. Fakes a defuse in the beginning. Shrimp jumps up by, gets another, but just now it's just Darion against the world, against everyone. And then all gamers side by, and Shrimp just waiting for the smoke to fade. Shrimp gets that last one. All gamers are back in the lead. That game just goes back and forth. More of a volleyball game than Valorant right now.
It does indeed. I felt like GRQ was maybe not really with the rest of the team, had teleported in perhaps to insert themselves during this kind of lurk round, but when you're playing against a save that is the Wolves, you kind of want to not give away any sort of advantage, especially guns. Fortunately, you know, it didn't look like Wolves were kind of taking or aggressing into the attacker spawn side to pick up any weapons, but at least it's now Coach Alex wanting to take a bit of a pause here. Another 30 seconds for them to download some words of wisdom.
Alex needs to be precise in his words right now, because Wolves seem a little bit out of it in some situations. I mean, in general, they're all caught off guard by those pushes. They're caught off guard by the pace that all gamers is throwing at them, and especially considering they knew the double duelist comps were coming, that's a little bit unfortunate.
I wouldn't be surprised if one of the answers here is just, hey, let them come, right? We come with the retakes. That's actually how Wolves have gotten a couple of their rounds on the defensive here with basically solid retakes. Granted, it was the pistol, so fair enough. But still, if you let AG kind of expend their utility belt just a little bit more, maybe you can come in a little stronger. You've got a lot of ultimates online, though. This is going to be a bloodbath from both sides. I'm looking at the overdrive from Fangir, steel guards from both sides to strip things away, but right off the rip, electrical fingers online. Darion has to back off.
And they're just giving over that seaside. A lot of utility invested. Some ultimates as well. Spring gets Fangir on the molly. No way he does it like that. GRQ dropped though as well. The Fate ultimate onto the side early on to spot out a lot of the players. That has to be a misclick of the Vice ultimate on the other side, because you can't tell me that someone's doing it from their own spawn, which makes this one go into Vayne Wolves. Slowly but surely creeping closer on the side. First frag belongs to them as well. Glacier gets traded as well, but Darion finds one for their liking as well. Another equalizer on the horizons. 10 HP onto GRQ, and Glacier calls round in the end. Spring and him opening things up for Wolves right now. 9 and 9. That Lotus seems to be a lot closer, especially compared to the Billy one, where Wolves only got 2 rounds on their defensive half.
Yeah, that's the outcome you want coming out from the timeout, but Honestly, very messy throughout, right? Plant's not even down. It was used to bait in the Wolves into some sort of kill position, but AG weren't ready for the 2-2 split across the seaside there, and it was just a lot of individual picks that came out in Wolves' favor. Now equalizing the scoreline. Yosemite not ready with that outlaw. Finger rips that hit off.
Yeah, Fangir sometimes is doing stuff nobody else does in this league. Aluba off angle, but gets traded. Why is he playing so far off that smoke? A little bit of an oversight, just giving a weapon over to all gamers in a situation where the numbers are in their advantage already. Shrimp has been spotted. Spike still stuck in tree. Glacier just waiting for a peek. Just waits for someone to overstep their welcome on the site. But all gamers are slowing down the pace. Another paranoia spots another headbutt. That fight is just so extended. It seems like a gunfight going for the ages right now in every single round of play, but nobody is watching drop. Spring all of a sudden emerges and gets the head of Glacier. Arion in a 1v2 again. Moving
Trying
close.
to play timing, trying to play with their heads right now. Waiting for the paranoia. They're split up. There's a chance they can isolate these 1v1s here.
I think he spotted the player up into the heavens. Now they are reunited. Now there is the possibility for a double swing. All gamers can play this one together. If nobody peeks singular, GRQ does exactly that. Darian doesn't know what's behind that smoke. Fangir 33 HP. Both of them are one shot. Darian on the tap. Does not pull through. They're trying to fight each other, but Darian can't secure the round. Fangir saves it for his team.
Thrifty.
Gets away with a rifle as a consolation prize, but Fangir played that beautifully. I mean, the leap from heaven just spots information, regroups with the rest of the team. Yeah, the swing out isn't perfect, but the post tap was done terrifically from Fangir. I mean, yeah, the dance around, you can see AG, they're quick to get on site, but they're not quick to plant. They rather wait and bait out and maybe test the patience from Wolves, wanting to give them all these 1v1s, and that's precisely what Wolves gave them.
Yeah, and they're giving up weapons way too early in those rounds.
Right?
Like, there's so many small oversteps, so many small mistakes. Also, nobody is shooting the haunt. Darian gets spotted out on that port over on rubble.
Yeah.
They're trying it with trickery, but they're giving a big sign that they're doing that, right?
And hence the rotation over, right? Wolves now triple stack onto this B site, guarded by a vice wall, to say the least. Oh, don't do it, Glacier. There's too many people eyeing the wall here. Just the corner around the place.
You know, even Admiral Aqua would know that that's a trap from Wolves.
Early pit actually coming out from the side of Spring, wanting to secure and deter Fangir from doing any of their shenanigans. So now once again Darian has to do it all. Very pushed up super early.
That's a lot of space taken and just given over. Fangir gets 2 shots into Glacier. Kira on another double kill. All gamers all of a sudden are just out aiming Wolves again. B spot now opened up by Fangir. But that rotation is fast. Spring only has a shotgun in hand. Important for all gamers that nobody is peeking into that smoke. 12 seconds on the clock. Can the molly stop the plant? It cannot. Round number 11 on the horizons for all gamers right now.
Lots to have to do, right? Don't have any sort of entry to make a play here. Not even your flash, unfortunately, that's been deployed halfway across the map. So it's just a bit of a stalemate. They definitely want to keep these weapons moving into round number 21. Okay.
Yeah, but no time on their side for Wolves. They might just be able to recover that Phantom, but nothing else really. Shrimp is just waiting for that. A little bit of a bait for a Spring. You get 1 weapon for the next round of your Wolves, but nothing else to be picked up from that. Match point should be an easy target for all gamers right now.
Yeah, this is tough. You got a hard save, right? You're bringing only a single rifle over. You're set up at against an 11, which really means that you need to save as much as possible to end up being locked and loaded for a round, a match point game around. That'll be important. Looks like that'll be the case with Sheriffs for themselves.
And Wolves on a low buy might just be around that you're aiming for the win. Glacier gets the head of Kira. That's the entry you were looking for. A little bit of a trade. Aluba gets killed by the spam through the smoke. Just gets killed by Ruba in the end. Kira makes another triple kill for himself. Joss might have noticed his presence hours before he hits on that side, and Bai just closes things out. The crunch by the Wolfpack makes them look like chihuahuas in the end.
All gamers are all here gaming at all hours. I mean, the spam through using, nades, showstoppers, as well as, I believe, a boom bot that killed 3 players for Wolves, respectively, one at a time. So Kira's just out here taking names non-stop. Already 25 to boot. And now, faced up against match point. Wolves trying to make a play here. They have to make a play here.
Darian is trying to watch that flank. Trying to watch that position. Just might gets the kill into GRQ. Flexible smokes down once again. Showstopper goes in vain. Fangir low. Wolves has a lot to play around right now. Huge problems by all gamers. They have to dry swing this one into the side, and Kira does so, but Glacier takes the set clean off. Darian with another one. Wolves closing the door on the first map point of all gamers. No 13 and 9s up until now. Fangir will just wait this one out and saves his gun.
Unless he loses somehow, you already see Glacier on a bit of the hunt here. The dark cover is likely gonna dissipate, but Fangir just gets away. Alright, Knives out, walking straight to Spring. I'd be a bit worried. Yep, gives the life away, and Spring will easily collect, bring themselves up into double digits. Great sharp shooting coming from Glacier, as well as Darion, just protecting the re-hit from Rubble right there. I mean, yeah, swing out one by one, a little bit too callous and careless coming from all gamers. So a bit of a timeout there from Coach ED, wanting to make sure we push this over the finish line.
You know, that was a great aim performance by Wolves, but sometimes they're going for those Rubble potential trap plays. But they're pulling up a sign that here is a trap, by the way. Like, there's a shoulder of Darian pointing, being over the edge of that Rubble site.
Right.
And in the moment where he spots them and shoots, goes back, immediately the showstopper comes off, which gives them gives all gamers more than enough time to move out of the way and let the showstopper fly against the wall. And yeah, in the end, Glacier redeems himself by shooting down 2 players, pushing out there, but still, I don't know, I'm not really a big fan of the setups Wolves are playing.
Yeah, a little sloppy, like revealing your cards a little bit too early. And I mean, in rounds past, right, they're not necessarily the most coordinated when it comes to some of their retakes as well, so they want to step on the gas a little bit and cause some attrition pretty early on in the round. They just have to get their ducks in a row, as now all gamers coming up from the timeout, stacked to the brim, has a Nightfall as well. Not sure if they want to pop things off so early on, as Kira manages to safely secure themselves on the right side here.
Fangir has to kill, but Darion on the trade. Kira, the top fragger, out of the game. Important one at that, just a duelist trade. In the end, Nightfall comes through, but a loop on Darion! Once the wall goes down, there is a warm welcome waiting for all gamers. Darion on a double. And in the end, Wolves, they live on to tell the tale of that rubble fight. All gamers having some problems to close out the round.
I'm shocked. I have the exact same face as coach right now because that was a flick and a half and moving targets to say the least. Lady luck by their side, but yo, this might be a chance for Wolves to push us into overtime. One final round in regulation.
And Glacier just walks up fast! That's such a quick play! GRQ caught up in the pace! Just a trade of duelists in the end. Kira finds one on the nade. But your flagged smokes are gone! One of the biggest and most important elements of your gameplay no longer in play. But Wolves moved 3 players over towards the A side. C completely open. Completely abandoned. Darien as a port. To go there fast, but in the end, all gamers takes all of the space they need.
Yeah, Thorns just protecting Yosemite just a little bit further from the shadows as a quick kind of retort. AG doing the same thing, trying to bait things out, but finally gets the plant down. So that's 45 seconds, the last 45 seconds of the last round in regulation as the last couple of players of Wolves regroup in the top side here. We've got some Prowlers. No paranoia, unfortunately, so kind of loose in their utility coming back in.
Very aggressive by Darien. The dying stages of regulation! That's such an oversight by Fangir! His leg in the smoke, but Shrimp and Kira are there for the taking, trading things out. Another ultimate by Aluba, but Kira shuts him down. From main in the dying stages of regulation, all gamers are just more ready for what Wolves have to offer.
A close game all the way to the tail end. OT almost beaming down on Wolves Esports, but all gamers managed to tuck that away with a last minute kind of timeout called by Coach ED. It was just enough for them to scrap together around. It was a little dicey towards that front end, right, with some of these key players being taken out so early on. I mean, GRQ with a quick strip away, meaning no flexible smokes, but they managed to pick the right read, find the right site to pounce on, get the plant down pretty early on as well, stop with the baiting, get themselves the dub here.
As we're looking in the highlights, that was an absolute shooting festival on both sides. Both teams not with the cleanest of all macros, if we're gonna be honest. Right? That was more, you know, them slamming their heads against each other and somebody has to win in most of those situations. But all gamers, they were just more steady on those side takes. They were just more steady. In the end, their attack showing off what they can do on the aiming side. Kira just so impactful for that team, the absolute MVP of an all-gamer side that were struggling throughout those entire maps.
Yeah, I mean, if the macros aren't good, you're relying on the micros, the position training that you can see all these players did step up to the plate when required. Spring on an absolute tear with that Bulldog, but you have the likes of Glacier as well as Fangir and GRQ all had their micro moments. What puzzles me is like how will these players upgrade to really look at a macro perspective. I feel like some of these moments are not because, okay, I played better than your team, but rather that your team made more mistakes and whether or not we can capitalize on those, right? Whether you're able to work on missteps and mistimings, the body positioning from some of the execs that come out maybe one at a time or not being clean with your utility or your trap plays. A lot of these are going to have to be kind of sorted out if you really want to get yourself in, and we switch to comms for the teams here.
Dạ còn. Phía theo cày theo phía tây tây áo cày. Dạ.我这边可以，我回来 ，Kira 上 OK。Yeah， 可以。所以我帮你抢好吗？我这边可以。你带。快可以要保了。两个输 ，one more，nice。喂，停平。他没有枪。要赔一个的，确定。2楼一个，好像。2楼。来，1 close，1 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 close。 I don't pitch 3, 2.
Two maybe. Two shoot.
3, 2, 1。
jump.
Nice！ 哇！他没有直接转，没有时间。其实太慢了，不对。安全包贴窗。Nice！ 哇！怎么不打下包啊？太大！压力这么。
Yeah, and in the end, I think, like, what I can take away from those team comps is I know why everything was so messy. I think some of the players were just over-peaking onto moments where somebody else is trying to call, you know, oh, we're peaking 1, 2, 3, and on 2 the player is already on the side. You know, something like this happening a little bit too often in those games. But in the end, Kira, the one taking home the MVP, and that absolutely deserved. Kiri just showed off his talents, especially on the attack half, where he was just the explosive spearhead of most of those plays. We questioned the IGL abilities of someone who's playing a duelist agent, but in the end, Kira showed off why he is so impactful in those roles.
I mean, yeah, you talk about, you know, body positioning and being able to count down. You look at Kira's being able to play off some of the retakes to perfection. And to be fair, to be able to IGL and shoot at this level, all right, hats off. I apologize for speaking ill of Kira in moments past, and I take it all back. Please don't hunt me down, the Kira fan.
Yeah, and in the end, you know, Kira showing off like this is a testament to the system that all gamers were putting into place. Like, they want to be the better shooters in this league. They want to have the most firepower up and running right now, and I think they really showed off that they are more than just capable of doing something. Like, there's 328 ACS. The first blood's somehow even on a map like this where everyone's just fighting for everything. But yeah, it's that one post plant that Wolves were not able to convert in the end that gets it towards the side of all gamers.
I mean, all things considered, you know, at 7-5 at the half, 6-6 at the half, even Stevens throughout, and Wolves were able to put up a number of defensive rounds on the on this triple-sided map. Was, to be fair, pretty good. You've got the likes of Glacier just holding it down, getting some nice spray controls, and opting for conveying some of the information over to the teammates, because it is a rather big map, and that's where I think it needs to be honed in a little bit. That pencil needs to be sharpened a little bit more, because we're moving into Ascent, right? The one of the most bread and butter maps that we have here in the Valorant map pool. And if fundamentals aren't down, if you're still kind of like peeking one at a time, you're body blocking each other, you're not good on your traps, I think that's where things are really going to be punished. It's such a small map, there's nowhere to run.
Yeah, and in general, I think, like, you can't play the same playstyle that you just showed on Lotus on Ascent, right? That's more of a slugfest map where you're trying to slow things down and gets a little tight at some points, and you have to play on very precise timings in the end. Let's see how this one goes. I am intrigued for our second map of the day, maybe the last one. If Wolves loses out on this one, we will be back after a quick little break, and afterwards Ascent for Wolves and all gamers. We didn't break yet?
Should've listened to me and said, oh, how will you know? You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay low.
can set the world on fire, fire. Set the world on fire, fire. We can set the world on fire.
Ascent is coming up next in our Wolves vs All Gamers matchup. They're still trying to ram their heads against each other, and look who comes out on top. Let's see if that happens here as well. And there is a GOAT comp on the side of Wolves. So creative and innovative from them.
Hey, okay. In all fairness, Wolves has played Ascent like once this year, right? And
Yeah.
they're rocking the tried and true kind of double initiator, KO Sova. I personally, right, have a soft spot for the Akamask. I feel like,
I don't.
honestly, you don't?
I'm not.
Wait, no. Wait, hang on, right? Like, a double
Look.
initiator allows proper scaling,
No,
right?
no.
And that's
Look,
what I'm hoping that Wolves are able to put in.
Look,
No?
I started casting in 2023. Every team picked Ascent, and we had the mirror matchup of the same comp every day of the week. Like, I'm not having a soft spot for that in any way possible. On the other side, I love the comp of All Gamers. They're playing the Chamber, they're playing the Neon, they're playing the Phoenix. Like, some spice into that team comp, something to work with. It might not be better. It might be even worse. But it's at least interesting on the
at
side
least interesting.
of All Gamers. But
is
yeah,
fair.
to get back to the analytical part, I think the KO is the centerpiece right now for Wolves. That's the most important agent for them because it can shut down the chamber, so that person can't TP out of dicey situations anymore. If he gets caught off guard by the knife, which leads to Chamber just being overrun by Jet plus a flash. And in general, I think that's the big part of what Wolves are going to set up. It's still a very defensive comp because you have so much info utility on the KO and on the server. But in any ways, we are starting off our second map of the day. Ascent is the name of this. Wolves vs All Gamers. A defensive fest might be emerging, but the double duelist comp allows for some more aggressive play for All Gamers.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Wolves, right? You pick this map, AG picks defense, which is honestly a strat that some coaches basically say is the strat for Ascent. You want to basically build a lot of momentum on your defensive side pretty early on with all these choke holds and these right angles that have to clear. Even the likes of Wine, Spring's worried about it, right? This is going to be a prevailing issue through and through. And so they've inserted Spring here, nice and deep. They're waiting for maybe the push out from Fangir on the Chamber. Honestly, AG rocking with 3 duelists, a bold move, my guy.
That Chamber is the perfect side hold sentinel. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, you might guess have some words later.
That's a nice molly coming off. Over from the side, Glacier gets a kill. Still Shrimp, only a trade onto Spring, but that's you're taking all day because in the end, it's your flexible smokes going down. A little bit of timing there. In mid for the Cypher, but Fangir spots him out, gets in a red shot on just Mike Kira on a double out of the cubby. Bai gets a last frag. And all of a sudden, All Gamers are back into the lead in the first pistol round of the series that they are winning.
Yeah, one of the weaknesses that's very apparent with this, like, kind of, as you call it, GOAT's composition, oh my gosh, pulling in another game into this, is the fact that you don't have a lot of ways to cut and dice. Yeah, the Phoenix has a wall, you've even got the walls from Neon as well, plus your staple from Omen, which means that on the AG side, you're able to really cut and dice the battlefield, but not for Wolves, which means you got a Cloudburst that didn't even protect 3 players long enough to cut through grass. That's going to be a big deal moving forward.
And Fangir gets 2 frags and no scope on the second one for Aduba. Shut down Darien as well. Both initiators on the ground. Bigger problems to face for the side of Wolves. Glacier as a marshal might be impactful on those longer range duels.
Look at the macro from Kira as well, not wanting to overstay their welcome, understanding that the rotate's more than likely gonna come in. Can't find the mark onto Glacier, but it's whittled down and now 12 HP. Glacier can't stand the test of times, neither can Yosemite.
And Kira slowly but surely building up the ult orbs on the chamber, which might lead to an early chamber ultimate. Stabilizes your economy in very, very strong ways. I am still a little bit critical on that ascent pick for Wolves, if we're gonna be honest, because their split looked very, very strong over in the last few games. But Fengyr with a very risky purchase. Bring that up into the game is wild.
Round 3, I mean, that's very bold. They're leaving that on a solo hold, basically, onto A, while the 3 players in AG, I mean, they take full control of this B. They leave the mid space open, but the read is pretty well done here. No trademark covering Pizza, and it just leaves Shrimp to hold this kind of tiny pixel angle with the Guardian.
If you get the timing right, then Wolves can just go through into your spawn. I'm not the biggest fan of that hold, but in the end it worked out. Shrimp had the timing to spot out the jet, and now they are all crashing into the stack side. GRQ gets the kill. Darien and Aluba with frags back just like this gets overrun by Bai. A lot of space taken in main, Vandal recovered, but the numbers advantage goes down over to the side of Wolves. Spring takes another one. Bai down. And now it's just Fengyr on an AWP. Probably has to save this one, gets into the next round because he invested 5,000 credits into this. I'm not sure that you want to fight. That would be an interesting financial decision.
Just looking for some exit frags around the back, but I mean, I can't pin it all on Fengyr. I mean, it was 4 players, mind you, all 4 players on that B side. Bai did their best to kind of wrap around and did catch Yosemite on a bit of a lurk. Interesting, looking the wrong way against a relay bolt, perhaps expecting something else. Flash to come through perhaps, but lo and behold, I mean, Bai couldn't stand much longer coming back in from B main, so it's gonna be a nice bonus round going from Wolves. 3 rifles to boot as well, which will hopefully continue and apply, which will continue building their credits here into round number 4.
A little bit of a build-up, as you already mentioned.
They're very labored though. I feel like they're not really leaning on the initiator kind of composition that they have. Like the push into Pizza was basically then just like walking through, making sure they cover angles.
It's so
which
fast.
is a gamble, you know?
It's so fast, right? Wolves are playing a comp that relies on slowly but surely figuring out where your opponents are positioned, and with the silver buffs coming in, your recons are much more available, and you can cycle those a little bit easier. Glacier on the side is once again a fast execute on the back of 1 KO flash and a silver drone. This time Wolves easily gets the side, and them bunkering down here might be dangerous for all gamers.
The lineups here should be able to deter things off, allowing Glacier to scale up a little bit more. Do they expect it? They do! GRQ with 1.
And Glacier going down there on the back of that flash is a big problem. Tame HP onto Spring, but Aluba has his back, gets him traded out. Shrimp gets lucky on the spam with the Odin, another one for him, but Aluba sitting down there in front of Heaven, at least gets one, but Fengyr and Kira on the pinch in the end, securing that 4th round for all gamers. It looked a little bit shaky here and there, but the Odin spam through the wall. And the great Molly lineups, also by GRQ, are securing those rounds over for all gamers.
I mean, these players never ever touch grass, so I can more than imagine them to really find some value here. The Odin will secure what damage GRQ had with those hot hands. And then the pinch from both sides, Kira as well as Fangir making it work. That's the price you pay for execing onto a site so fast and furious, right? AG are going to have the utility to back it up and put themselves into a great retake spot.
And that knife does not spot Fangir. Goes into that aggressive angle, finds Glacier, Shrimp on the spam.
Oh my.
Cypher shut down as well. The fast eco push just destroyed by the two big weapons over on the side of all gamers Wolves. They're not really having a choice right now. There could be someone behind them. They are stuck in main. Spring gets one. GRQ just there for the trade. The port from Spring onto the side. Does not get them everywhere. It seems like winter is coming for Wolves as Spring is the last player to survive. A 1-4 deficit. Could be a bit devastating, but GRQ secures that last frag. A run it back able to be used on the next round. Ultimates are coming up. The snowball does not stop for all gamers right now.
Great kind of movements from Fangir as well. Just barely evaded that null command knife. Gets out of range, able to get into range with the operator and teleports back. Odin supporting them, Shrimp right there by their side. This makes B such a dangerous spot for Sova players, right? On both sides, and Shrimp's just holding on to the fort there. Okay, wait, bye. Look at the aggression coming out.
He just runs at them with a Cypher Bolt in himself. Gets the frag onto Aluba. That's the aggression of all gamers that I want to see. Destroying them on defense up until now. No AWP in the hands of Glacier. Can't find anything right now, and you're really short-handed without Aluba. Missing a crucial piece of utility because Bai just runs into you.
This is the Neuro Theft now being used, right? Yosemite kind of making the call here to rotate their way onto A. Okay, now Fangir out of there just as the null command comes online and takes out Darion right off the rip.
He repicks, but Darion able to be brought back. Another repick. More that Fangir 10 take off them. Kira finds one through the smoke. Darion down again. Just might on the trade, but that comes a little bit late. Double for him onto tree. Just Shrimp now in a 1 versus 3, but he has an Odin. Able to spam through some angles, but nobody is giving him anything. No info. And that last frag goes down to Spring. They're fighting for their CT rounds. But in the end, the damage is done. Only 2 weapons survive. Wolves can't get any stability into their own economy.
And that was Fangir being a little overzealous there, right? Wanting to re-peek the same angle, knowing that that operator had been pinged out moments earlier by the drone in mid. And so that should have been super obvious, but Fangir now at least still has the tour de force. A lot of ultimates actually on the AG side. A couple from the Wolves. Luba with the Hunter's Fury is the most impactful one, but AG looking like they just want to press the advantage a little bit further.
Yeah, and once again, so much aggression from their side. In theory, they have to run it back for a retake scenario.
That's the smart thing from AG, right? They know that Wolves, their comp is meant to be played nice and slow, and if you make some aggressive play, it might force more utility, like this early drone. Now, both airplanes being traded off on both sides.
Finger has his ultimate. Sword Glacier jumping in by, gets that frag. The whiff might be crucial. There's a player into locks as well. A lot of pressure taking in here by Wolves. They're trying to be fast. They're trying to be decisive on their prey. Shrimp on the side. Needs to get at least one to be traded out, but Fangir. Impact frag for him. Wolves still are not present on the side. 3 versus 4 situation. And Wolves are moving back, but Spring still in a dicey situation. Has the spike in hand. Needs to port over to the A side in any way possible.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no, the timing! GRQ! Now has the bomb in his hand.
Oh, and with 15 seconds left, ain't no way these final two players in mid are getting anything. That's GRQ's big brain moment, right? The moment that B exec was shut down, that Phoenix was sprinting onto A, and I mean, yeah, Spring had the idea, so did GRQ, getting the drop, knowing that the sound cues from the shadows would be noted. Swings out into Wine, drops the spike. That's big brain macros right now coming up from all gamers.
Yeah, and I mean, in the end, obviously you have to fight for your T-side rounds on Ascent. That's the normal stuff that we are looking for, right? And it's a CT-sided map at that, and most games at some point just turn into a slugfest, just turn into a defensive battle on both sides, but Wolves do not look like a condensed unit of players right now. They are having some struggles to be present on the entire map.
Start to give Glacier this open space with a couple of AG folks just inside Cubby right now. The op. It's Fangir and Glacier go head to head.
Once again, an off angle by Fangir. Able to port himself into Gardens, but you need to play this one with a flash. You can't dry swing it, but Fangir whiffs! Again, another whiff by Fangir. That might just be costly. Ported back, the drone does not spot him, but Glacier faster on the trigger. Tree space established. One player down, but no weapon to be recovered by Wolves. And as they scale up mid, there is a rotation over to the B side by all gamers. Retaking space into spawn. Glacier probably did not hear that teleport, but goes on the more aggressive side by. Faster on the trade, faster on the trigger, up on the ground. A double swing required. The port of Spring comes too early. Bai has another double. Aluba on his own. Aluba might just pull it over the finish line because it's a 1v1 against GRQ. Oh, GRQ just too quick. No flash is needed, no util needed. Just a dry swing into the face of the server.
Beautifully done. I thought maybe you unleashed it from the shadows, but hey, in this 1v1s, no, you'd rather just wait for the spike planter to get it down and just nail them in the head. I mean, beautifully done by GRQ, bringing over Glacier's operator as well. So far, I mean, Glacier has had the bead on Fangir time and time again, but look at Bai, right? Just understanding the teleport. And Wolves, you know, the coordination just wasn't quite there to pull Bai off those crosshairs.
Go! All gamers hyped up in those situations, and Alex does not look happy,
no,
to say the least. Like, from a coaching perspective, this one is a little bit rough to watch right now because you get the advantages, you get the position onto the side, but all of a sudden it breaks down against dry swings. It's just an aim performance right now in some situations for all gamers because they are just swinging and killing players.
Yeah, I mean, granted, it was a bit of a save buy for round number 8. I think the swing out from Shrimp, from Aluba, I don't think they had any other utility apart from a couple of shock darts there. But it's super unfortunate though, because the dry swing, it wasn't even a double swing using the ledge either for a bit of height differential, right? It was just Aluba making the way in, kind of fast peak Fangir, who fortunately missed and was taken out eventually. But again, the exec on B a bit shoddy as well. And so I believe that go from Coach Alex was about that B exec, being that they were a bit fragmented from that perspective.
And in general, like, what worries me for Wolves is exactly that. You know, them not playing as a team, them playing out of formation as individuals right now, because
I like that word.
The individual gameplay from Wolves, those 1v1 gunfights, they're not really going their way right now, and that's something to look out for in the long run, because Wolves need to play and need to stick playing as a team. Oh my god. Glacier went unnoticed.
They didn't. They don't know where Glacier is. Glacier knows where. How the trademark knows where Fangir is likely going to be on the B side as well, which means that look, there's a lot more presence from Wolves. They're trying to make something
Glacier is
known on that
through.
A side.
Glacier is, I think, way far ahead. It might be all
Wait.
gamers turning into Titanic because Glacier is in spawn, but with that shot, he could have split the entire map. But that orb shot does not connect with the right targeting.
剩余30秒。
Another knife, another paranoia, Fangir off his spot, but has the coverage from Shrimp. Those kills coming in, Spring trades as well, Fangir down, Spring goes in there, aggressive, decisive, but Shrimp finds one more, slows down the approach, slows down the fight onto the side. It's just Aluba in a 1v3, gets the first headshot. They can't peek him, they need to wait for the spike plant, but no time. Aluba has to run out the clock, and Bai gets that last frag, 7-2. All gamers have a half-time lead.
That's tough, you know. Glacier missing that op shot on the Odin that eventually became the demise, the time wastage, right? It was just Shrimp at that backline, mowing them down through these micro pixel angles. The wall banging concept from the Odin makes all the difference here. And unfortunately, Luba can't put a dent into that final 1v3. Gets one for the troubles, consolation prize, but again, AG running away with the series right now.
Piece by piece, everything Wolves were building up is falling apart. Now flash by GRQ. Takes a little bit of space, but still not enough. Over to that side. Shrimp with an Ollie ultimate. Does not connect anything right now, trying to stop the execute onto the side, but they're just giving over everything to Wolves, trying to play a retake. Fangir from the Avon, such an aggressive play for an AWP. Darian gets one for his liking, but just a constellation kill. As you already mentioned, that's the big story of Wolves right now. They're not getting any meaningful advantages. Just some constellation prizes. That's a wild smoke to split out the entire side. Aluba gets another one. Shuts down the advantage. Over from all gamers right now, moving closer. And as the timer runs slowly but surely, all gamers have to crash into the side. They're not having any utility. The null command hit perfectly. Shrimp gets one. GRQ. A second for the trade. Just Darian down there in hell. But also he will fall 8-2. All gamers are steering the wheel towards a 10-2 halftime lead.
They are indeed. I mean, Sheriffs are a lot harder to deal with. All three of them at the final tail ends, cornered in hell. And then, you know, what was it? It was Shrimp taking the high ground, spawning the feet, I believe, from Jen. That was kind of diabolical, to be honest. And able to dispense of the final three at that tail end. Yep, right there onto Spring. Waits for the final one as well. It's just the chip damage from ankles and below. As AG look like they're in full control. Wolves will be able to buy up now. They need to make a dent. They need to make a play somehow, somewhere. Now come on online. If they pick the right spots, they can get on site. The question is, can they hold back a retake?
It seems like they cannot right now, and that gives high implications for the defensive side. What a shot by Fangir. Glacier through the smoke, killed by the young prodigy of all gamers. The player who changed everything for them. Null command over to the side. Aluba has ultimate ready, but please don't jump up there. You have ult. You have a recharging bolt. You are full flashed. A little bit of time coming out there. Another ult taken. Aluba destroys, but the jump up heaven gets shut down. Spring, a double from the generator. Holding the team into the game. A 2 vs 3 situation. All of a sudden, Wolves are in the lead. Shrimp in a 1 vs 3 gets 2. 12 HP out of Spring. Needs to shut down Shrimp. Get him in the net. But Shrimp secures that round once again. 9-2. All gamers are prevailing.
Again, these players, I'm sure they're sharpshooters, but so is your opposition. You can't be taking point when you have a recon bolt back in 7 seconds and a Hunter's Fury already online. I mean, Fangir, so bold with it, looks at the tailwind, catches the ankles, takes out the jet. I mean, that is bold.
He just runs them down. He just presses mouse 1 and W
I mean,
and runs
you had the
overspring.
Odin. Why aim when bullets, right?
Why aim when bullets? Exactly that. There's another molly, there's smoke, so much pressure by all gamers right now. They're trying to shut down the execute and ultimate for their liking as well. GRQ is running around the site, gets one more kill. Kira does the same. Numbers advantage. Once again over to the sides of all gamers, but Wolves, they stay stoic in their execute. GRQ and Fangir, they will close it out. Bai takes that last one, 10 and 2, double digits before the halftime.
Not looking good. Double digits for the advantaged team against their opponent's map pick. I mean, that last round was so... was indicative of how good the defensive structure for the composition is, right? You've got the dark cover that really protected GRQ towards that tail end, and then was able to put up their own Phoenix wall as well, and then escaped with their life? That is ridiculous. That's a Houdini trick if I've ever seen one.
Magic on the backside. And I don't know, Wolves seem so disconnected on their executes, very stoic in what they are trying to do. And sometimes that might be a good thing. But I think your Wolves just overplaying their hand in most situations, just overstaying their welcome on those sides. And they're not prepared for the retakes, which is also a very alarming sight, right? Them not being able to hold against any retake is something that's very, very alarming, to say the least, because you don't want to have a showing like this on your defense.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it looked like Wolves were in a... Sorry, not Wolves. AG were in a great position to kind of come back with 4 or 5 players back onto the retake. The Odin obviously making a lot of quick work, but if you don't have the right kind of defensive players in the right spots that Wolves didn't quite have, right? You got so much aggression in the wrong times, you weren't able to stave off. And the fact still goes that Ascent is such a small map, right? So the flank, I think the flank was useful like once. I think at some point in time, Shrimp got a lurk kill through tree. Sorry, not Shrimp. Yosemite got a lurk kill through tree. That was the only time I saw a single lurk kill come up from Wolves during the attack half. And that's, again, what are we doing here? Ascent is such a small map that should be kind of the bread and butter. AG should always be looking towards their backsides, worried about that. But hey, now's the time for AG to do that very piece of plan that I mentioned on their attack side. They only have to put 3 wins here to get the series under their belt.
That's a 5-player push into middle, which is interesting to say the least, and Fangir immediately shuts that down. What's a lot of the players? There's another wave by Glacier. Just might, I mean, gets another kill in, but still that crunch play right now does not turn out too well for Wolves, but Spring, another double kill for him. Spike in the hands of GRQ, gets one more. Just might, free for him. That game slowly but surely turns into Fight Club instead of Valorant.
I mean, it was practically knives out in mid that we just saw. 3 out of 4 pistols going the way of Wolves. I mean, I can't blame them, to be honest, right? You're 10-2, you gotta do something unconventional. And
that's a Hail Mary.
Yeah, this was definitely a Hail Mary of sorts. You're down in the 4th quarter, you gotta make some sort of play, and it kind of worked out. A little scrappy here and there, with Glacier not being ready for some corners, but Yosemite right there towards the tail end to nail down the pistol for them.
And this is a little bit of a different approach. By Wolves, a lot more defensive, but GRQ already on the side has not been contested just yet. Darian from the heavens swings in with one. Him and Spring, full house. All 5 are dead. Round shut down, and now all gamers can play with their full inventory.
Spring almost had a deja vu with that Bulldog as well in round 2. So it's it's clean and easy, but for AG, honestly, not. I don't think you'd be too worried about that. Would have been nice to maybe strip away a few more players and rid them of their guns. Fangir maybe a little too early on that catwalk, TBH. But hey, that's besides the point, you know. AG's got a few more rounds to get themselves composed. They're got Phantoms and Vandals across the board right now, eyeing that B site. Nice shock darts for a little chip damage onto Bai as well. Wait, what? Onto Yosemite? What was that?
Yosemite all of a sudden shut down. Glacier gets one shot in there as well. Fangir down. All of a sudden with Sheriff in hand, Bai takes an aggressive swing into CT, but it's a 3v3 situation. You have to play a little bit more condensed, a little bit more on the leash of your IGL. And Kira is still in mid. Might just spot out Spring. No awareness for the player tucked into courtyard. Numbers advantage secured by the side of all gamers. And nobody checks logs. The last player will stay unchecked forever. Shrimp brings them up to 11. 2 more rounds for all gamers on their attack to secure their first win in VCT China Stage 2.
I mean, so quickly you already see the clash of the omens in mid. Kira finding the likes of Spring, unfortunately, who met the demise. But yeah, we talked about this mid lurk earlier on, and AJ already started applying it. A nice one from Fangir, to be honest, right off the rip. Finding Yosemite, blink and he missed it moments, and they're looking well in control here. I'm worried about Fangir's Outlaw as well. There's a few squishy targets on the side of Wolves that might make prime for the taking.
And Kira once again opens things up. Wolves, the triple push in mid this time. A little bit more of a different angle, but trying to reignite the Fight Club energy right into them.
I mean, it worked, right? So why kind of recreate the wheel there? This makes AG have to re-question if they want to get this mid space. They can't send it in for free. Kira's actually on stuck in the A main space as well. So this will cause a GRQ to have to expend some of their utility. And Wolves hard rotating a fair bit actually.
Glacier also doesn't really find his rhythm I had on the first map. Same goes for Darian. But they're trying to re-establish pressure in mid. Spring and Darian. As it goes, just Fangir on the all gamer side. Still on to B. And it seems like all gamers trying to execute into the Cypher tripwires. But look at the smoke.
Yeah.
Kira is just trying to lure them off that potential angle.
Shock Dart finds one. There's still another one that I'm not sure Bai is able to get. They send in the run it down, but somebody just holds down the fort. Odin left click as well.
Yeah, and Darian on the heavens also can only get one match point for all gamers. They're trying to navigate their way through that Sentinel utility. The Cypher does not have the impact that you might have wished for. Wolves are getting shut down at every angle. One more round to go. Kira on that pot and immediately taking out Glacier. Nobody covering him. Also, like, from bottom mid or something like this. They are just not aware that anyone can peek from different angles than, like, one.
Who knew, right? Who knew?
Who knew that there are multiple angles on mid, right? Who would be aware? Fangir surely is aware of everything right now because Glacier shut down once again. Fangir found his rhythm on that second map, but the Luba shuts that down immediately. No questions asked. Just an immediate headshot into the young talent. Shrimp also can't dodge the bolt.
Pieces of information gained around. The scrappy by a couple of stingers, especially for Darian, just around the corner here as slowly make their way up. It looks like it might be a fake, to be honest. Look where the spike continues to be. The curveball just to be able to make a bit more space, plus this wall that has a peek through for Spring. But look, yeah, it's just this mid space that has been carved up.
Wolves aren't deterred from that. They're sticking together, but nobody is aware of mid. And like Darian's positioning, there is a huge gap for like last half round, right? For half an hour, nobody's been watching mid, and now Darian decides to turn towards the site. Aggressive fight, 3 players spotted by the null command. That's a lot of information over to the side of Wolves. They can slowly but surely start to rotate. A Norman ultimate going into that B side, but all gamers with 12 seconds on the clock, they are still trying to flood the site. 9 seconds as the clock runs over. They are flooding Motos and destroying everyone on Wolves. Just might in an unwinnable clutch, a 1 versus 4. Too much for him to handle, and Shrimp gets that last kill. All gamers, they are prevailing. Some struggles on Lotus and a dominant ascent. Their homecoming match from EWC is a successful once against a new and rejuvenated Wolf squad.
4-13 is a bit of a tough L to swallow. Wolves, I mean, just that last round, I think, is so signature of some of the shortcomings that happened. So much information was gained, but no one capitalizing on it, right? We had 3 people caught by the knife, a couple of people pinged out by the recon bolt, and yet the defensive players huddled at boats, even joined by From the Shadows. I think that is a little crucial to what Wolves has kind of demonstrated here on Ascent as they take their bow. A second loss in the group Omega stages. I mean, they had some good ideas on Lotus, but Ascent, I again, during the pre-show, a little surprised that they chose it, and it was not meant to be.
Yeah, as you already mentioned, like, that pickup confused us a little bit. It was not meant to be in the end for Wolves. It seems like they have a lot to learn still. I mean, it is a team that disappointed throughout the entire year. They're having a new coach, they lost their IGL. A lot of questions to be answered by the Wolfpack going into the end of 2026 after what was a successful 2025 with them reaching the top 3 of Masters Toronto. But there's a whole different lineup on that server right now. On the other side, their IGL. Surfet now on Tyloo 2-0 and that group Alpha. But also there, they are waiting for EG's arrival. They are waiting for the top dog to go up ahead against here in VCT China. I am intrigued as the season progresses which teams are emerging as the favorites, but we are hearing an interview with Kira.
Give everyone a greeting. He says, hello everyone, I'm Kira.
欢迎 Kira。那刚刚从 EWC 回来，其实看到赛程是比较紧凑的
You guys have a packed schedule, only just coming back from EWC and needing to adjust to the new room.
这种情况，你觉得对于你
What do
们
you
备
think
战第二
that's
赛段
done
来
for
说
you
是一种
guys
怎样的考
during?
验？
首先我觉得没有就很难，因为我们
Because
在
it hasn't been a super big challenge. They got a lot of experience from EWC rather.
磨合了几天，其实大家都适应了很多。
所以
So
回
they're
来之
doing
后，我们
fine
看到
right
的
now.
是经历
They've
了
grown
成
a
长
lot.
之后的 AEG， 确实从比分来看，你们处理的是非常好的。那面对这些可能说变数吧，不算是压力的话，你觉得你们是
How
怎
do
么
you
去
guys
调节和
adjust
平
to
衡的？
pressure and make sure that everyone's not
首
too
先我们
stressed
在
out?
EWC 的时候，大家都玩的有点
Because
着
during
急，然后
EWC, everyone was a little bit hasty with it, and they hadn't cooperated very well. So they made sure to tell everyone it's okay if we play slower, even if the spike like explodes. It's okay. Just slow down, calm down.
第二赛段的实战当中是。 相信所有的观众朋友们看到都非常为你们开心。那今天聊一下比赛吧，因为图一莲花古城看到打
Map
得
one
还
on
是
Lotus,
非
it
常
was a
的
bit of a
焦灼
struggle
的。
for
但
you
在最后一
guys,
个你们并
but
没
for
有
the
给到
last
对手机会把比
for
分
the last
拖到
round,
加
you
时，
guys
终结了
finished
这
it
场比赛。
cleanly
所以
and
在最
didn't
后
give the
关
other
键的
team
那一
a
分，你们
chance
是
for
怎么去
overtime.
沟
So
通
how
和
did
协
you
同的？
guys
当时
communicate
他的
and
状
how
态
was
怎么
everyone
样？
feeling at the time?
首先我有点忘了，我记得我们就是和对面一起在抢 A 大嘛，然后打
They
了
were
一个
fighting
人数交
for
换
A
然后我们
main
知道
for
CT
that
他是
round,
就是放手的，对，
and
然后就
so
就直
they
接大跑步
after
去
they
C 嘛
got
然后在
control,
关
they
键
just
其实
ran
差
over
点就
to
输了
C.
然后应该是我运气比
And
较好一
he
点，混
he's
死
saying
了
he
一个
got
然后
lucky
就
and
就
just
这样
killed
这
one
个
randomly. So
可能好多强
things
者
just
在
went their way
最
that
后对于
round.
很多原因的时候都会说运气比较好，但是其实能够看到在整个图一，确实在赛后的麦克语音风麦克风里
During
面也有
comms
听到
after
你们说
map
你们的
one,
残局交流
it seems
非
like
常非
you
常的稳
you
定。
guys were
那
all
今天
very
你们个人表
calm
现也是
and
非
the
常
comms
突
were
出
very
的。
good.
第一张地图就
So,
来到了目前第二赛段单张地图的
you
最
guys
高击
had the
败。
most
那接下来
kills
两周其实还有
on
很多源源不
Lotus.
断
and there will be a lot more of these maps for you guys in the future. What do you guys want to show during stage 2? Just make sure we just need to make sure we don't push them one at a time. He wants to show everyone that AG is a team that plays together.
表现得非常有纪律性。那最后的话，无畏巡回目前也是来到了长沙站，接下来你们也已经拿到了自己第2赛段的一个开门红嘛，现场有非常多
You've gotten your first win of stage 2 now. Is there anything you want to say to the audience in Changsha? He says, thank you everyone for your support. It's very, very hot in Changsha, but it's still, we hope we win all the next rounds. That's it for the interview. They'll take a picture and then it'll be time for the prize draw.
让我们一起看向镜头，3、2、1。好的，感谢。那今天在现场。
Yeah, all gamers have to win a split, but first let them take a selfie. I mean, in the end, it's okay. It's okay. You can't die next to me laughing. I mean, in the end, all gamers said what we were talking about as well, right? They should not peek one by one into all of those situations, because that's the biggest problem they are having right now and the biggest issue they are facing. In my opinion, in general, all gamers is still a force to be reckoned with, especially with Fangir in the lineup, with them showing up as dominant as they did today, especially on that second map. There might be some issues and some problems for other teams coming up against them, but I want to see I don't want to see them against Wolves. I don't want to see them against a team that struggled all year. I want to see them against the big teams of that region. I want to see all gamers going up against Shilai or against EDG, maybe also against that new look DRG. Like, I think those are like the forces to be reckoned with, considering there is also a strong Tai Lu up on the mix. Like, there are multiple teams that I want to see facing up against that AG lineup, because today it seemed like there was a big aim difference between those two teams, but on a strategical level, that was not the best Valorant to be shown.
Yeah, I would agree that, you know, it's a little, I want to say rusty coming into, you know, week 2 here of stage 2, but I'm sure that there's a lot of time for these teams to ramp back up as we move straight into team comms here.
没有，小家有道具吗？有一颗剑，要你清吗？能烧到9窖吗？我们得烧。不能，我能烧9窖，应该。烧，直接烧，我直接烧了。我试一下，第几架？3、2、1。加1秒，烧到了，他一滴血，他被杀出来了。可能加一，可能加一。帮我加一杯，我给你个阵，给他杀了。右边死了，刘翔，震了，白了，回来，刘翔，回来。30 -30 and Z。Leave. Speed. Okay, 我回避了。Mid, split B, maybe. Yeah. Split B. Ready. 夹壁了。OK， 收到。看米 ，last mid. Watch B. 跟 B click. Woo! Nice. 我说大电线，在实力赛。哎，我看那边，这一下分看到米了没？Yes, I feel B man. 我这黑小白你可以拉，3、2、1黑，拉小白。Line 2。我们可以回防。2个。我看到。78，去包点，确定。80。他没到。Nice.
I mean, you're hearing the comms, right, for AG. It's a mix of English and Chinese. They're all trying to work around Fangir, and to be honest, with the additional language barrier, it's amazing that they're able to play at the level they are. Sure, like you called it, still a lot to have to work on, but at least for now, we can celebrate Shrimp, MVP player here, Odin in hand. I mean, is there anything more iconic than Sova with an Odin on Ascent? I'd be hard pressed.
You press mouse 1 and you pray, but also on like rifles, Shrimp was an absolute menace today. 10% headshot rate or something like this at max, but you know, an absolute menace for that Wolves lineup. I'm still not over the run and gun kill on Generator to secure that one round, but Shrimp through the entire day was the steady force of those IG rounds, and in the end, I would be surprised if he did not take home a single MVP today. Glacier had an absolute off game, if we're gonna be honest. 5 and 15. That was not the best showing, and I don't think Wolves will show us another ascent throughout the entirety of that split, because that ascent did not look too great, right? And it wasn't like they were showing us off a strategical masterclass, but got out-aimed. It just was very straightforward gameplay from them. And just not something we want to see from a Wolves team, adding one of the better coaches in the MEA.
You talked about, you know, AG out-aiming Wolves. 15 first kills against Wolves, right? And granted, this was not anywhere like this different on Lotus, which really meant that somehow Wolves didn't quite have Ascent wrapped over their heads, right? They weren't looking at the right places at the right time. You kind of talked about how Shrimp was hiding around the corner around Gen on A, and no one was checking the big Sova with a big ass gun. I mean, that's bewildering, right? So a lot for them to have to clean up or just avoid this completely. I'd be surprised if they can avoid this completely, because you know, a lot of teams are going to be looking at this and saying, yo, Wolves probably got a weak Ascent, we got to take the fight to them. Wouldn't be surprised if this is not the last time we see Ascent creep back into Wolves games.
Yeah, kind of same. I think Wolves need to improve on that Ascent, especially considering it was their map pick today. Like, knowing Alex, I'm pretty sure that the scrims looked a lot different from what we have seen today in a game like this, where they were struggling a lot, if we're gonna be honest. But Wolves, I don't know, they have to show us a different face going into that next week. But our next matchup is another homecoming team from the EWC competition. Shilai went 0-2 at EWC. Not the best of showings there, but I think they can redeem themselves in VCT China, going up against TEC today. Another game from that group, Omega, that we were talking about. TEC, if they lose today, they are 3-0 already, which means they are more likely than not out of the competition once again. Let's see how this will go. We will be back in a few minutes with some other casters and Shilai versus TEC. See you in a minute.
Inside of me, you better watch out. If your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets claws real big, gets off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, lots of blood and gore. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't release this until they feel it forced apart. And if you start shit, you be hard lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you let scars rip. You be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. This world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
I've been seeing double vision. I've been having trouble sleeping.
time to waste. Type of energy that can't be replaced. No debate, we could take it back to my place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes. Yeah. A baller, mind on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now yo-yo, need some of that noodle. Just tell me that you're coming through. What can we ever What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time.
And welcome back, everyone, to Project Horizon. My name is Nobi, joined here by the wonderful Snow. Look at how good he looks today. Looks awesome. So, look, there's some awesome matches that we just saw, excellently played by all gamers. That, I mean, like, absolute domination against a Wolves team that had really tried to rebuild and kind of restructure themselves, and clearly, unfortunately, wasn't really didn't really work out too well in that particular match. But I'm sure they're definitely gonna want to bounce back later in this stage. But that's not what we're here for. We're here for the next match 2, XLG versus Titan Esports Club. This one I can't wait for, because it's a situation where Titan Esports Club has already played 2 matches, right? Whereas you have a situation with XLG, they haven't played yet. They're still coming fresh off of EWC. It's a situation where, unfortunately, they took some tough losses versus G2 and Gentlemates, but they're looking to bounce back here in the regional, so that they can make it back to their international and show what they can do.
Yeah, I think in terms of my mind, looking at this right now, the map veto going to matter a lot, because I'm not quite sure what Titan Esports Club has to show. They've been struggling quite a bit, and this map pool not looking great for them, because when you look at stage 1, the 2 maps that they had 100% win rate on, Bind and Pearl, no longer exist in the map pool. So it's a bit of a struggle for this team now, whereas Gilai has already been that team that dominates domestically and then struggles a little bit international, but they're looking to keep up that pace here in this split.
Absolutely. I mean, and honestly, XLG are perfectly capable internationally too. We've seen that before. But the thing is, obviously this year they really haven't had the levels of success internationally that they probably have wanted to. And so, like I said, that's probably going to give them drive and passion in order to actually get back there, so they can really prove themselves at champions. The other thing, though, that I do want to mention that actually may play a pretty significant part in what we might see today is the fact that EWC has just concluded, right? They had to take the time to prepare for matches at EWC rather than prepare, really explicitly for stage 2. And that's a situation that not a lot of teams in a Chinese region have had to do, right? So it's a situation where, you may see a little bit of, underpreparedness, at least compared to Titan Esports Club. And I think that really is the big advantage that they might have, Titan Esports Club might have versus XLG. So I definitely want to see how that's kind of gone, how After is prepared. And let's, I'm curious.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's potentially to a big benefit of Titan Esports Club if they've practiced the summit and they have a lot of experience on it, because you're going to imagine that Gilai XLG hasn't really put much practice or effort into it, but Titan's also not played that map, so it's not something that they've really got that experience on, where you'd think that they have that advantage here. If they're just hoping to stick to the same old maps that they always play, at least in my mind, it favors XLG.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think XLG in general have a little bit higher expectations for this match compared to Titan Esports Club, but I think out of all the matches for there to be an upset, just given the circumstances, this is definitely their chance. And it's honestly a situation where they need to. They are already 0-2. If they lose this match and go 0-3, honestly, it's going to be really difficult to climb back out of that. And already the expectations for getting to playoffs are slim.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with, DRG already 2-0, a lot of other teams having that victory. Titan Esports Club has to get something on the board, because otherwise it's going to be like a Wolves situation from last year where they're just stuck at the bottom and everybody else is beating everybody else. And I feel like Titan Esports Club has that potential. We've seen in the past that they have that potential. It's just never really quite come to fruition, and it's been a struggle so far for them. They have faced two pretty decent teams, so I'll give them the benefit of the doubt here, but I don't know, man. I need to see something more from Titan Esports Club.
100%. I completely agree with you. It's a situation where they literally just came off of 2 losses against DRG and Wolves. And realistically, we obviously just saw Wolves. That is a completely rebuilt roster, right? We just saw Wolves get absolutely dominated by all gamers, right? And so it's if they're getting 2-0'd by a new roster, it's a situation where things are looking a little bit scary, and they've really got to rein it in now. And I think that pressure is either going to make or break them.
Yeah, I mean, definitely going to be a situation that if it falls apart here, it's one of those where you talk about, oh, we're going to look at replacements yet again. Is Titan Esports Club going to be another team that rebuilds in this season? And hopefully the players are going to be wanting to find that success here. Maybe something different for them as we go through the skirmish, seeing who's potentially going to get that map pick. Happy Wave versus Dynamite. It's always an exciting thing to see. I love the way that they do it here in VCTCN.
True, and curious to see who wins this one. This one seems to be kind of close. I'm not gonna lie, 2-2, and of course, like, obviously it's fun. It's a skirmish, but at the same time, it carries some stakes, right? Because of course, it's gonna choose who gets to pick the maps first, who gets to be Team A, who gets to be Team B, and so I'm curious to see how that's gonna go. And it looks like I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. But I mean, hey, but again, I think both teams seem to kind of, or at least the players, just literally just based on that skirmish, just seem to be in high spirits. They're chilling, And I had mentioned pressure just now. I think that's actually really, really important for Titan Esports Club to just kind of say, hey, let's bring it down. Realistically, the pressure should be up here. Let's bring it down here. Let's just try to have fun, And I think that's what the goal should be here.
I guess all my predictions are wrong, Nobi, because it's XLG that just locks in Summit. They're like, okay, we've been just practicing. Apparently, they've been practicing it on the side. They know what they're doing on this map. Also know that Titan probably were scared of it, and maybe it was a gamble from Titan not banning it, but XLG decides we're going there for map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait. New map, Tier 1 VCT China. Absolute cinema. That's what I say. I can't wait for that. And of course, map 2, we have Ascent. Map 3, we're looking at Breeze. Honestly, I really, really do think personally XLG are, they're decent on Breeze. And so that's going to be interesting. I think the biggest thing here is for Titan Esports Club to come out the gate swinging. And I think it's going to be really, really important ultimately for Titan Esports Club to kind of come out really strong on that side, on that particular side, because of course, if you look, yeah, TEC are on attack. This is a super attack sided map, at least in my experience and in my research, mostly just because of the ease of getting mid control for the attackers and really the avenues that opens in terms of lurks. So I can't wait to see how that plays out. Obviously, this team is probably going to want to play sort of heavy into, at least initially, heavy into the mid defaults, trying to split whatever site they're trying to hit. I just think that's ultimately the best way to play the map. So I'm curious to see if they truly do, approach it that way, or if they have something else cooking.
Yeah, obviously, if people aren't aware, lore-wise, this is essentially Sage's training ground. And so the map, I remember when I was at Masters, the designers were talking about how the map is kind of designed for Sage, which is why you have these really small entrances onto site, which allows for that slow orb to really have massive impact and the potential to wall off specific angles. And it makes it difficult to play kind of on site when the attackers have taken it. So mid control, like you said, a lot more important, because otherwise you can get onto the site, but keeping that site is a big difficulty.
Right. I mean, I think for the defense, the important thing here is to just be aware of the holes that you're making throughout the map. Obviously, you have those doors that once closed are just completely done for the entire map. And, you know, a lot of folks, like, for instance, in ranked, you'll see a lot of players just opt to, or a lot of teams just opt to literally break the door instantly as soon as you get onto the site, and that's it. And on paper, that makes sense, but honestly, in tier 1, there's a little bit more depth to the play. I mean, you might want to, you know, take that extra space that the door would normally cover on attack. You might want to, you know, keep some avenues open. You as a defender might want to close the door to prevent anything. So, you know, I think there's going to be a lot more depth to that than one might initially expect, and I kind of can't wait to see that.
You say this, Nobi, but I'm telling you now, I watched Summit, BLG versus Wolves, and the doors were just still closed every single round. They didn't care. But the defenders were breaking the doors themselves because they didn't want to have to deal with it. So it was, maybe it's part of the essence of learning the map. And if something is unknown, it becomes scary. So they shut off the possibility by closing the doors. But so far, from what I watched from Billy versus Wolves, at least, they still just broke those doors.
100%. But even like you just mentioned, right, breaking that mid door right there, that can end up being actually a good thing for the defenders. It prevents lurks from popping up over literally almost into their spawn. So, you know, I think that's actually really important. It really just comes down to how they're feeling. But walkouts approaching in a little bit. Two teams are about to come out here and get ready to play stage 2. The stakes are higher than ever. Champions on the line. Let's see what we got. I absolutely can't wait. It's gonna be a fun match. I can't lie. Of course, you know, the expectations for XLG are what they are, and the expectations for Titan Esports Club are probably overall a little bit less. But I really do think that if there were a chance for an upset, it would be this game.
Yeah, I honestly, this game kind of an unknown to me, because we talk about map pool Summit. Neither of these teams have played Summit, so that's completely open. It just depends on your prep, and we've seen a variety of different compositions that have came in literally the very few times I've been able to watch this map. Go on to Ascent, split 1. Neither of these teams could play Ascent, obviously, and Breeze, both of them have a negative record on, so it's one of those matches where the map pool doesn't seem favored towards either side, which is a very exciting concept for us to have as casters at the very least.
Right. Yeah, completely agree. XLG walking out there. I saw the lightsaber. Was that like a lightsaber in the hands of one of the players? I like had to point that out. The nerd in me was just like...
You got
like,
so
what
excited.
In the world? I was like, wait, lightsaber. But there we go. XLG out there. Of course, now we have Titan Esports Club, and there's a player that I want to actually really two players that I want to specifically highlight here that are about to walk out, and that is going to be Haldong, and it's going to be Spitfires. Look at them. I absolutely love them. Haldong and Spitfires. Obviously, Haldong being one of probably the rocks of the team, being a steadfast player that we know can perform and is going to be solid in their util usage. I really do think that Haldong is just brings a lot of inherent value as a player to the team. So there's that. But on the other hand, Spitfires is just kind of like, I want to say, just that explosive energy, right? Obviously, that's your entry duelist. That's kind of what you want, right? But a lot of these frags, a lot of these mechanics, and a lot of these rounds, first bloods even, are going to come down to how Spitfires get set up and whether or not he's feeling confident enough to really get those first bloods in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, the most success that we kind of saw from Titan Esports Club in the last split was Dynamite and Spitfires playing this double duelist, playing off of each other, and just playing Waylay Neon and sending it onto site, which created so much space for the rest of the team. So I'm curious to see if that's kind of a dynamic they bring back, or whether it's something they try to shift away from, because obviously while it worked in some matches, other matches it looked a little bit dire.
Right? But I will say, even so, I mean, we haven't really seen them at all since stage 1. And of course, you know, it's a situation where realistically, the Waylay Neon comp is just not as good as it used to be. So, and I think honestly, even then when they were leaning into it, I wasn't particularly impressed with the way that their dynamic was on the entry. So I'm curious to see how they approach these comps, really, given the, you know, kind of the fact that the meta has shifted a little bit. So I definitely want to see how that works out. Who's going to be on entry duelist, who isn't. You know, it's definitely gonna be interesting for me. Spitfires, in my personal opinion, got a lot more value on the entry duelist as a Waylay, and so that's just personally who I'm watching more. But obviously Dynamite is by no means a player to scoff at, so yeah.
I guess it just depends on how much value they put into that double duelist, because when we have very limited data to go on for Summit, but it was two very different comps by BLG and Wolves when they played each other on this map. BLG opting for that double duelist, but locking it in with a Raze, whereas on the other side, we had Wolves that had no real proper entry duelist. They had Phoenix as their solo duelist and played a lot more skirmish heavy, but it didn't really work out for them. So I'm curious to see what we see, and as it does come in,
wow.
Both these teams with, I feel like Titan Esports Club for me have gone for what I would call like a bread and butter comp. It's kind of like, doesn't show anything exciting, maybe the Teo, but it's just very simple.
They're leaning into the lore. Spitfire's leaning into the lore of the map on Sage there. I mean, look, that's interesting. It's a really interesting comp. I'm seeing a Teho. I'm seeing on the other side from XLG, I'm seeing a Waylay, which is really interesting. Again, we just talked about it. Waylay being an agent that was nerfed and instantly started seeing less play. So, you know, yes, it speaks to the confidence of these players to continue playing her. But at the same time, you have to wonder, like, hey, is this agent still, you know, as viable as some other ones right now? How is that exactly going right now?
I think Waylay in part is great when you look at the fact that Sentinels are getting stronger, and especially you spoke about on this map, Sentinels can be kind of important because of how much lurk pressure the attacking side gets, and Waylay is one of the only entries that is very non-committal, can go into a site, realize, oh wait, there's 3 people here and some Cypher util, and just get straight back out again.
Yeah, for sure. Well, here it goes. I absolutely can't wait. Match number 1 on the cards. It's Summit, and obviously we are seeing a lot of A pressure from the defenders, at least at the moment. That one way is just so strong.
Yeah, and not really wanting to commit any proper util to clear it out. Lucas does have the drone available, but doesn't feel like they need to use it. They want to pressure mid. We spoke about how important this was going to be, and that door already broken. Don't even need to worry about that for the defender side. I feel like this is kind of becoming the meta of the map.
I completely agree. I mean, like I said earlier before the match, it does a great job of preventing lurks up from the attackers, which is a constant threat on this map. So I really do think that's a pretty significant point of contention that you kind of just want to eliminate. That's exactly what they've done here, as they just walk up over into B, sort of the weak site here. Only gonna be Rarga and Happy Way that are here, but here comes the entry anyway.
Raga, not really a player you normally want to walk into, and showcasing why as 2 kills come through, but the rest of the attack flooding in very slowly. Coco's managing to pick up a few for themselves as well, and it's left in a 3 versus 3 situation.
And honestly, great set of refrags there from Coco to stabilize. That spike is going to come down. It's a 3v3 though, and look at Coco!
Manages to pick up 3 for them. Lysor trading it back though, but it's an awkward situation. Defenders have both sides shut off. No man really trying to find this timing as Lysor peeks out, has all the information. It all comes down to the gunfight, but it's Dynamite that will come through. We spoke about that duelist power, and it's Dynamite that is actually able to showcase it.
Explosive there on just in terms of the mechanics in general. Rarga, of course, getting 2. Coco answering back. It was so back and forth in terms of the round, but Dynamite able to close it out here. You can see that little bit of the spam through the box did wonders, just simply because of the fact that it was good damage, but also just kind of slowed down the player. So it was honestly very, very well played from Dynamite. Of course, round 2 now, though. It's going to be interesting. Seems a lot more heavy towards A, at least right now.
Mid pressure coming out from Rarga. Oh, you can't just be doing that on your save round. Just absolutely rips the head off Dynamite. And now Titan Esports Club left with a very big issue of who is going to take space towards these sites.
I mean, honestly, the defensive spread to start out in this round was a little bit odd to me. They had like virtually no one on A. They had, as you can see right now, 3 people in A link. And I think the only situation in which this maybe works out for XLG is if Titan Esports Club just decide to kind of go over towards that area of the map, which they are not. They're just going to walk over into B, just say, hey, I'm not going to risk it at all. And that's honestly the smartest decision here as they get that information with the salvo or with the drone.
Yeah, nothing to be heard. The wall is going to go up. Only want to commit 1 smoke, save 1 for later. And it is going to be heard by XLG, but it becomes a bit difficult because you look at the weaponry and you're kind of just hoping that maybe No Man can find a few lucky headshots as they're all split apart from each other and there's not really much util to play off of.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a situation where you want to 100% try to die to the spike. Obviously, No Man has some weaponry to work with and is going to try to get something here, but it's all for Nada. Spitfires grabs those ecos.
Just sadly going to sit in this corner, I guess. Not really much else they can do. Wait for that spike. Was maybe potentially hoping for like an exit, especially if Lucas was to go that way. Could have picked up a Phantom for themselves, which would have been great. But Titan Esports Club, too well prepared for that. Knows that they need to leave the safe way, get themselves out. And this round becomes the all-important one. Rarga has been getting these opening picks, though, which I think is going to be worrying if this is a theme that carries on throughout this map.
I mean, Rarga, these past 2 rounds, we don't even have that much of a, we don't even have that much data to work with, but just over the past 2 rounds, Rarga has been insane. I mean, you got to be kidding me. That Headhunter working absolute wonders for him, and going to look to continue to do so on the B side. This could be really dangerous for them as he looks to be really, really apt with those first bloods here. But let's see how he ends up approaching this round. He's just holding with, oh, no. He's holding with Happy Way. Ags ends up getting the trade, and actually it does go the way of XLG. But now Happy Way is pretty much alone here and actually gets almost borderline taken out.
I saw on the other side trying to anchor, has spotted 2 members, but with that wall available, going to be able to wall off mid as well. The Harbor wasn't really something we got to speak too much about as we got into this game, but it's not a pick-off scene yet. Double controller for XLG, an interesting composition that's kind of designed to slow down and starve out information from Titan Esports Club. And when you're already missing your duelist, becomes so much more difficult to decide where to go because every play has to feel like a contact play.
100%. I think when you have teams, especially defensive teams, that are like heavy fighting mid on this map, it becomes a situation where you have 2 options. You either try to brawl back and just, it's a massive team fight, or you just kind of chill out and, try to obviously keep control of the other extremities. Oh no! And that's exactly right there. That is 100% the strength of the attackers gaining mid on this map. You saw them right outside of Trophy taking that link space, and now it just became a problem. They were able to take that site so easily, and now all of a sudden they have numbers advantage in this post plant, a 3v2.
Lysor and No Man, well, they have rifles that's matched on the other side, and the numbers disadvantage is not there. I'm not quite sure of the play. The dash maybe not creating the space that's needed, but it's given Lysor an opportunity to at least get 2 kills. A 1 versus 1 situation now, but Haldong, the veteran, ever calm, ever able to clutch these out.
That's exactly what I was referring to when I called him earlier. I said that he was the rock of the team. He's steadfast, and it's pretty obvious there. Played it extremely patiently. Honestly, I was extremely afraid there that we were gonna see some crazy stuff going on there from Lysor, but it was unfortunately for XLG all for naught. So, you know, of course, they now have to reset a little bit. They are once again on an eco round and have to try to work with something over in, you know, throughout the map here.
Yeah, it's weird that they've still kept themselves a bit spread. I guess hoping that Raga can get a pick through B main. But you spoke about mid, spoke about starving that information with the smokes. It feels like they've done that at the start of the round, but then eventually Titans just kind of withheld long enough to be able to creep up, and it's happened yet again. At least Happy Way is watching it now, but Dynamite is just quicker on the draw.
Yep. And of course, this is a round where XLG are not going to be as ready or as willing to fight up into mid, just given the weaker weaponry. But the fact that they're more or less just completely allowing Titan Esports to just push up for free and just walk up and kill them, it's rough. It's not actually, there's no value being gained there. And so as you can see, Dynamite on an absolute tear. What is going on? Oh, Dynamite. Yeah, that's a scary one right there.
And it's a scary prospect of a round. I was going to say if anyone could do it, it would be Raga, but no hope there with only the Headhunter in hand. And I think this really kind of highlights the issue that sometimes you might have on a composition like this. You're playing double controller. It kind of relies on your ability to win these opening gunfights and play these unique angles, because you haven't got those flashes to be able to force any fights, really. You're very limited on what fights you can take, and you're relying a lot on that individual skill.
Yeah, very, very true. And of course, this is a situation right now where obviously it is 0-4. XLG are not in a great situation just because of the fact that, of course, this is XLG's map pick. Happy Way with a great entry, though. Wait a minute.
I've never even seen that angle on the box before, but no, man. Just backing away there. They are going to give up that B main control, and Ultimate invested right at the start of the round, and that's why Sage is so good on this map. We saw it there. Spitfire throws a single slow orb, and the entire push from XLG was stopped. And it does still net them a kill, but they would have wanted a lot more on that.
Of course, that is 100% right there. The advantage of playing Sage on this map, the advantage of playing double Sentinel in general, is you have just generally a lot more stall to work with. So obviously that is one of the strengths of their comp. I think it's good that they're trying to play into it. As you can see, Raga, don't you dare. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
What's it?
Oh, okay.
Oh, the elbow just peeks out, and Titan has found their way onto site, but No Man here ready and waiting. Dynamite looking to trade that one out, but here come the rest of the team. Coco is left all alone. Not really much to do there, and it was that start of the round, the pressure from XLG that just let them bring that round to their advantage so easily.
And you know what? Honestly, the crossfires on that site were really, really solid. You have to give a lot of credit there to XLG to really be able to hold that as well as they did. Raga just literally sitting there with the op, just chilling out. But nevertheless, that is one on the board. XLG's first. And of course, they're going to hope they can string together some momentum here later into this half. I mentioned it earlier as well. This is generally considered an attack-sided map. So, oh, wait a minute. This Armageddon, that is so good there. These players in XLG are just so solid here.
The Armageddon was so good, but the positioning from Happyway was just even better. Finding these gaps on site. Now it's Coco again. The last player alive and has the ultimate to get out of there, but doesn't even have the spike. Is being watched. There's so many players waiting on every corner. Raga with an operator, not the player you want to peek. Deciding which angle to go towards. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, the smoke will go up. Has a teleport to maybe get to relative safety, but it will not matter as Raga was on the hunt.
Raga has been on the hunt this entire game. It is, honestly, it's quite insane how he's just, at least thus far, seemingly been able to choose the right position with whatever gun he's using in every situation. It's honestly really impressive, and you got to give a lot of props to him for having the performance that he has had thus far in this map. This guy's 9-5, doing excellently, and is going to continue to be a force to be reckoned with those op lines in mid.
And now, XLG starting to get a little bit of momentum. Titan Esports Club would love to cut them out here. Maybe wanting to go for a bit of an aggressive play, but the utility stopping them. No man in a very forward position, and it will be their demise as 2 players already down for XLG, and the site looks like it is just for free.
Absolutely insane that Coco was able to get up so far and is still up far as he manages to find the king of the map so far. And of course, this is now a situation where XLG are in a world of hurt. It's all down to Happyway, and he cannot do jack squat.
And I was talking about how XLG had that momentum a little bit, 2 rounds back to back. Titan Esports Club wants to cut that in half, and what a way to do it. A flawless round that just comes from pure aggression. Look how far Coco is up. I think that was literally only 20 seconds into the round, and they're already peeking your spawn.
100%. I mean, Coco was 100% the MVP for that round, and obviously, if you look at the scoreboard, is doing just as well, actually better than Raga is, who I have obviously been glazing a little bit this match. But look, Coco has just gotten so much value on this Omen with the TPs. They have been so solid this entire game. So credit where credit is due, but you can see No Man in a situation where he's actually fairly far up on B. So he's going to get really good info as to where these players are. He's going to choose to actually back up a little bit. And
as the ultimate, the convergent pass available, if they want to slow this push down for just a moment. Utility to work with here, but not wanting to use it just yet. Wants to know if it's a full commitment before they send it. But here it comes. The mollies, though, a position that's going to force them back, so nobody can really play off of this. And the ultimate used for nothing, and TEC still has 40 seconds to work with.
Yeah, and of course now, they have 40 seconds, but time is ticking down. Obviously, you have a situation where Raga is just kind of sitting on A. You're seeing Lysor rotating as well, trying to stop this split push, and obviously that smoke is going to come down that cove. And we may just see a spam here. It's honestly quite likely. There goes 1, 2, and 3 from Lysor.
Love to see that from them. 3 kills back to back. Just the time dwindling down. I said they had enough, but they felt so pressured to get the site straight away. And you got to question, where was Dynamite in all that? The sole surviving player, that's your entry. That's the person you're expecting to get you that space out of the smoke. But instead, they were in mid, just trying to find a potential rotate.
Yeah. Look, I really do think that they had the read. They understood that that team was going to take mid control and end up splitting A. Lysor in an excellent off angle there near the door just to catch everyone out unexpected, and then it worked out completely well for them.
Now this game, as even as potentially even could be, the only difference is 2 in the round score. Titan once again wanting to stop that momentum from XLG.
Very true. And obviously you have this smoke that cuts off that super long mid angle there. So honestly, at this point, XLG don't really have that much of an idea who's in mid, who isn't in mid. But I think this is going to be, once again, another A split play. We're seeing that high tide come out. And No Man finding one, but the trades are virtually instant. Everyone on XLG is ready for this split push. They're expecting it. So is Rarga.
And Rarga, oh my gosh, those shots. I just never get bored of watching Rarga play. And the aggression from Titan, I love the idea to split, but sprinting through a harbor wall with not really much information, not a play that's going to be effective most of the time. I mean, you see Dynamite does their job there, tries to get space onto site, but the rest of the team completely cut off from them, and it just ends up being a funnel where one player at a time is running through, and they just get dismantled by XLG.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a very well-used timeout from Titan Esports. I think they need it right now. I think they just need to take a chill pill for a little bit. They had an excellent start. They need to figure out what kind of changed, how XLG has adapted, and how to kind of change things up, how to bounce back. So yeah, I think that's honestly the best thing for them. And honestly, that was really, we mentioned Rarga. That wasn't even Rarga's round. That was No Man's round. He got 3. He got 3. It was incredible.
I feel like that round, though, is just, it kind of defines how XLG has been historically as a team. They are a team. It's like everybody contributes to that play together. I feel like you put any of those players in that position, they get those same amount of kills because the setup was just so good from them. They knew. It was almost they were in the heads of Titan Esports Club. They knew it was going to be a split. They had everybody ready, set up for the split. And no matter where these players went, there was somebody waiting for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of that, in my personal opinion, the past few rounds, that has been the story every single time with XLG. They have been they've had excellent reads, and I think that's the main reason why they've seen so much success. But of course, new round, they are extremely cautious of Rarga's op here, but will it matter? That's the question. Double swing, and Rarga takes Dynamite's life, but the res is online.
Yeah, they were definitely right to be cautious of the op, and they should have been a bit more cautious about No Man, who crept up through B, created that space, and now the split isn't even really an option if they're gonna go towards B. It just has to be a force, but there's a paranoia here waiting for them. The second they're spotted, out comes that flash. It's such good team play from XLG, and Leo gets 3. No Man finishes off the round, and XLG just looks like perfection right now.
And this is where things get scary, Snow. This is where things get terrifying for Titan Esports. When XLG gets confident, that is a problem. Because as you can see, these players are just 100%. They have no issue just swinging completely off the back of that paranoia. Getting 2 more, 2 in mid. Insane stuff. And No Man just was kind of chilling. Leo also was just swinging everywhere. Oh my goodness. I mean, impressive. So impressive that they're this confident in this situation. And now scores all tied up.
Scores all tied up, but Titan Esports Club on that save. Only Sheriffs in their hands. And we have seen what players in this league can do without weapons, so you wouldn't count them down and out just yet, but it definitely makes it a bit harder for them.
True, and as you can see, I mean, Titan Esports towards A right now. Howdong will actually fall towards B. Now, XLG understand that is the lurker, so they understand that the players are most likely towards mid or A. Leo finds Dynamite as well, and now things are just starting to fall apart before they've even really gotten any space to work with.
Mid control has been gained, though. That is to the benefit of them, but these links still being watched, a trip ready and waiting for them if they are to go, and that harbor wall just cutting them off. Don't do the same play again. This didn't work for you last round, but only 30 seconds to work with. They have to make a move somewhere.
True, and they have to hope that someone makes a mistake on XLG Spitfires, trying to just chill in the corner there. That's one found. The rest of the players don't have a lot of help, and it's gonna be Leo 2 Electric Boogaloo here. Oh my, another 3K back to back.
Didn't like the first one, clearly wanted to get a better one, so he decided to do it in back-to-back rounds, I guess. I mean, I feel like you highlighted it perfectly. This first pick here onto the lurker just gave XLG all of the information they needed. They knew it had to be a mid or an A play. With the timer dwindling lower and lower, they just had the read on Titan, and that's what it's felt like, at least for these last set of rounds. XLG just constantly has the read on where Titan wants to play.
Yeah, a little bit uncharacteristic from Haldong, in my opinion, who generally is very good at not giving up his position, at least not without getting a kill first. And so a little bit of a rare misstep from him, as it did really ultimately give XLG all the info they needed. And of course, now we're going to see a drone over towards A. We may see a kill too. What is that? Larga.
No vision, no care at all. What is that? I mean, that is an opening pick that is going to haunt Titan Esports Club. Spitfires, it's already gone down, and you would argue not the most important agent for this composition at the very least. So Titan Esports Club still has that option to enter onto a site, but definitely becomes more difficult in a numbers disadvantage, and they've got another operator here ready and waiting. Schoolboy error there for Happyway. A bit of calamity, chaos, as the site is being taken. Util used from both sides. Raga just has to push in with the op if they want to go in. But how has this round gone so well for Titan Esports Club? It wasn't supposed to be their round, but somehow a mishap from Happyway just throws it all away.
I mean, I saw the vision. I 100% did. He wanted to stay as long as possible to get an entry kill there, but unfortunately just stayed a little bit too long. Probably just mistimed like how long that he could stay before needing to TP out of there before the Armageddon got him. And as you can see, just was not able to get it. It wasn't even the timing, more or less. Honestly, it was more so just the positioning. Didn't necessarily understand where he had to stand or how far he had to TP in order to get out of that situation, and ended up causing his demise. So find ourselves at halftime 6-6. XLG with an excellent bounce back after 4 rounds in a row.
And you got to think maybe potentially a bit worrying for Titan, because 2 of those rounds came from the pistol round and that freebie that comes afterwards, essentially. So XLG definitely looking like the stronger team during those even buy rounds. So for me, this pistol, very important if Titan wants to keep any kind of round differential that they might want to have, considering how that first half went.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think all things considered, this really was a good half for XLG. To have an attack side map and have the score be completely tied at the half, I think is an advantage for them ultimately, and they're going to want to 100% play into that going forward. And I'm curious to see how they approach the attack. Again, we mentioned this before the game. It's a little bit interesting how XLG, being the one who had objectively less prep time, decided to pick Summit, the new map. It's interesting. So I definitely want to see how that ends up playing out on attack, how these players kind of approach these hits. I think that their comp is a little bit more geared towards this fast attack play. Obviously, Raga is just kind of someone who can hold an angle and call it a day, but you obviously have No Man on these entries with the Waylay, who is really, really strong on entries. Leo has excellent utility with that fade, so I'm curious to see how long. Okay, and as soon as the round starts, I just mentioned it, and Raga is already doing something crazy.
Yeah, screw holding an angle. Raga wants to take fights and wants to go for even more here, as a potential A split could be the call. Not really much info on where these defenders could be, but Spitfire's going down. That creates a lot of space for this XLG squad. Both of them are backed off the site. They're trying to hold the Alamo right here, as now they are just holding back this onslaught of members from XLG that floods towards this site, and they've done a decent job of it considering the circumstances. And it's now the leader, Haodong, that has to clutch this one up.
Did an excellent job getting trades there. That was the big thing. That was an incredible hold from Coco there on the site as well. Able to get so much value. Now they've spotted out Haodong, the last player to stand, who has to do something here. Shots are coming out. Ends up getting dinged. And there's only one thing left for you guys on XLG to do. Of course, Haodong, no stranger to the clutch moment. What more can you do? Spots out one of the players. 1-2! What is that? Haodong with absolute heroics, and he's on his feet. Oh my goodness! What in the world was that?
I thought that round was done for. It was a crossfire. It was perfect. The TP out to just play site together. I mean, this round looks so good for XLG, especially with that start right there, that opening pick, and this site take. You've got to really commend these two players that were on site for making this a potential winnable round, but that is pure insanity from Haodong right there, and you could expect nothing less from a player of this caliber.
I said he was no stranger to the clutch moment. He heard me. He heard me. He literally heard me. But, I mean, look, that's exactly, like you said, what you'd expect. Haodong is picking up right where he left off as well with another pick. And, yeah, I mean, that's heartbreaking for Titan Esports to lose that pistol there.
Utility to stall this push out has been great. Smokes used, scaring XLG away. And they have to go back towards mid, but no pressure has really been created there. Raga has managed to sneak through towards B Link, but Coco now checking it and going to cut off any other potential players getting there.
And it looks like, once again, mid control for XLG. They understood exactly where they needed to go. And really the only purpose of making noise there was to insert Raga in the position that he's in right now. He doesn't really have to do much. The door is closed. The only thing that he has to be weary of is this push up from A Link. And there's no one there right now. There's no one pushing up. He's just going to chill right past the trip. Of course, Dynamite has the angle here. You're going to see some decent shots potentially. This Outlaw is absolutely deadly in this situation, but they're just going to try to peak this in a high-low. And Raga getting value once again. And it's going to force Dynamite to back off. His job is done.
Spike down. A little money going to be gained for them either way, but a classic. Not really much else to do in that round, but slowly meet your demise. Tiny Sports Club started this off strong, but this is what we said about the first half as well. They had 4 rounds in a row before XLG managed to get onto the board, and XLG, I feel like, not going to be feeling the pressure just yet, as this becomes kind of an important round for them. Should be one that goes their way, but we saw Titan Esports Club have an answer for it in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, what a round from them. Titan Esports Club now finding themselves once again on top, and I mentioned it again before the game. This is a map that they really need to win in terms of just purely the mental, the confidence perspective, right? If you manage to steal XLG's map pick here in a situation where on paper you are already unfavored in terms of the odds to win, I honestly think it's a decent potential for an upset here.
Slower round now from XLG. They know there's a potential risk of a stack. There's a trap play that was set up towards A Link, so it's a good job they didn't go there. Instead, pressuring towards this B site, which, if they were to go at that current moment in time, would have only one player watching it, but now rotates come through. They've drawn another member over and just trying to slowly work the map and get a potential pick. Spitfire spots them out though. And moving into this Sage Cypher is going to be a daunting task.
Oh yeah, this is going to be real difficult, especially with this being the site where both Sentinels are. They're going to break through. Haldong in this position, close left here. The question is, do they clear him out? Not quite. 1, 2, but there's a player on the side. You got to be careful.
But just from the back of there, XLG managing to clean up the kills, find those trades. Weapons down. Lucas, don't pull off a miracle again. My heart can't handle it. No. I don't want to see Haldong V2.
Oh, no. Yeah, he's going to creep up and kind of put himself in the same exact position. It's a little bit scary now. They are 100% going to be way more cautious on this approach here, as it looks like Rarga has got something else to say. He's not letting that happen again.
Does not want history to repeat itself, understandably so. But 3 rifles went down from the side of XLG, so in terms of gaining momentum into this next round, it's going to be a bit more difficult. The economy a bit more damaged, not quite a clean round, but it's still a round nonetheless.
Yep. I mean, 100%. Obviously, that being the bonus round, I do think that that's honestly not too bad of an outcome for Titan Esports. Is now they are, of course, only up by 1, but they're going to want to get some sort of value here early on in this gun round, just because it is equal footing at the moment. But at the same time, they look to be holding steadfast. A, the strong side of the map. And C, Lucas hovering over towards mid, trying to maintain any info gained, trying to prevent anyone from pushing up too far.
Split Sentinels across each site, so they have somebody there to try anchor and slow down any push that might come through. It's A-Link that seems to be the point of pressure. Dynamite would be the opening person here, looking for this fight, just staying on the angle, even though they know that they're there. A jump peek across means Dynamite has to escape. And Happyway hasn't been heard, but there's an inkling from Spitfires that they're there, and shutting down that attack will give them all that they need. Raga, what are you doing there? Just all alone on site. But now with only 30 seconds left, XLG feels like they have to push.
Yeah, here comes the split as well. Over through mid, Haldong trying to just save it. And has been doing a great job thus far, but Lucas ready to help as well. Only 1 left, and it's going to be Lysor, who will not be able to do anything, as Dynamite claims the last kill. What a hold from Haldong there.
What an awkward round from XLG. I wasn't quite sure what was going on there. They had a player both lurking up to contact through A and a player lurking up to contact through B. It's such aggressive play from them that the fact that Raga and Happyway, I believe, were just so far up by themselves, isolated, just gave 2 free kills to Titan Esports Club, which once you give that to them, they are not going to let you get away with the round.
Yeah, and I was just about to say we should be seeing a timeout here from Havoya, who's has got some words to say clearly.
Very passionate.
Doing his best PRX Alex cosplay over there. You can see on the other side, you can see after company, they're just chilling. They're just you know, all right, guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
They know. We're up in this game. We're beating them right now. No need to change anything. XLG on the attack. I haven't liked anything that I've seen so far. I feel like even the round that they've won it's been one that was very chaotic and just kind of came down to that gunplay at the end of the day. When compared to their defense, they had so many set plays, so many trap plays, so many strats that they could really. The book was long and it was a good read, whereas now on attack, XLG, they aren't showing that same depth and diversity that we've seen from them across all their games, across all their splits.
I really do think that across this map, we haven't really seen a whole lot of reads, like hard reads from either team. I think a lot of this has just been kind of sticking to their guns, sticking to kind of the set plays that they have, and obviously a lot of that is just simply due to the fact that the map is new. There's a lot of their focus is just kind of how they want to approach the map in general, given that it's their first official match playing it, and we have a lot of util being expended here. Look at Spitfires just in there. What in the world?
Looking for more as well. It is going to be able to, not quite find Happy Way. It's going to be taken down, but it gives Dynamite that space to pick off No Man. And just like that, Titan Esports Club going to back away. Numbers advantage for them. They know that they don't need to be the ones to pressure the site. It's XLG that have that weight on their shoulders.
And now, of course, XLG being down numbers, have to regroup, have to choose how they want to approach the rest of this round. And it looks like the answer to that is going to be to push up towards A main. And Esports have a decent spread here. At least one player ready to defend the site. Lucas just waiting here, and here comes the Armageddon. They're gonna have to be forced right into the site, and there goes the special delivery as well. Amazon Prime. There you go, Lucas and Coco cleaning it up, and Titan Esports Club find themselves up 3.
I was going to say maybe the Armageddon use was a bit overstated, but I mean, it just won them the round. They put so much pressure on Titan Esports, on XLG, sorry, to make something happen. And that mid play, I love that they are just pushing for that pressure, giving no opportunity for XLG to set up what they want to do in the round.
I mean, and I'll tell you what, that was a really good ult from Lucas, in my opinion. I really think that regardless of whether the Armageddon actually got a kill or not, the fact that the use of that combined with the special delivery there and being able to stun a player, get pretty much a free pick, and continue to hold the site, that is so huge. It provides so much value. Obviously now there was noise in B, and there's so many players on Titan Esports Club that just went right over. Oh my!
What are you supposed to do? You pop your smokes, you pop your util, and then Sage says nope. Wall, slow, smoke, everything just comes out on top of that main entrance. And this is what we spoke about for this map: is you have to play through mid, because if you don't split onto these sites, the entrances are just so small that it's hard to make anything happen. But Dynamite, how have you found yourself here, looking at the back of all these players? But it is going to be Happy Way behind them to shut that off.
Yeah, well, yeah, Happy Way shutting that down. That could have been devastating. I mean, even the fact that Dynamite was able to get one there was unfortunate, and I really think that was quite the oversight from XLG in terms of the positioning there. But now they actually find themselves in a much better position than they have in a lot of rounds. Lucas! What is that?
Caught sleeping there for a second, and it might just have been the thing that cost them the round. A numbers advantage now for Titan Esports Club. Making the move forwards. Convergent pass to slow them down, though. XLG doing such a good job of just dwindling this timer down, wanting to play for every second they can, not quite committing to a fight. They've been forced back into sight. Coco's found the one. It's No Man left alone. But the timer is just so low. Do they have enough?
Yep. Oh, wait, maybe not. I actually don't think they have time. It's all done. Wait a minute. That is an absolute lifeline for XLG there, to be able to defend the site long enough to be able to get that spike to go off. And I mean, what a shot from Lucas. Yeah, that is utterly insane. What kind of shooting error did I just see? You know what? All skill, baby, all skill.
I was gonna say, oh, Raga should have got that one. Raga, how are you not getting that kill? That is just so unfortunate. But now the operator has been picked up for Titan Esports Club. Dynamite gonna be the one wielding this weapon. Knows that there's players here trying to peek towards, and no real utility to clear them back now. Picks up No Man, gets out for free, and here comes all the util to just stop this push from site. But Raga through the smoke.
Yeah, you've got to be joking.
It doesn't matter though. Lucas in a position to just pick up the rest of the members, but it's Dynamite fighting on site. It's absolute chaos as Coco TP's in, but Happy Way, making up from their sins earlier on this B site, has now made it a 2 versus 1. Spitfires has to be the hero, has that wall to work with for a potential defuse if they want to use it, and has managed to find one already.
1v1 now. Happy Way versus Spitfires. Both players perfectly capable. We know that. But the position's known, but it doesn't even matter! Spitfires!
How many clutches are we going to see in this game, Nobi? 1 versus 2 seem to be favored for the 1 within this matchup, because every time we seem to see that situation, somebody pulls out the heroic play. And Raga, can you stop doing this? It's just not fair.
Oh my goodness. That was incredible. But I will say immediately that Dynamite had the op line on B, but honestly, XLG wasn't even aware of that simply because of the fact that they had players just breaking util. Dynamite had players breaking util for him. And so he didn't even have to shoot his op or anything like that. They didn't know that there was an op until someone was already dead. And that's so good right there. Excellent team play overall.
Stall towards A means that XLG is going to rotate quickly over towards B. Play was potentially just pressure A, move B. A drone was used in mid though, so they know that there's nobody else there and they are walking straight into this op.
Don't do it again. No. Can we not see the same thing again? I hope not. Oh no. Don't do it. Yep, there goes the entry, but Haldong has got his back! Shots are out! And unfortunately, the whiff is there. And so is the spike plant, a 3v3 now. Lysor has the Sheriff and 60 health. There's an op online as well from Rarga. They just got to hold as well as they possibly can. Question is, do they expect a Lysor in this position? I'm not sure if they do.
I don't know if they were expecting Raga on the op though. That shot goes through and there's no utility to clear them out. So this player is just going to rip through any potential retake. Lysor, like you said, that position was not expected. And a round that shouldn't have gone the way of XLG is going to be their saving grace.
It's true. It's absolutely true. And honestly, I really think that unfortunately the round was lost simply just because Dynamite missed that op shot. Haldong ended up getting 2 before dying. If Dynamite had gotten that 1 op pick, it would have been a situation where they would have been up numbers. They wouldn't have had to worry too much. But obviously there we see a thrifty round instead from XLG. Another lifeline round from them. And they just need to continue to snowball that momentum as Titan Esports Club now sit on this eco.
Raga very happy to keep that up. Been doing so well with that weapon in this game, so why not? But it does mean it's a little bit of a slower play from XLG, potentially just looking for a pick instead. No Man's already made so much pressure towards mid, but there's 3 players from Titan Esports Club that have crept up Link. This could be their demise though, as Leo has already picked up 1, and the rest of them will have to scurry away.
They're just walking out of there, and as you can see, XLG excellent mid space, but just waiting to break this trip, waiting for the timing. But this is honestly, I'm not sure how I feel about this because it's just giving time for Titan Esports to go ahead and rotate. We know how strong these holds can be sometimes. Dynamite not able to get any value whatsoever. No one is at all.
Coco, a very unlikely hero in a situation like this. Only as a bandit, you might even expect that instead of giving up those ult orbs, would potentially just look to die to the spike instead. So there's not even a weapon on the map for them to grab. And every angle is covered. Should be 10 rounds to 11. If this is a round that Coco would win, I think I'd just throw my headset off and leave.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm walking off if I saw a round win here, but it's definitely not going to happen. Just going to look to pretty much just, I believe, like you said, die to the spike. And that would certainly be the wise decision here. Doesn't want to give any orbs to anyone. Varga 2 off of the tour de force. Lysor only 1 off of the ult as well, and exactly what will happen. Coco falls, and now all of a sudden things getting a little bit scary here for Titan Esports Club. They have to bounce back while they have guns this round, or else we may see a tie game, and we may actually potentially be looking at something like an overtime.
An overtime, a scary prospect, an interesting prospect for sure, but XLG, it feels like the start of each of these halves, they have started off really slow and then started to get the reads, started to pick up what Titan Esports Club are doing and get that momentum in their favor. And this half, no different, as 1 round away from evening up the scoreline. The 2 ops could potentially go into a duel right here. Both were peeking towards mid, but it is going to be a hit over towards A. Multiple ultimates used to get them onto site. And it's going to have to be a full retake from Titan Esports Club on this one.
Oh, yeah. This one's gonna be rough, but a 5v5 retake certainly is doable. We do have a late mid lurk here coming out from Rarga, who's going to try to get some value over here. We know how scary he can be with this weapon. They have to be extremely weary of it, but there are 4 players in that area. The ult comes out, Rarga instantly gets value. The rest of the team pushing up to get him off the angles. It is rough. I mean, XLG's position is so hard to break here.
Yeah, and are they potentially just saving?
Yep.
They're saving a 4v5. Wow. I mean, I guess for them, it's very important that, because if they lose this round and keep no rifles into the next, it should just be an XLG map point. So it makes sense. But that kill is so good for Lysor to get. It just damages that economy a bit more.
True, they did get that op online, and it's going to force Rarga to buy it up again. But honestly, the crucial reason why they lost that round was simply just because they didn't really have enough players on A to properly defend it. They had to, players had to kind of just run off of the site and play off. And we had a situation where Dynamite with that operator couldn't really do a whole lot. Just simply because he was stuck in mid, and by the time he knew that it was an A-pop, there was already a wall there. So, it's part of the advantage of Harbor. It's kind of just like once that wall's up, it's really rough because peeking through that thing is more or less a death sentence.
Especially with players the level of this caliber, the shots that they can hit are already insane, let alone slowing yourself down, making yourself a sitting duck. But 11-11 now. Only 3 rifles going to be pulled into this round by Titan Esports Club, and it's got to feel bitter, right? They've done so well, but they're so close to the finish line. In this round, the pressure that they are going to feel, it's make or break for them.
I'll tell you what, though, Titan Esports Club have made this a damn good match. Both teams have made this a damn good match. It is incredible. But last time out being used there by Titan Esports, none left. XLG have only 1 to use, and as we come into the latter stages of regulation, every single round, every single play will matter immensely. 2 players sitting here over on the A site. Dynamite on the op line. And plenty of info gain, but yeah, that's got to be dangerous for you, Spitfires. You got to be really careful there. Wall comes up, and Leo manages to find Dynamite. Team instantly going to back off. They now have a ton of space towards B. We may see some rotates actually being prompted off of that, but it's all a ruse. Look at XLG going right back.
And not only that, what we notice as well on the minimap is Armageddon has already been forced out. Titan Esports Club no longer access to that ability. which was so good for them in the early rounds. Spitfires in a perfect angle, but it is traded out. Numbers advantage still for this XLG side as No Man's made it onto site, but there's a bit of a gap between everybody else getting there. It is going to be given by Titan Esports Club, though. They are going to fancy their chances in the retake.
I will say, I was just about to point it out, there wasn't any util at all to clear out Spitfires. It's honestly a miracle that they were able to get away with only losing one player there. No Man, though, in an excellent off angle, and it will punish Titan Esports immensely. Coco, the last one to stand in a 1v4, now a 1v3, sees out. Completely deaf, completely seized, completely decayed, and completely out of options.
That honestly feels like for the whole of Titan Esports Club right here, completely out of options. Money going to be so weak into this round. I'll be interested to see if they can even buy up rifles for themselves. You look at that buy, 3 rifles, a Guardian, a Bulldog. It's not the worst buy, but it's definitely a weakened state to be in, and it's going to be a rough round for them to convert.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is rough. They've definitely got to get some sort of read here if they want a decent chance. Raga now with the Tour de Force online. These 2 players that are stuck in mid, that's a little bit scary now that you have 3 players just sitting there. One found, though. Dynamite with a good start. But there
just wanting
goes
to push
the util
forwards.
as well.
Fair enough. I mean, wanting to opt into those fights was just a bit too long on the smoke, though, to be able to get them that space on Link. And now, XLG that number down. Titan Esports Club going to be feeling a little bit better about this round, but they've given up a Link, which is a dangerous position for them to be in. Not quite sure where this XLG squad could be, and to be honest, XLG doesn't really know where they want to go to yet either. But Happy Way evening up the numbers.
It's a huge pick right there. To be able to find one of the Sentinel players is huge. There are still 2 players over towards A, but one's actually rotating off. We're seeing some Fade utility. We're seeing a Prowler. And obviously in this situation, Dynamite is going to go ahead and call Lucas back over towards the site. Eye broken. And here comes the entry. One found. And there it goes. They're all mowed down. Lucas finding the kill. And the last one to stand is No Man. Convergent pass getting popped. Here comes the dash onto the site. No Man with 1. Lucas ready for the trade. And overtime is here.
What a crazy prospect over how this game's gone. It was a save. They got that opening pick, but then it got traded. And I was so ready for this to be an XLG map win. But Titan Esports Club, not only just the whole squad, but Lucas in that final round, making that pivotal, aggressive play to just close this one out.
Yeah, Lucas is genuinely the one who kind of broke that round open entirely, able to not only get those 2 in the smoke, but instantly get that trade as soon as No Man went in after that convergent pass. That was huge, but now we find ourselves in our first overtime round. XLG once again back on defense. And Titan Esports, I was a pretty big fan of the way they approached their attack early on, but of course, we saw them start to falter a little bit towards the latter stages of that first half, so I'm curious to see how they approach it, whether they'll end up finding some success. But look at this. Look at the 3 players over in main. There's 3 on B already. This is scary. This is scary, Snow.
Prospect.
Oh,
the paranoia.
no.
It forces them back, though. Titan Esports Club, if they had full committed, it was going to be worrying. But luckily for them, they were a little bit tentative and forcing themselves on towards B. And it will be to their benefit, as they've just tried to peek out mid a little bit, see if there's anything going on there, and a reset over towards A. But look who is here, ready and waiting with the op.
Yeah, this is scary here, as they're definitely going to have to clear him out in some way. It's going to be so difficult, but one found instantly. It's so unfortunate because Dynamite wasn't even able to dash into his smoke. And now there's 2 players ready to defend this site. One more already on the rotate.
They can't even plan that. They can't get anything done.
No,
they're just
not
getting
at all.
melted in the smoke. There's just no hope for them, but Titan fights that just a little bit. What? How? In the last second, the last final opportunity. And now No Man moving forwards has to be the hero, but it's Coco with a 4K in an unwarranted situation, being the hero that Titan Esports Club needed.
Coco has saved that round and potentially the game. That was insane. Lucas finds 1 and they end up lining up for 2. No Man falls as well, and Coco is fired up. I mean, that was just so incredible.
What on earth is this game? I mean, how have we had so many rounds like this? A 2 versus 4, it might as well have been a 1 versus 4 with Coco's play right there. And now XLG, not happy about that round, just wanting to push the pace, sprinting it through mid, trying to just keep this pressure up and really establish their dominance in this game. They're being slowed down bit by bit.
That paranoia was deadly. It provided some excellent stall. Coco once again! On it, finds 2 on the defense. Dynamite with another one, and it's all down to Rarga. If there were anyone to do it, it would be him. But this is just insurmountable pressure. And Titan Esports are 1 kill away from probably one of the most unexpected openings to a series that we've seen thus far in stage 2. Location given away too.
None of them peeking, none of them want to be aggressive. They know that it's just a matter of time before Raga goes down, and eventually he does. But Coco take a bow. That was insane to watch. That was, I honestly, MVP for that map, no matter what. I don't even care what the scoreline looks like. Just for those final few rounds, pushing it over the line for Titan Esports Club.
Look, I mean, there are...
Push through the smoke.
Yeah,
it wasn't even seen.
That's insane. I mean, look, there are times when there are players, and it's obvious, where there are players that just do not want to lose under any circumstances. I'm pretty sure Coco just flipped that switch and said, you know what? We have come so far. We are so close to winning. I'm not letting this go by the wayside. And it just literally by sheer will ended up in a situation where he turned up to 11. And you can see throughout that entire map, both teams were hitting crazy shots. They had excellent positions, but like you mentioned, Coco at the end just turned it up to 11. Got value nearly every single time, and yep, it's a good reason to be hyped.
You got to think that maybe part of it is XLG's fatigue. I believe they were talking about on the main broadcast that XLG's played 5 games in 9 days, which they haven't ever done before, and playing that many matches within like just over a week span has got to really hit the exhaustion. The fatigue's got to be there. You add scrimming to that as well. These players have played so much Valorant, and maybe they're just a little bit tired because this didn't feel like the XLG that we've seen of past.
Oh, 100%. I mean, there's certainly something off here, right? Obviously, it was a close map, and to say that something's off with an overtime game is... it just speaks to kind of what we normally expect from XLG, but here we go. We're going to listen into the comms.
好 drop 没人了，炸到我了 drop。
烟后一个，烟后一个。
真的3，我把 drop 放了啊，我才 drop 了。
我去低包了，我去低包了。
滴，我架着紧压。
你可以准备补口枪吗？
扣没被口到，扣没被狗到。
屁股一个，
这啥意思？
还有一个 drop。屁股一个，正面一个，往这边打了，往这边打了。
我来，3、2、1，他掰出来了，往右掰。绕过去了他，你去绕，我看地通这个人。
哎，没过去，地通。我把 B 小放了，补你 CT 枪了，好吗？可以。
B 小围了，他要飞。nice，
他们在我烟里。
我看 B 小了，他有枪就行了。
出来了，
点后，
出来了，你的包应该。Nice，Let's go。哥秒！好，这两个太帅了。
Mentioned. Look at the man on the screen. Remember that face. Remember that name, Coco. With an absolutely incredible performance on Omen, 2.3 KDA, but beyond that, 85% cast, managing to get incredible value throughout the entire game. Just absolutely incredible job. I mean, there's just so much to love about that performance there. They've got to be so happy about the way that went.
So incredibly consistent, so many big rounds as well. It felt like anytime Titan Esports Club had their backs against the wall, Coco was always able to make some magic happen. So many 3Ks within this that just really turned the fate of the game around. That ending shot was just insanity.
Yeah, utter insanity. But really, this entire game was utter insanity. Obviously, Coco was the man of the hour, but on the other side, XLG, I mean, like, it's not even like they did particularly horribly. Obviously, you have performances from No Man that you generally wouldn't expect. Like, you would generally say, hey, No Man's the type of player that would normally get way more kills. And so a little bit of a slow start from him, and it's going to look to bounce back coming up when we have Ascent here. But Titan Esports, they take the map. They take XLG's map pick 12 to 14, and in honestly a quite convincing fashion.
Yeah, and I mean, the clutch stat for me is the important one. 2 clutches to 1, kind of literally the only difference maker is when the team needed Coco, Coco stepped up, and while Raga was a consistent performer getting so many kills, wasn't given the opportunity to have that same impact of just converting around when it looked like it was out of their grasp.
Yeah. Yep. And so there you go. Titan Esports Club find themselves 1 up here, but we have Ascent coming up next. As you see, it's gonna be quite interesting to see. I can't wait personally. Are there any other particular thoughts you have regarding that match before we head out?
I honestly am ready for a 3-game series. Yep. That's all I'm ready for, because if that's how map 1 went, I honestly think we're going to be here for a long, exciting time.
Yeah, I absolutely can't wait. It's going to be a really, really fun time. Please don't go anywhere. We are just getting started. Obviously, given the clutches you saw, you don't want to tune away anytime soon. Ascent coming up next. Titan Esports Club's pick. They're going to be looking for a 2-0. XLG looking to bounce back and claim what really most people expected to be their series in the bag. So, but like we said, like we mentioned on the desk before, this is really, at this point, given the circumstances, this is anyone's game. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one.
What the hell was that game? Oh my god.
Wait, are we in? Are we out?
We out? Are we just on? Are we just on, Cam?
I was gonna say, are we on cam or what? Okay.
I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us.
Yeah, I mean, welcome back to Project Horizon, where we just witnessed absolute cinema. Snow, we witnessed absolute cinema over on Summit. For that being my first experience watching that map professionally in Tier 1 Valorant, I was not disappointed in any fashion at all. So if that's the type of games we're gonna see, it's gonna be a good map. I'm excited.
I don't think it's going to look like that in future. I feel like a little bit more prep. I feel like when it got to overtime, the chaos really came out. But we've got one more excited viewer with you, Novi. He's ready for map number 2 at least.
Yeah, well, there we go. So already right back into agent select, and as you can see, a little bit different of a look here. We're seeing 2 Phoenixes, seeing a Jet, we're seeing a Neon, and of course Spitfires. Generally someone who, at least in stage 1, we would see on the entry duelist, just given the meta, but now is happy to be on that secondary duelist, sitting on that Phoenix. And obviously Dynamite as well, who is also used to playing Neon. I think that's the right choice.
And I personally think that I really love the Neon over Jet on this map. There's so many tight angles that are great for the stun. You can create so much space on site, and the pace that you can push on Ascent is great. And if Titan Esports Club uses this agent well, I could see a 2-0 happening, but XLG is not going to be happy about that first map, and they are going to come out swinging.
Oh yeah, 100%. I expect them to come out swinging. And you know what? I love Neon on this map too. I'm a Neon main, so you know what? If I see this map in ranked, that's what I'm insta-locking.
Fair enough. Do you reckon Raga was just like, put me on Phoenix, I need to get more kills? Like, he's like, the chamber wasn't quite working, so he said, give me something that can fight, give me something that can just take the site, and maybe looking to do so here, already farming those ult orbs.
Oh, very early sort of B default here, it looks like, from Titan Esports Club, and might be interesting. Let's see. Let us take a look. Looks like the entire team is just kind of bunching up towards that side of the map, but as you can see, Coco kind of not really close by. He's gonna have to maybe get a little bit closer in order to smoke. And Shock Dart as well, getting some good value. Spitfires might actually end up... Oh, yeah, I was going to say, that's really scary.
Mid pressure going to come through now. Everybody else holding this from the side of XLG, so this space is completely free, but obviously Titan Esports Club don't have the benefit of the open minimap like we do, so they're not quite sure where these players could be, and taking it a little bit slower.
Looks like they're just gonna go from slow to quick as they go right over into a really, really good stun, but the flash gets good value anyway. Dynamite with one entry, and that spike as an attempt to clear hell, unfortunately won't really be able to do much. Happy Way getting great value. Yeah, all right. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Okay.
They came out the gate swinging.
Yeah, and I was about to really highlight how well that was played from Titan Esports Club as well. I was literally about to talk about the fact that, yeah, the Neon Stun was great. It gave them so much space. They're able to get onto site so easily. But then XLG just turns that on his head, and Happy Way says, nah, we ain't losing this round.
Well, I'll tell you what. I think the one good thing here for XLG is just simply the fact that they have the advantageous side first. If they can manage to get themselves 7 or 8 rounds on this defense half, I think they'll be in a really good spot. Just obviously we know how defense sided at Ascent tends to be, and how snowbally it can be, especially if a team loses the bonus. So
Not going to be used to clear out B main. 3 orbs for Spitfires yet again, and if they're able to get both orbs in this opening round, they've got an ultimate already ready to pop, but maybe not going to want to use it on this save round. Might be a bit too big of a risk for them.
Let's see if... Yeah, I mean, we saw a little bit of B presence. I think they're kind of just saying, you know what? Screw that. Let's just head over towards A. This is honestly very good positioning, though. Very good spread from XLG. They're kind of not over-rotating. They're just choosing to kind of stay where it's safe, being ready for any sort of fast push.
Flash going to be available. Dynamite going to follow that one in. And they're looking to take space towards Heaven now, to really crunch in on his site. But XLG are so ready for it. No Man already here, ready and available. That Marshall in hand. When there's no armor on the side of Titan Esports Club, it basically becomes an operator. And it's a very clean, efficient round from XLG. And I don't know if you can tell, Nobi, but they're quite upset about losing that last game.
Oh, yeah, I can tell. And I mean, bar Coco's 1 kill, that was virtually flawless. So incredible job from them. And as you can see now, this bonus round is ultimately, like I mentioned earlier, what it is going to come down to. If Titan Esports Club lose this bonus, we can see a snowball very, very quickly.
One-way smoke towards A to create that opening pressure. Mid is going to be taken control of by Titan Esports Club, and Leo says, I just want to get a bit of information, check with the drone to see if they're there, and yep, we'll confirm that there's at least 2 players there. Titan Esports Club playing this round a little bit slower. I feel like this game so far has been a bit of a slower pace compared to the chaos that was Summit.
And another kind of A-split looking situation. Leo finds one, so or really just finds the run it back, rather. Not really. Actually won. Dynamite instantly pops him in the head, and Lysor, who is kind of just chilling on the A side, is really going to be the first contact here if they decide to push tree. But look at where the spike is. It's in mid.
Everybody from XLG committing towards A for a brief moment, and now they've lost all space on the map. Question marks are going to be pinging in their minds about where these players could potentially be.
And here comes the B pop. This is the split here, but this is also the strong side of the map. No Man looking to get something with this bandit, and nearly does it. Manages to get a kill. Lysor as well. And here come the trades.
Raga pushing forwards into sight now. Wants to be this anchor, but only a Spectre in hand. Takes the first pick. Somehow gets both. What? That's a Spectre versus rifles. He's not supposed to be able to do that.
Oh my. I mean, you know what? It's funny. I just got deja vu from EWC the other day when we saw like the very last round when we saw Asano in literally the same position on the site. That position is so strong because if you spray there, it's so easy to control. And we're seeing that right there too from Rarga, and it's so frustrating. I mentioned getting the bonus round was one of the win conditions, and there you go.
Molly used to get that space towards A now. They don't want that one way to force them back and kind of define how the opening part of this round goes. They get the orb and they just leave. They're happy with what they've got.
Once again, hovering towards B, which again has been the strong side, and No Man at this point as well still has the outlaw. Ends up being a devastating prospect for these Titan Esports Club players as Haldong falls early. But here comes the entry anyway. They do not care whatsoever. The two players on the site have to contend with the onslaught that is about to come through. Both players spotted out with the Owl drone. The question is, are they going to commit? Coco with one. And they might choose to just honestly push into the defender spawn here. I don't even think that would be a bad idea. But info gathered, Lysor 100% aware of that.
Ready and waiting for a counterplay, but they just re-wrapping towards B. But Happyway still here, still backside. How is Titan still getting kills? And they know exactly where Happyway is, so they're just gonna disappear. The wall goes up as well. Happyway not aware at all of a potential player waiting for them. Titan Esports Club somehow wins a round that shouldn't have been theirs.
Oh, what a thrifty round from Titan Esports Club. Honestly, that was really just down to the fact that the Outlaw, the one Coco's kill there, but Spitfire's ability to get the kills with the Outlaw afterward, that is incredible. So props to them. They were able to keep their composure, and it obviously worked out in their favor. 3-1 now, so a little bit of work left to do in order to kind of tie it up. But, of course, now, whoa, and things just picking up right where they left off. Coco finding one, Haldong finding one. What the heck?
Yeah, XLG definitely not happy about that last map, but also that last round. They are just scrapping in mid. Throwing down the gauntlet, sending a challenge to Titan Esports Club, saying, come and fight us. And now it's Haldong left alone. We saw them win a 1 versus 2 in the last map. Can they make a 1 versus 3 miracle happen?
I mean, that would be incredible. Haldong at 34 HP. Honestly, the big thing here that I think he's probably going to want to... Never mind. You know what? Yep. Never mind. I didn't say anything.
Never mind.
I didn't say anything. Yep.
I'm glad neither of us talked there. I'm glad neither of us talked about the potential.
Yeah, I don't know why it was just very silent that entire round. I don't know. But overall, I do think that just XLG are... I mentioned sheer will last map. It seems to be the situation with them right now because they seem to be running off of that at the moment, and The question is how long that will continue. We're going to see a timeout come out from Titan Esports here. Well used, as obviously they're in a situation where, you know, the round score is not that huge right now, or the round differential is not that huge. So they certainly have time to bounce back, and they're going to want to try to do that, of course, and before things get too out of hand.
I feel like one thing that they haven't been utilizing at the moment in this map is kind of pace changes at all. It feels like they're either going really slow and contacting up everywhere, or just saying screw it and sprinting onto site at full speed. And while it has net them some advantages, I'd love to see them throw out a few fakes here or there, maybe pressure one side of the map and then hard commit to the other side, or I don't know. It's just, it feels like at the moment Titan's just being ran around the map, and XLG is hunting for them wherever they go.
Oh yeah, it just kind of seems like, I mean, we saw in that last round, XLG just instantly fought mid, instantly won it too, and obviously, you know, Titan Esports are they're kind of reeling in their boots a little bit here as they look to do something in this eco round. Push up, Dynamite instantly falls. Trade is there from Coco, and Spitfires does have a rifle, so. But I mean, actually instantly falls. Well, yeah, it doesn't matter at all. Not at
There's
all.
so many players here waiting. Lucas has managed to get themselves a couple kills, though. Low on health points.
Whoa.
It's just going to have to sprint back through mid, but on 5 HP, it's just a dream.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, I think the one good thing about this round is the fact that, whoa, what is this perspective? I love this. Oh my goodness. Is the fact that he's going to be able to at least get that spike down. No!
Oh
never mind! What? Oh no! The Cypher buff in full effect! Oh my god!
To the trip. In my, like, 5 years of playing Valorant, I don't think I've ever seen that, and I've definitely not seen it casting a professional game. But this is just XLG that I just look at how relentless they are at going for these fights. They are just constantly running Titan Esports Club down.
Oh my god, I can't get over the trip kill. I just can't. And that proves how effective Cypher. Obviously, you're not going to have a situation where people are just dying to your trip all the time, but like, it still provides a whole lot of value. Rarga just pushing into them.
Raga, stop it! Stop it! They're already dead! You can't do much more!
No way!
What? Raga is just showing an absolute masterclass on Phoenix right now. Showing Spitfires how you play this agent. Oh my gosh, XLG can do no wrong in these rounds right now.
And that is utterly insane to be able to get that out, like literally the last few milliseconds of your run it back. That is incredible. Spitfires does find one though, but there's a player on the site. Coco doesn't care though. That's one found, and the paranoia is good as well. It's gonna force the position off of Heaven from No Man, who has that operator in tow. Mineral Theft gets some decent value. Spitfires once again. Incredible job.
Such a key performer in that last map, Coco was, and top of the leaderboard for Titan Esports Club so far. Wanting to do more, wanting to have that same impact. The double swing out, Spitfires manages to convert, and No Man pushing forward now. The footsteps have been heard. The flash doesn't get them, manages to turn it. That quick reaction time could just be the thing that saves him the round. And No Man clutches it up from such a dire situation. I swear we have seen so many clutches in this match so far.
He doesn't care. He does not care. He is cool as a cucumber, and he expected himself to clutch that one. He got it done. Spitfires had incredible value that round, but unfortunately wasn't able to get it done when it mattered the most. And look at Rarga here just pushing up with that. Oh my god, with the run it back. and to be perfectly honest, if he didn't do that, the round would have been lost.
Yeah, it would have been completely over. I feel like if the way that Titan Esports Club hit that site. Coco just being such a key performer yet again, but not quite able to push it over the line. 6 rounds to 1 now, and XLG fully in the driver's seat.
And I mean, I mentioned not letting it get too crazy in terms of the round differential. It's starting to get to that point. Titan Esports is going to have to find some sort of answer, and soon, but clearly XLG already has an answer, and that is going to be a Hunter's Fury from Leo. That is going to force the spike to be dropped over in tiles.
Leo is a man on a mission right now. Just peeking everyone, trying to go for every kill, and nowhere is safe for Titan Esports Club, but they managed to get a little space through tree. But they still have to deal with these site players, and there's 2 of them ready and waiting. Spitfire's going to pop the ult. Happyway more than happy to take that fight. A flash out now to try gain something. They have to use the ultimate from this Omen. Coco rotating over. A sprint across the map from both these teams. They think that maybe it's a fake, but nope. Trip catching one again. Coco has to go huge here. No man peeking around the corner, gets the 1, and it's just Haodong all alone, the leader of this team, with only a Stinger and a Sheriff to work with. This round near impossible, and make it so as No Man cleans that one up.
Yeah, I mean, No Man with that op. He's so funny. No Man with the op is just incredible, and as you can see, just a complete force to be reckoned with on every line that he takes, whether it's in mid, whether it's in B, whether it's not even, it doesn't even have to be a line. He can just be peeking into people, and it doesn't matter. Look at this. Utter excellence clearing that. Oh my god.
What? XLG are playing for a highlight reel now. They don't care. They're getting the rounds, but they're literally playing to just try dominate Titan Esports Club.
And I mentioned this on Summit. Once XLG gain that confidence, they completely turn into a different team. Spitfires, though, with an excellent kill on Tharaga. Phoenix diff there, as it looks to be a B split. And honestly, one of the calls that I like the most on this particular map. Happyway and Leo, though, have to stabilize, and that's 1 found with that Hunter's Fury, too.
Wait, now, the Soul Anchor left alone on site has a big task ahead of them. They have the information of where they are. Dynamite tries to run them down, but will not be able to get anything there, and it gives Happyway time to reposition. Coco finds the timing on No Man. They don't even need to go B here. They're just going to look to contain Happyway on this site while the spike sprints towards A.
And obviously they know exactly where Happyway plays, but somehow, okay, you know what? I don't even know. Either way, Titan Esports managed to claim themselves a round. That is a 2nd on the board, and a much needed one after the string of rounds that we've seen from XLG. But it has to be momentum, Snow. It has to be a situation where they string at least 2 more rounds together. If they can manage to get themselves to an 8-4, this is a lot more doable than it would be otherwise.
Difficult for them, though. I feel like that Brown came off the back of that Sova ultimate, the Hunter's Fury, and it's not something that you're going to be able to replicate in this round. Nothing else really close to being online, so it's just going to have to be pure tactical gameplay that pushes them over the line here.
Some good util being used here. Looks like, at least from XLG's perspective, an A split, but that's actually not what's happening here. You can see the spike towards mid right now, turning into more of a default, but look at the position. Look at where No Man is. Just pushing up. Yes, there's a trip.
Is it going to be heard,
Updraft is going to be there too, yeah.
It should have been heard by Spitfires. So they know a player's here. Coco's checking it.
Uh-oh.
Only one knife left, doesn't manage to get the kill, but Raga picks up Dynamite, trying to be sneaky and find a timing up through mid, and now Lysor, a 1v1 against Spitfires, is taken out. And they know exactly where No Man is, but it's an awkward one. It looks like they've switched sides over on A site. But meanwhile, Titan Esports Club trying to pressure over towards B. The dart going to be used to gather that information. They know there's players in lane. Haodong has already been chipped down so low. But Raga is here. A 3K already. Trying to make it a 4. But it's Leo that picks up that last one. And Spitfires is just going to take this rifle into the last round. The only saving grace for this Titan Esports Club side.
Yeah, and look, Spitfires did an incredible job with that opening pick, but I will say right now, credit to the XLG players to be able to just kind of not rotate, like just kind of permanently anchor and just kind of chill there. That was a great shot from Spitfires, but that anchor is what won them the round completely. They prevented themselves from getting themselves into a situation where they had to play retake in kind of a worse off position. So, you know what? Good on them. They had the read, and I really honestly think it was down to the timing too. Titan Esports Club, they would have hit the site a few seconds later, could have been in a much better position, but fortunately, it's all what ifs for them.
Titan Esports Club looking to push the tempo here, but only able to find a 1-for-1 trade at the moment. There's still members on site, but Coco, we spoke about this player, such a key performing member, manages to pick up a kill. And now Spike will go down, but Happyway looking to flood in already. The XLG squad containing these players to site only. They know there's nobody out mid. They want to push the tempo, want to keep up the pace, walling off towards main now. Raga's going to flash out of this. There's two members to peek. They're both under the site, but Coco again being the savior that Titan Esports Club needs. And now it's up to these two players left. Happyway and Leo have to make it work. A 1 versus 2 yet again. This would crush the hopes and dreams of Titan Esports Club if Leo can make this work. Has managed to half the spike, looking for the stick. But Haodong makes it a 9-3 half.
Yep, and there we go. That was kind of really their only saving grace here. The fact that it's not 10-2 makes their chances a lot higher. Yes, a 9-3 is a pretty steep round differential, seemingly, but the reason why the curse is simply because of the fact that, honestly, 9-3 isn't as crazy as a lot of people expect, right? I mean, it's a six round difference, but now Titan Esports Club gonna look to push that to 4 rounds and get themselves in an even better position. One found, trade is there, Haodong as well, looking for it. Here comes the neural theft. That's gonna spot the player over in boat. Leo has to do something here, and will, but only has a stinger to work with. Raga has to help him out.
Ollie going to be used to get as well, and screw what I was talking about. I was predicting a 9-3 half. It looks like it might potentially be an 8-4 Titan Esports Club. Co's still alive, has been a key performing member for this squad. Even in that last round was the person that opened up that site, but with the spike in such a dangerous position. It's so worrying for them. Raga! It's a Bandit v rifle! Raga! This is a pistol! You shouldn't be making these kills work! But Haodong manages to bring some normality to this round. But it's a 1 versus 2 again. And never mind, I didn't misspeak, Nobi. It is a 9-3 half at the end of the day when the dust has settled.
You and your caster curses. You and your caster curses, all right? You just had to say that. And now we've got a 9-3 on the cards here for XLG. Incredible job on their part. Off the back of some, honestly, quite insane kills that we just saw there. And now coming into halftime, Titan Esports Club have to do something, have to change it up. Obviously, they're on the favored half now, but it is still a steep hill to climb. They want any shot to bring themselves back in the map.
You've always got I guess at this point you have to have that copium of like, they managed to 9-3 us, so surely we can 9-3 them, and was on the defensive half of Ascent, which isn't super unusual. At least in the past, we've seen a few 10-2s that have been evened out into overtime, but it is definitely a big task for Titan Esports Club to get back into this one.
It's true. It's very true. And, well, again, the question ends up becoming, how exactly are Titan Esports going to approach this? You would expect very, very explosive hits with that neon, or not hits, but really kind of push-ups and kind of just trying to get first bloods on defense. I think, honestly, that's kind of their favored play there, is just to try to take some of these extremities very early and just go from there and try to continue along. You know, obviously you have things like the neon wall that you can flash through with Phoenix flashes. So there's definitely a lot of options in terms of what these players can do to isolate fights. And I think that's generally how they want to approach this half going into defense. But we will see how it ends up going. Only a few seconds left for the second half of the game. Titan Esports Club now on defense, trying to close it out in 2.
Just pressure mid early if they can. They got 3 people looking to fight this from bottom mid. Now have to back up towards market, rotating over towards A. They're predicting that this is just a full-on hit, and they would be right, but the trips are so good. The crossfire is amazing. And now Happyway, the sole player that didn't go onto site with them, was left alone to die. And that setup, that prediction, pure perfection from Titan Esports Club.
It's about as good of a pistol round as that could have gone for Titan Esports Club. As it was incredible trading, it was incredible util usage. The fact that they weren't able to break the Silver Dart either proved to be, honestly, XLG's downfall in a lot of ways. You saw that shot there from Lucas through the smoke, and I mean, absolutely devastating for XLG, but only one round of many that they need in order to tie this up. Seeing a lot of B presence here for XLG. No trips broken, at least right now. Up drop dash over into the site. 1 found from Haldong. 2. The dart is good. But look at these kills coming in from everyone.
Leo just trying to get the spike down, trying to earn a little bit of extra money. Not going to be able to make it happen there. And Haldong with what I guess would be an unusual trip placement. The shock dart didn't catch it, so kind of placing them in a bit of a different spot to what is the usual default on Ascent, to try avoid those shock darts, and it works perfectly. Trip manages to get 2 kills. And Esports Club starting to build a little bit of momentum, and if they can win this round, they'll be ecstatic.
Oh yeah, they'll be real happy. Of course, XLG won their own bonus round in the first half. Titan Esports Club looking to respond in kind. Question is, will they be able to? Obviously, XLG in this round are going to be careful. I'm going to try to play this as methodically as possible. Honestly, not particularly crazy favored guns right now for Titan Esports Club. They do have the Guardian online from Lucas. They do have some Bulldogs online as well, but full rifles, of course, in the hands of XLG. But this could be devastating here. This Marshall saw the gun barrel, so that's going to be really good info on mid as well.
It's a push forwards as well. Spotted the elbow. No! Oh, just misses the shot. Tries to back away, but the stun just isn't quite good enough to get them to that relative safety. And now there's members from Titan Esports Club rotating over to support. Lucas goes for an aggressive play that nets nothing. Haldong on site now. The anchor has to be the hero, the leader of this team. Peeking out one way, peeking the other, manages to get that kill. And moves back towards Switch. Keeps himself safe just for now. It's a 3 versus 3 opportunity. And Titan Esports Club can smell blood.
I mean, the fact that this is a 3v3 is insane to me. It's We saw 2 whiffs from 2 different players. No Man, though, has got something to say. Coco with 1, can't find the second. And honestly, that round was lost simply just due to the fact that we saw some whiffs on the table from Titan Esports Club. A little bit shaky there.
Aggressive play from Lucas to try save the round, was sitting in a molly. But this was, the stun just popped slightly too late. It was almost redeemable. A 3 versus 3 situation at the end. They managed to do a little bit of damage at the very least, which they should be happy with. As the crowd roars, as they're about as excited as we are for this game.
100%. There's a whole lot of B presence right now. Of course, XLG now in a situation where they're probably going to want to take a chill pill for a minute. Back off at least just a bit. Yes, they're able to go ahead and get that run it back online for Rarga. But now they've got to go ahead and try to take map control elsewhere. Got to turn this into a little bit of a default. But no, neither team really taking a whole lot of forward space. It's just kind of holding their current positions. The strong side of the map right now for Titan Esports Club, and expecting that hit.
Oh, it's good. They just managed to dodge it. They're starving Titan Esports Club of so much info, and they're just looking to hit here, but the stun is going to slow them down. 30 seconds left. It should be well known that this is going to be the hit. The Odin gets 2, and there's more players swinging out as well. But it's trades across the board. Dynamite turns the flash and gives just enough time for Howdong to trade out. And a game that looked like it was potentially over. XLG getting their redemption from the first map. Starting to swing the way of Titan Esports Club ever so slightly.
Incredible trades that we just saw from Titan Esports Club as well. Saw the run it back, not really getting a whole lot of value. Gets taken out, and pretty much there were 6 players entering onto that site and didn't even matter. Titan Esports just they were steadfast. Obviously Lucas got some really good value with that Odin as well, so that certainly counts for something.
I think Titan Esports Club are able to make these reads because XLG isn't pressuring anywhere. So yes, while the darts scanned nothing and they hid from it, it wasn't like there was utility being thrown towards that A site. So they knew it had to be B. Now,
True.
Speaking of knowing where it has to be, 3 players towards A, ready and waiting. Spitfires, so prepared on the angle, but is going to go down. A rifle going to be picked up. Coco on this site now. Has support in the form of Dynamite and Wine. A crossfire has been set up, and members slowly converging on this position.
True, but now location spotted out. Leo actually manages to find one. Dynamite in an excellent position, A main. I love that smoke that Coco threw there.
Now the site been taken, but it's a numbers advantage for Titan Esports Club. And these 2 players of XLG are pinched onto site. No real way to play off of each other. They're going to have to hope for a miracle, for an individual outplay. Lysol gets 1. Leo's using the ultimate. Manages to get the first kill, but it's Lucas with the Odin that finishes this one up. And Titan Esports Club, back-to-back rounds, are eking ever closer to that comeback.
Yep, inching their way up there, but these rounds are close. These rounds are really close now. Honestly, though, to be like frank, I'm not really sure how I feel about the use of the Hunter's Fury there in Hell. They really didn't have any info as to where he was. They had absolutely no clue. Leo was kind of just could have sat there and it wouldn't have mattered. Obviously, it's probably preferable that he try to, take a little bit of a forward position, but honestly, the Hunter's Fury just didn't get nearly as much value as he had hoped there.
I really hope that right now during this timeout, XOG is just saying, let's pressure them a little bit more. The thing that worked so well for them on defense was that aggression, those early round opening plays where they could just find that pick and get that kill. But it seems like XLG are so determined at the moment to play slow, and it's been to their detriment.
Absolutely true. And I'm sure kind of the big thing that they're going to talk about in this timeout is ultimately going to be the way they want to approach the actual site hit and immediately before the site hit. Because what ends up happening is, I think, honestly, Titan Esports Club have had very good reads. XLG have been hitting into the strong side of the map somewhat often, just simply because of the freedom that you get with a Neon to just fast rotate, right? You'll see a lot of the time Dynamite will hover around the CT area of the map, ready to just kind of sprint to the other side as soon as there's noise over that, you know, that side of the map. And it's very freeing, I suppose, to start out. Dynamite, though, trying something a little bit different here, as there's just a massive push up into B. They have infinite info now as to where these players are. It's going to be a fast 8-hit. Haldong trying to do something here. And here comes that Hunter's Fury.
Hunter's Fury is going to slow them down, but it's not going to stop them. It's just going to buy a bit of time for these rotates to come through. You spoke about hitting the strong side. This is definitely a strong side. It's all 10 players here ready to fight. Dynamite potentially wanting to flood on the tap, but not able to do so with that cage coming through. The setup is here now. Titan Esports Club droning out to get info, but Raga's going to peek off of it. No man there as well. They're just pushing forward, being aggressive, not letting Titan Esports Club set up a single opportunity for the retake. And that is the aggression I was asking for during the timeout.
And what a paranoia there. I mean, that paranoia single-handedly, I think, won them the round, just only because of the fact that those players were literally just sitting ducks at that point. Look at the position. Look at that. No man able to kind of just get incredible value, get 3 over in heaven, and doesn't have to worry about getting traded or anything like that because they're just full blind. So honestly, quite impressive there as XLG find themselves at 11 rounds. Raga picking up right where they left off with a kill. And another what? Oh my god!
In what world? In what world does he just get another kill there? In this world, apparently, but Titan Esports Club going to be feeling the effect of that one. As now that point is inevitable. Every single member from Titan Esports Club opting into a 1 versus 1 and losing it. Lucas trying to hope to be the first 1v1, and XLG has a safe route to B, but they want to send a message, and that is that you guys are not safe anywhere. A complete dismantling of TEC within this second half.
Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, the game knowledge to know exactly where that corner is, and especially where the head is in that corner, is just insane. Spitfires just literally can't play the game. That's unfortunate.
And a timeout being taken, the second one for Titan Esports Club. It's rough for them right now. The couple rounds that they've won, they played really well off each other. They've traded, but these opening picks are really hurting them. Raga's playing with so much confidence and just taking every fight he can.
A really cool drawing. I'm like, that is some talent right there. Anyway, I really do think that it's this play. We see this form of XLG every few rounds or a few times every game, where it's just like they look unstoppable. They look like the unstoppable force completely. But against better teams or teams that know how to deal with it, those teams end up being the immovable object. So it ends up working in their favor. However, you know, Titan Esports Club really on those types of rounds haven't been able to stop it very well, in my opinion. So, you know, the real question is whether or not they'll be able to do so while being able to full buy. They have 3 ults online as well, but obviously on the other side, you got 4 ready. So that is a scary prospect as well. But here we go. Match point on the cards for XLG.
How do I use to gain that opening space? This trip was looking for a potential updraft. It's in a weird diagonal spot. Maybe trying to catch Jet as she tries to go in, but updraft no longer available. Potentially, I have to look to move that trip from Haodong. Pressure's been created and they're going to move, but you spoke about that Neon playing in CT. Dynamite already over towards A.
Yeah, and I mean, this fast rotate is just so good because now, once again, XLG are about to hit into the strong side for Titan Esports Club. Noise being made now, and it's pretty much going to confirm their suspicions. Run it back being popped. Paranoia is so clean. Prevents anything from happening. And it's pretty much just going to force XLG back.
That's where we saw, I feel like the success from Titan Esports Club was when they were able to anchor down on site and stop the onslaught of XLG members pushing in. And it's a great success there. But it's only stopped them momentarily as XLG wants to hit this site again. No Man going to peek out on the angle. Finds one with the knives already as Happy Way starts to create pressure through main as well. Wall up. They've not spotted Dynamite, but they are going to know now that the player is there. And Lucas left alone as now the impossible task of keeping this game going, of giving Titan Esports Club one more chance is all on the shoulders of Lucas. And as this smoke dwindles, they are going to be taken down, and it is XLG making their mark in this series.
And 1-1 tying up that map score. And wow, what a performance from the entirety of XLG. Their Titan Esports Club have got to keep their head up. They've got one more map to play, one more chance to kind of equalize things here and, come out on top. But that last round was just amazing. The fact that the strategy there to go ahead and back off of A main, they made a whole lot of noise, right? Made it seem like they were just about to hit the site, and it ended up being a situation where they just went right into mid and actually ended up splitting A. Cut noise for a little bit, take mid control, split A. It worked out perfectly for them off the back of No Man's incredible, Blade Storm there. And there's obviously Rarga getting incredible value as well. So much. All those players just put in so much work.
And it's an important point now where we get to talk a little bit about the map pool and the fact that we're moving over towards Breeze now. Now, it's an interesting one because Titan Esports Club don't really have a lot of experience on this map. It's not one that they played a lot of, at least in Split 1. They didn't opt into it really at all. And on the flip side, Eli has played this map, but it's a 40% win rate. But the question is contextual, Nobi, because it's a 40% win rate, but 2 of those losses were against EDG.
Yeah. Oh, there you go, right? I mean, I think XLG, I called it before the entire series started that it was going to be an interesting series here. But let's see the comms.
One out, I mean. Nice. Nice. One side. Nice! Happy Way! One B man. Okay, play side. Play side. One close to me. 26. Minus 26. Play side together. They cannot go away. Don't die. Carolyn. Lane. Nice! Let's go! Wait, take it back. Carry me. I have mid. No. They have no spike, no? One more. Archer, carry B now. I'm holding mid. I'm holding it. Should be 1B and Chop. Bingo. It's cyber 2. Should be bingo. RTB man. Nice. Alright, 4v1. I'm lane. Go dash. I go dash side. Ready? Just trade me. Curling. Side, backside. Whoa, no man! Let's go, bro!
No Man's such a character.
Yeah.
He's such a character. I love him. He just brings so much life to the team. It's obvious. It's obvious. So, look, I mean, there you go.
I feel like you want that from your entry player as well. Just being able to have that energy to absolutely send it. And Raga, definitely someone that was sending it here. That Phoenix, I mean, they were no slouch on Chamber either. If XLG had won that first map, Raga definitely would have been MVP. This is an insane performance for them. I think it's something like 48 kills so far, and it's only been 2 maps, so potentially even more for Raga. And with how they're playing, it's looking scary for Titan Esports Club.
Oh yeah. I mean, if we see a situation where players like Raga are stepping up, and players like, I mean, it really just depends, because we know there are so many capable people on that team aside from Raga. We know Happyway has had really crazy moments. We know, like, it's just insane. So the fact that, and that's part of what makes XLG so scary and so competitive, is just the simple fact that literally anyone can pop off at any moment. Like, I mean, look at this from Raga. Like, I mean, that's just crazy. It, like, kind of opened up the round entirely. But I mean, No Man is capable, Lysor is capable, Happyway is capable. Every single player on this team is completely able to kind of just blow things open, and it's exactly what ended up happening in the first, what, like 7-8 rounds of the game.
Titan Esports Club, I feel like it's difficult, because that first game, I feel like they played so well. That Summit map, they managed to find out the solution to XLG, managed to counter what they were doing. On Ascent, no answers at all. And as we said before, we're moving over to Breeze next, which historically is a decent map for XLG. Most of their losses on that map come to playing against EDG, who are the powerhouses of this region, whereas Titan Esports Club didn't play it at all last split, and historically only a 50% win rate on the map, so it's not great for them.
I mean, of course, things are a little bit different. This is stage 2. It's a new meta, right? The last time that we saw a lot of these players play, especially in Titan Esports Club, was in stage 1. And so completely different situation where you had kind of that strong, super strong double duelist, double dive meta. And now, of course, things are a little bit different, where on Breeze, at least, you may go back to seeing a lot of that double controller. You may see a Phoenix, and so it's certainly going to be a little bit different. But I will say, Breeze here, I mentioned it like before both of these games started, that XLG was probably going to be favored if it went to Breeze. So I still do think that they're kind of a little bit more likely to win here, but you never know what could happen. Obviously, the fact that Summit was picked by XLG and won by Titan Esports, but you never know. This series has been insane. So, I mean, you know.
Yeah, I whatever happens, Titan Esports Club have shown a good performance no matter what. They have shown that they can keep up with the best of the best, and it's looking good for them going forwards. But XLG are a different beast, and now that they've got that momentum behind them, it is a scary team to try and beat.
Oh yeah, again, momentum is a really big factor for them. Confidence is a really big factor for them. We saw that in the last few rounds of the game. They just started playing like crazy Valorant, like insane. So yeah, I can't wait to see how that confidence transfers over coming into Breeze, especially with Breeze being one of the more, at least in my opinion, more mechanically heavy maps. So but we'll see what ends up happening. Map 3 on the cards to determine the winner of this series. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a little bit.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. So we light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Welcome back, and we are all set for map 3. I can't wait. It has been a barn burner of a series, and honestly one that initially I think a lot of folks would have probably just written off as like, yeah, XLG 2L, you know, whatever. Nah. Nah. Titan Esports Club have made this really good, so I can't wait to see how that works out. And obviously Breeze is a fun map to watch, I'd say, just as far as entertainment goes. So that's going to be a fun one.
I am concerned for Titan Esports Club because of how well Raga was playing on the op on Summit. A lot of round wins were based on Raga just being able to find picks, find kills when you wouldn't expect them to. And Breeze is like the OG op map.
Yeah. It's true. Those long, super long op lines can end up getting pretty much free rounds, to be honest, if the opposing team makes a mistake. That's why peeking dry on this map is so scary. It's also why I personally believe that double controller comp is so strong. So I personally would love to see some sort of double controller here, some sort of Harbor Omen going on here, or Viper Omen going on. I just genuinely think that will be the best outcome for these teams going into this map.
Yeah, I believe Viper probably going to be that default unless somebody brings out something really spicy. I'd love to see a Harbor paired with it. Like you said, it creates so many different unique opportunities. We saw already that Harbor can be used to great effectiveness on Summit. Breeze is pretty much the map where I feel like that and Pearl, Harbor was kind of dominating back in the day. So now that Harbor's been changed a little bit since then, played in a bit of a different way, I do believe that it's a pick that can really help one of these teams if they opt to pick it up.
Yeah, I agree. Completely agree. And look, this region is no stranger to kind of unorthodox, unexpected comps.
Never mind.
And well, never mind. All right.
Let's not even talk about it anymore. Harbor doesn't exist. It's all Omen here.
Yeah. And you know what? I don't even mind that. You have your line smokes or wall smokes, and then you also have your traditional smokes from both teams. It's actually very standard comps, in my personal opinion. Phoenix is just so strong that I think he just gets inherent value, at least right now. But really the only difference in these actual comps is going to be just the Jet versus the Neon. And I think this is one of those maps where Jet shines the strongest, and where she is just genuinely, at least in my personal opinion, and from, I believe, the statistics too, she just overall has better performance. So this is definitely a strong Jet map. I can't wait to see how these players lean into that comp. And you know, of course, this is a do or die for the series. So both teams have that sort of pressure on them in a way, and it'll be
not even just do or die for the series, kind of do or die for the split in the sense of Titan Esports Club. If they go down 0-3 in their first 3 matches, it's not looking good for them in terms of their playoff chances. So they really want to convert a win here, and that neon composition, hoping that it brings something unique to it that can throw XLG off.
Yeah. Now, here we go. Starting out. It's an early push from Titan Esports over in mid doors. That's one elbow. Lucas falls, and now they should be aware that it's a B hit, but there's only one player here at home. They might actually just go forward and try to get something. They actually do. Coco and Haldong get decent value. Paranoia is there, but actually it's not even used. Haldong gets one instant traded, but the shots go by the wayside from Spitfires.
And now it's really weird, an awkward position for these teams, but Dynamite is there, ready and waiting. And Spike not yet gone down. Time to work with. 50 seconds for Leo, but both players are regrouping now.
Yeah, and now it's really just down to team play. Swinging together, making sure that they can do something here. Tap of the spike, nothing really happening. Shots go through the wall. Leo just going to go around backside.
Has to commit here, has to commit to this side of the map. Wants to get at least one kill before they plant. And they're not falling for it. Titan Esports Club doesn't want to push in, but Leo's found the pick. Has found the one kill that they needed. Can't hear the footsteps. Spitfire slowly walking up. No flash to work with, but has the aim this time. A whiff from earlier is redeemed as a kill goes over and a round to Titan Esports Club.
What a reposition there that we just saw from Spitfires to end up claiming that round to secure it. After Dynamite fell, and honestly, it was that was the player that was more likely to fall than anyone else, just given that he was sitting at 8 HP. But overall, just the fact that he knew to reposition over to half wall, knowing that he had to stick that spike plant, was honestly very well played. So good start for Titan Esports Club, but they're going to have to continue that and build some momentum here as we look towards the anti-eco for them.
You saw the statistics there, but XLG previously had a 100% win rate on defense on this map, so they that's been eaten into just a little bit. Sorry, not on defense, on attack. I apologize.
Insane. But overall, these trends are meant to be broken. As XLG are kind of just chilling here, at least at the moment. Just waiting. Yep. They're pushing up, and there goes the flash. Spray is there. There goes the updraft too. No Man with a kill. Flash is good the second time as well. The molly to stall too.
Ooh, the util being used here to counter this play. I mean, it's such a perfect trap, and Coco has already found the timing behind. It's going to hear these people go through door, get their free kill on No Man, and then just back away, play this a bit passively, just look to peek out, wait for members to come support. Just trying to be that bait to keep them there, keep them interested as they fall into the waiting hands of Lucas. Got space here if they want to go towards A. They go for the risk, and it has left them completely out in the open. Lucas needs to do nothing but tuck here, wait for the team to support, but wants to peek out and get the kill for themselves.
Doesn't care at all. And you know what? Get your ecos, buddy. Get your ecos. Get those orbs. Get those orbs.
I mean, it's a win-win either way. Either gets the kill or dies, still gets an orb.
Exactly. But overall, a pretty solid round. I mean, it was fairly clean. No Man able to get one off the back of that updraft, but really nothing else found as everyone else pretty much just falls. And I really think it was ultimately down to the fact that those players on Titan Esports Club were very, very disciplined. They didn't overpeak. They were aware that hey, if this is a fast push from 5 people, doesn't matter what guns they got, there's a chance, you know, folks can start falling, and then, you know, guns go in the hands of players that they shouldn't. So
Sports Club are trying to be a little bit aggressive here. Double hold. Elbow. Leo being smart though, droning it out, getting the information. The stun is there, so it trades 1 kill at the very least. And Dynamite with that information is just going to back away to site, try support Coco in this site hold just a little bit. Not going to be used to get that information. Raga flashes out. Coco has found the timing to get a kill. The molly going to be used as well to slow them down. Just waiting for rotates every second they buy is an important one as Lysor drops down. Leo going as well. Coco is going insane. A 4K. This was a player we highlighted in Summit. The MVP for map 1 does a magical miracle again in map number 3.
Looking for a repeat of Summit. I mean, what a hold from him. Able to, like, pretty much isolate every single fight perfectly. Understood that there was a teleportation. Lysor teleported up, and after getting that second, just kind of went around, ringing around the rosy, playing perfectly into that Spectre. What an excellent play there. And I mean, credit where credit is due. I mean, holy.
XLG aren't quite sure what to do. Pressure for them. They're weaker weaponry, so they're trying to use the benefit of these sheriffs and marshals to maybe find a sneaky headshot, a sneaky pick somewhere. Raga's already through over towards A. Is going to be spotted in the corner, and is just going to be easily taken down as Titan Esports Club are dwindling the numbers. But no, man.
Wait a minute.
Gets such a pivotal pick to force the hand of Titan Esports Club.
Yeah, and now there's at least 1 rifle online for their side, but Dynamite manages to find the shot, and so that rifle is now down now. Leo with a classic Lysor with a sheriff and a dream, and that's going to be it. Coco breaking that dream in 2. Lysor picks up that Phantom, but got a whole lot of work left to do. He wants any chance of winning this round. He's going to walk over into B. Time ticking down. 20 seconds left. And Titan Esports Club are just, they're perfectly willing to chill out. Not give any info. Just to the fact that all 3 players are towards A at the moment. The plant will come down.
Wanting to give that 1 versus 1, and they've played this perfectly. All 3 players converging in the same side, but Lysor has paranoia. If they can make a good use of this ability, it could be insanely detrimental to Titan Esports Club. They've made their way onto site. Paranoia prepped and waiting, just wants to jump up and find the timing. But it's Lucas that was there, ready and waiting. And now Titan Esports Club 4 rounds up. And I remember where we've seen this before.
Oh,
it was on Summit, our first map of the series.
Yep, getting deja vu right now. And of course, after that, XLG kind of turned it around off the back of a timeout. So we may end up seeing another one of those in a little bit. I think it's a good time to actually pop one. And I think, oh no. Okay, no timeout at the moment. So XLG just gonna let this one ride out. I think, honestly, if XLG lose this round, it's more likely than not that we're going to see some sort of timeout, some sort of pause, at least just to kind of reset.
Coaching staff knowing that with multiple ults online, that potentially this is a good round for them to get themselves back in it. Again, the elbow pressure. Dynamite peeking out, gets 1, but it's traded. Raga and Lysor quick on the draw there.
I mean, XLG are just so patient here. It's incredible. They almost anticipated some sort of aggressive play down one of these chokes, and they read it like a book. And now we're going to see another peek. What a shot from Haldong, but Lysor just as impressive with that trade, and now a 2v3 situation. I believe Coco is just going to let that ult drop. But honestly, I'm not sure that was the play.
To maybe deny information of where they could be. A little bit of doubt into XLG's minds, but drone is going to come in here to scout it out. Wall does go up, but it's not really going to deter them all too much. They're very happy just taking this site. Coco looking for a play.
We might see a timing here.
Willing to risk it, not willing to throw away the round. The smoke's going to drop now. Knows that Lysor is on the site. Has an inkling that there could be one main, but with this wall going up, it's going to stall them. It's going to slow them down. Lucas being greedy, being aggressive, looking for a fight there. And it's Lucas all alone. Leo's peeking out, has to fight from every angle, every single position. The weaponry isn't quite there. The angles aren't quite there. The util not going to be able to be used, and it should just be a saved rifle.
Yeah, I think that's the smartest decision here. And look, we mentioned it, 4-0 before XLG started coming back. Maybe we're going to see the same situation. Who knows?
I will say, though, it feels like that was kind of Titan Esports Club, just kind of throwing that round away. I mean, very good from XLG to predict the aggressive play. But there were so many members on Titan Esports Club that just tried to peek elbow. And there were just always 3 people watching it, ready for this fight. Like, even afterwards here, we see Howdong. Yes, Howdong gets a kill, but instantly traded out and just gives the numbers advantage to XLG.
Yeah, and I think it's more likely than not that going forward, Titan Esports Club are going to probably try to find a different choke to fight, at least for the next few rounds. And I just think that's the better way to approach this. Obviously now Dynamite sitting here with this op, and that is just going to be kind of a really solid way to hold this line over in mid. He's going to literally walk up off the back of the drone and trying to see what it clears. And the spike right now towards A.
Being used as well by XLG to slow this down a little bit, get a bit of information. They know that they have to re-clear towards mid, but scared of a potential op.
And as you can see, I mean, look at where the spike has kind of been this whole round, right? Like, yes, it was towards A, but none of the spike carrier didn't even really enter main at all. And now, obviously, team grouping up towards B. It's pretty clear that it's going to be a B hit. Here comes the stall, and here comes the entry as well.
Oko backside again. We saw them do magic here before. Managed to stop the Phoenix ult at least, but no man is not going to be fooled twice. Knives are perfect. The kill is even better for XLG. They've gained the site access now, but the question is, Titan Esports Club, what do they want to do? All 4 players coming through CT.
And here we go. Here comes an ult. So the fast lane from the Neon. One found from Spitfires as well. Incredible job. Run it back. Getting value, but Rarga also getting value. He's the only one left on the site. Got to defend it with his life. And he does!
Somehow makes that work. Raga, the hero of this round. One more to get. Tries to make it happen, but it's Spitfire versus Leo. The dart is going to be used to scan, and there's just no time to work with. And Raga, an absolute monumental performance in that round.
Incredible job. I mean, Rarga just, I don't know how Rarga got that 3rd kill. I just genuinely don't. It's insane to me. Found 2. That 2nd kill into Dynamite was absolutely insane. Flashes there and just kept the composure throughout. I mean, oh my goodness. And you can see the faces on the coaches for Titan Esports. They are not happy about the way that one went.
One way to try stall outside A, doesn't really get anything because that drone is just going to clear that out. XLG with a heavy stack towards this A site. Looks like they potentially just want to hit here, but so util just yet. The smoke is going to slow them down. Howdong's going to slow them down as well. A headshot through the smoke, traded out by Raga, who wants to look for more. No man's there to support as well. XLG just playing off of each other so well. With the spike going down, Titan Esports Club feels like this game is just constantly them having to retake sites over and over again at a numbers disadvantage.
Oh yeah. Spitfires though, with a good opening there here on this retake attempt. That's 1 kill though. The neon wall is pretty good though. Lysor just chilling, and now a 1v3. Has to get it done, but these players are playing it so solidly. Trying to just play time too, yeah.
This should be all but over. Dynamite will be lucky to get out with their weapon here, and Raga will not allow that to be so. And oh my gosh, XLG, I love that round. So much aggression, so much willingness to just go out of that smoke and play off of each other.
I mean, the fact that they were able to, I mean, they got their opening picks, that's one thing. But I really do think that the problem for Titan Esports right now is just kind of the carelessness, right? Like, genuinely, I think that Dynamite there should probably not have re-swung and have probably just relied purely on the wall and waited a little bit and just to kind of cut off the sight lines and then fought with the team. But unfortunately, ended up being a situation where he was able to kind of isolate himself and got punished for it.
No Man is looking for someone, but we'll find No Man, as it's Titan Esports Club that are trying to stack heavy towards A. And saying that maybe this has been a weakness for them on their defensive half.
A noise, at least at the moment. This is the strong side for Titan Esports, so they're going to hope to try to get some value here. They spot a lot of players though, so Molly is gonna come out. And here comes the push. What in the world was that?
It's countered though, as XLG moving forwards again. It was an attempted trap play that just ends up with them trapped. And Lysor in the perfect position to spot out Coco, who's going to try to be a little bit sneaky. Does know that there could be someone there. Spots the elbow. And Molly used as well. But Lysor being that omen, easily able to get to safety. And Titan Esports Club in such a bad deficit now. And we spoke about how it was in Summit. It's the same storyline again. Titan Esports Club being up, but then just XLG managing to find that answer and pull it back.
Incredible. And I mean, there's not really a whole lot left for Titan Esports to do, but you know what? Like, it's kind of crazy how this has played out, because we just mentioned it. Obviously, 4-0 to 4-4 was the exact same scoreline we saw previously, and it looks like we're seeing it again here. So tie game. XLG letting us know that they are still in the building today. They do not want to go home empty-handed.
And Titan Esports Club, I feel like not going to be feeling too unconfident just yet. I mean, considering in that first map, they were able, in this exact same situation, to pull it to an overtime and get themselves a victory. But that was off the back of some very big clutch plays by Howdong and Coco, who were able to keep them in that game. So they can't have that same X factor here. It's going to be a little bit of a struggle.
True. And I mean, I think that ultimately Titan Esports Club, what they need to do, just kind of play a little bit more disciplined. That's genuinely it. I think they need to kind of be a little bit better on their spread overall. And I think they need to just kind of have better control over when they're fighting. Because ultimately, I think if they're able to fight a little bit more together, a little bit more with maybe some utility, they have a Sova, they have the availability there. Like they have the ability to just straight up kind of play off of being fully scanned and things like that. So, you know, as long as they do that a little bit better, I really do think that this will result in Titan Esports Club kind of having a solid footing once again here. So, but we'll see how it ends up working out though. Timeout, of course, hopefully getting some value for them, and we're going to see how that ends up working out in a second.
Mid pressure early on. A bit of contact through XLG, seeing if anybody's being a bit over aggressive from Titan Esports Club. Dynamite on that operator has been smoked off, so he's going to have to reposition to find a potential angle. So much utility used towards B, but it's actually A site that is going to be the hit. The Viper Molly slows them down, but Nomad just seems to not care about it. Just run straight through it because they have a job to do.
Sure, and Coco ended up sitting at literally just 14 HP. How long? Good on them to get a pick. One kill found though. Excellent positioning. Hunter's Fury is going to get popped as well, but literally no value found from it at all.
Aga trying to be aggressive, create some space, find a pick, but they're not peeking the ultimate. It's perfect from them to just let that run out.
How has Coco found another? What in the world?
Another position to be in, and another 4K for Coco, keeping Titan Esports Club in this game. That is 2 rounds now where Coco has single-handedly won them the round.
That is incredible. The fact that, I mean, this guy got dinked through a wall in mid doors and was able to take some excellent timings over towards the actual site, and that's just insane. Coco's sitting at 11-4 right now on Viper, so crazy value right now, and it's kind of picking up the slack for, I think, some of these duelists. Obviously Dynamite has the op in hand, but Spitfires as well a force to be reckoned with, so they're gonna try to do a little something here. Another
Coco
pick found
again. It's Coco backside, not a situation you want to be in, but luckily the pace of XLG is able to flush them out of that corner. They're still numbers down. They still have to get this spike down as well, and with Happyway falling to the wayside, he's gonna have to pop that ultimate and be taken down by Lucas. It's Titan Esports Club that have gained control of this game yet again. And I feel like we're just watching Summit again, but on a different map. It's the same storylines.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. But at least for Titan Esports, that timeout certainly did something, as they already seem a little bit more disciplined in terms of the fights that they're taking. So good on them for that. Of course, now they find themselves in a situation where they are guaranteed an even score at the half, even if they lose both of the next upcoming rounds. We're now seeing a timeout as well, though, I believe this time from XLG side. And of course, they're going to try to discuss what they want to do to bounce back here to go ahead and at least get a tie score, prevent anything from getting too out of hand.
Great situation for Titan Esports Club to be in. You spoke about that even round score at the half, no matter what. It's XLG that have to pick it up, and they are no strangers to this, considering the first map we went through. If anyone arrived late, you would have seen Ascent and been like, oh, XLG, easy stomp. But no, Titan Esports Club have had answers for this team, and XLG right now, while they had those 4 rounds back-to-back, struggling a little bit. I feel like they're getting picked off as they try to hit these sites.
Completely agree. I think their big thing is they generally will lose one person before they're even able to get into the site. We've seen Titan Esports fight up in A main a lot, and I think they've done a really good job off the back of the flashes, the Phoenix flashes from Spitfires. Those curveballs end up getting a huge amount of value just because they're so hard to dodge. All right, that combined with the molly and the wall, it's a whole lot of stall utility, and by the time XLG are able to actually hit the site, there's just not a whole lot left. There's already rotates. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is happening? What is going on? Spitfires manages to find 2. I believe it's a collat.
And just off the back of that, a push through mid. Titan Esports Club has the numbers advantage. Straight out of that timeout, they came ready with a plan and with a play. Lucas has spotted one as well. Dynamite just sitting here with the operator. I feel like No Man knows, but there's not really much they can do to counter it. But Swing, how's No Man got the second player? But trying to get away now, Coco on that flank. They're spotting them out, Lysor and Leo. 2 players that we haven't spoken about much in this series have been given the task of clutching out this round.
Oh, yeah. These players are completely aware of the possibility of pushing out of that smoke. The dart is there. It's going to have to get broken, and Leo will fall. So now, Titan Esports Club guarantee themselves a lead at the half. A result that really they needed.
But not only for the chances at winning this game, but also just their confidence. After Ascent, you've got to feel that maybe they were feeling a little bit down, but they definitely pulled the situation back in their favor. They've made themselves have an advantageous position. And XLG, no real guns to buy up in this round. They got 3 rifles. Leo's going to be stuck on maybe just a Guardian, and No Man obviously has access to the knives, the Blade Storm, so it won't matter too much to them. But Titan Esports Club with this operator looking down mid.
That's good info right away as well with that drone. Spots out 2. Isn't necessarily aware that the other 2 players on XLG are just going to go ahead and push up. That's also where the spike is at the moment. This is the weak side of the map, but the stall utility that Viper provides with the snake bite can end up working wonders, and that's exactly what's going to happen. The drone is out, and unfortunately no value at all for No Man with the Blade Storm. They're just going to have to back off. Haldong chilling and grabbing a kill right away. Happy Way falls. That's one of the controllers down.
Lysor tries to be sneaky, but Coco's just there, ready and waiting. Leo is going to dart out. It's their kind of last chance if they're hoping to get anything going, but they are just running to their deaths. Raga alone for the last round of this half, just picked off at the end there. And it's Titan Esports Club 8 rounds to 4 in control of this game.
What a defense half from them. I mean, they were able to completely turn that around just due to the fact that they honestly kind of reined themselves in, like straight up. They got a little bit careless for a few rounds, and genuinely the fact that they were able to take a timeout and completely flip that and just instantly be more disciplined is really impressive in my opinion. So excellent job from them on this half. 4-8, and you know, XLG kind of just like, you know, they did to them, you know, they did to the opposite team on Ascent, have a lot of work to do if they want any chance of climbing back into this match and potentially the series.
A lot of work to be done. A lot of comments going to be said by the coach, I imagine, during this halftime. Questions that need to be answered, because Titan Esports Club seem to have the advantage in that half, but I know it's going to be difficult with this composition. I know the Neon can just sprint onto site, but without like the flashes to back them up, without a Sky or a Breach or something to set that Neon up, I feel like it's going to be a lot harder for them to get these picks.
Yeah, sure. It's very true. And I mean, ultimately, I think XLG are going to want to really lean into those first bloods, similar to what we saw on the side of Titan Esports Club. Of course, you know, we are seeing a little bit of differences in the duelists, and I think that generally Jet is better at taking first blood fights. So that's going to be an interesting prospect to look at going forward. And I'm excited to kind of see how, especially once, you know, ops start coming online, it's gonna be a lot different. XLG that is kind of going to be one of the win conditions is no man really leaning into those those kind of steadfast op lines. But of course, we'll see how it ends up working out. 8-4 half, and now XLG making a go at bringing this one back.
They're going to get themselves a little bit of information that A was clear. That might be false information, as Titan Esports Club predicted that, have waited it out, and now slowly going to make their way forwards through to site. Checking every angle they can. Paranoia ready and waiting in case there was a counterplay. Smokes are going to come out as well. The flash is here. Happyway has to back away. Has the molly to just slow them down. At least stall the plan.
Oh, wow.
And a good combination of utility. The shock dart into the vulnerable nets them a kill. And no man senses that Coco could be there, but the timing is just that bit better. The shot misses, but Raga does not. As now the numbers advantage towards XLG. Dynamite gets their one kill. Howdong gets another. Is just sitting in this smoke. But the onslaught of XLG members is too overwhelming for Titan Esports Club.
Hold on.
Lucas, a sheriff, and a dream, but it is Raga yet again winning around for XLG. A sentence I feel like I say so often.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is just too good on those fights, and genuinely, the lurk was so good. The timing was insane. It's just so unfortunate that wasn't able to hit the shot, and it's also unfortunate that that snake bite combo, of course, combined with the shock dart, was able to net, a kill for them. And unfortunately, Titan Esports Club, yeah, they've got to be frustrated about that round. But Raga just went insane. I mean, incredible job understanding perfectly how to swing those players.
Man's picking up that outlaw. It's going to be on the wrong site, though, as Titan Esports Club just trying to see what the setup might look like at B. Maybe get some information for future rounds. Drone going to come through, spot where Happyway is, but the molly just slows them down. Spitfires running through it, though, trying to take the timing. Has the flash as well. Cannot find the kill. The site, for now, will be locked down as Coco and Lucas managing to find some kills of their own. It's just Lucas alive again.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the only situation that would make this a good round would be to get one more pick, but it will not happen. Leo cleans it up with that sheriff, and it'll be 8-6 now. Still behind, but clawing their way back. It's going to take some solid performances here from everyone on the team in order to do so. Of course, honestly, quite the defense. I mean, of course, you're already seeing these sniper lines from No Man, able to get great value with it. We're going to continue to see that going forward, of course. The opts to keep that gun for this bonus round.
I think that potentially there may be a few half armors. I mean, 3 of the members on Titan Esports Club, Dynamite, Spitfires, and Coco, would be one shot if they have the unfortunate fate of walking into this weapon. But knowing that it's potentially towards A, they opt the other way, but it doesn't matter when Leo is here, ready and waiting to tear your head off at a moment's notice.
I feel like Leo's just gotten crazy value in situations where it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Is he going to get cleared, though? Yes.
Forced XLG back off of mid, so it has given that pressure to Titan Esports Club if they want to split towards one of these sites. But haven't decided to go just yet. Are going to back away, keep that mid control. And XLG playing very passive right now. I feel like they're happy to let Titan Esports Club take the site and just look to play for a potential retake.
Sure, but this ship damage ends up being a really dangerous prospect, especially Happyway being one of the only players on the actual site. Now, Leo falls. Happyway still manages to find one, but does also fall as well. These players on Titan Esports don't really have a whole lot of health to work with.
Raga had already used the run it back though, so has no access to that ultimate for this retake. Have to make it work with weaponry alone. One flash available as well. All the utility in Lysor's favor, and with the Hunter's Fury popped, it hits nothing. No information gained, no chip damage done. That would have been so useful for them. Raga running onto site now. Dynamite hoping for a timing, but no man's watching it. And Lucas alone again, trying to use the dart, trying to stall them out in any way possible, but every angle, every opportunity is covered, and the defuse will just easily come through. The question is, can they get out alive with their weapon?
No!
Answer is no.
Yeah, that's unfortunate right there. Oh, wow. All right, you know what? All right, no man. All right, no man. I got you. I got you. But what a retake overall from XLG. You gotta give credit there. Only because, yes, there were a lot of players that didn't have a whole lot of health to work with, but they were so methodical. No man's ability to kind of just understand, hey, I have to hold this position, because they weren't always holding that spot. So he actually intentionally turned around and said, hey, I'm gonna just kind of sit here, watch this area, and ended in a bonus round conversion.
Will not matter for this round, as now it's Tiny Sports Club looking to push the pace over towards A. Stun going to be used, but it hits nothing. Raga was ready and waiting. No flashes now, but he just opted to peek out. Is going to be blinded, so has to back away. Uses the wall themselves. As this wall drops, it's going to be chaos. But Raga, as usual, finds the shot. Coco on this lurk. Can't really find anything to make work. Gets one kill, but has to back away. And now everybody from this XLG squad knows exactly where they are. And the round score evened yet again. It's XLG that are in the driver's seat now. They are looking to pick up momentum.
Yeah. And to be honest, Raga thrives in the chaos. He really, really does, because he understands exactly where to position himself to gain an advantage in every fight. You can see there, he gets that kill, and he, even with the Phoenix Wall and the Neon Stuns and the flashes and all that stuff, still manages to get incredible value with all of that. So we're now going to see Titan Esports' second time out, as things have been tied. And of course, now all of a sudden, it's looking a lot scarier. XLG have made this one as competitive as possible.
I feel like maybe Coco needs to take a little bit more risk on this one, because what we're seeing is Coco's finding this mid lurk, but is always after the site hit has happened. After the player's gone through, Coco then gets essentially a consolation kill on the back end of it, but not able to create enough pressure to help those players that are taking site.
I'll tell you what, Coco, we know, is good for it. So I agree with you. I think he should really be taking more risks, because ultimately it's more likely than not that he's going to get value off of it. And I think that's exactly what the team needs right now. I think they just need to not succumb to any pressure, play the way that they want to play. And if that is, trying to, get a little bit more aggressive than they theoretically should, then sure. But now things are a lot more dangerous, because of course No Man is going to be in a great position with that op line in mid.
It's the there's space being created through elbow, which means they have to back away. The wall did miss the angle just slightly, so smoke has to be used as well to properly cut it off and gain that pressure. And it's forced XLG back a little bit, but still 2 players anchoring on site. And if there is a site that you never want to hit, it is a site that has Raga on it.
Yep. But I could say that about No Man as well. I could say that about Happyway. It's there's just so many players on this team that are a force to be reckoned with, so to speak. Titan Esports Club, though, kind of just trying to poke and prod, gain information as to where the weak side is. I think they're aware of the fact that this op line is most likely in mid. So they're going to opt to go ahead and try to hit A quickly, that recon actually gets a whole lot of value, but so does Lysor, and so does Happyway. Coco trying to do something here. Dynamite and Lucas are also right there, prepared. They've got to be aware of this flank! Lysor! Saving them, and it's only Dynamite to stand. He's got to get that spike down. Lysor once again pushing up into main, trying to get value here. Flash is good, but so is Rarga. How in the world has Lysor done that?
Just found that timing to sneak through, and so nonchalant with the celebration. Just knows that they've done the job. That's their job. They've done it. They've won the round. And XLG pulling victory from the jaws of defeat almost. What a play.
I mean, that's incredible. That's unfortunate. That's a rare, honestly, it's a rare situation in which I thought Haldong would have gotten that kill. But that is huge in order to, like, be able to manage to get that instant collat. They should have realistically expected that to be a possibility when they heard the fact that there was a From the Shadows was used. So you know, it's just, unfortunately, it's an oversight, and the critical one, because now obviously XLG gaining the lead here. Util being used though.
Very effective util to slow them down for even just a second, which allows XLG to make a move if they want to. A spam through the smoke. Happyway gets 2. Just spamming that Phantom. Make that a 3rd. As Haldong, yes, he's going to be able to get 1 kill. Make that 2, actually. Hold on a second. I thought this round was all but done for, but Haldong wants to be the hero for the team. A 4th. No, not 3rd, sorry. It's a 1 versus 1. Yes, the spike is down, but it doesn't matter. The From the Shadows is available. Happyway doesn't quite know where they are. He's just walking out, and Haldong! How have you done this? In this round, in this situation, Titan Esports Club, it looked like it was doomed. Backs against the wall, but Haldong is their hero.
The prediction understanding perfectly well where the last player would be peaking, and Haldong managing to save a round from the clutches of defeat and tying the score. Look at him. Oh my.
And I'm jaw dropped, but Titan Esports Club doesn't even want to let us slow down. They don't want us to talk about that because they're just going to push the pace again. Splitfires already through main. Lysor has taken one out though, and it's kind of stalled the push just a little bit. Hunter's Fury going to be used to gather that information. Lucas with the predict on the teleport, but it's Raga that's pushing through. The chaos is immeasurable. And we know XLG thrives in chaos, but it's Titan Esports Club that are wanting to push forward, wanting to find these kills, get these opportunities online. Raga and Happyway make that Raga all alone. Has the flashes to work with, yes, but there's so many angles to clear, so many places to peek. Wants to find this fight against Spitfires, but Titan Esports Club have found themselves in the lead yet again.
What an incredible job on that round. They matched the pace. Obviously, they're fired up. They just went for it. They absolutely went right in there. Dynamite, as you can see, got a little bit overzealous with it. But Lucas managing to get 2 with the Hunter's Fury is incredible. And then, of course, Haldong staying steadfast as he usually does in that corner. Gives them the lead. And now the momentum, building pretty much any sort of momentum here, when it comes to Titan Esports Club, is a really scary prospect for XLG, because of course the chances are running out. We're running into the last rounds of regulation, the latter stages of the game, so a little bit scary here.
Titan Esports Club playing slower now. They've had those 2 very fast-paced rounds. Opted to take their time a little bit. XLG reading it so far. They're on the correct side of the map. No man wants to take that risk. The jump peek. The stun to counter as well for a potential reswing. It's going to be nothing. Coco trying to take this timing, has found one and will gain a site, but it's just going to draw the rotates. Titan Esports Club, not sure if they want to commit just yet. Walking away towards this A site. They're taking their time.
I mean, yeah, they've got to be, at the same time, they've got to be methodical about the way they peek this. There could be a little bit of a fight in mid. There's kind of just, yeah, I was going to say Lysor. They're just pinching Haodong there, and that's going to be a rifle recovered. So if there's a glimmer of hope for this round for XLG, it would be that. Rarga also managing to find one through a wall.
Making it a little bit more hopeful. Dynamite feels the need to go on the aggressive. Leo predicts it, but only as the classic is going to be taken down. Raga has to try and find a way to make this fight work now, because Dynamite is just a massive thorn in their side. The amount of time that they're stalling is giving so many opportunities for Titan Esports Club to set up. And with this Viper's Pit, there's so much space to gain. Lucas gets one, but Coco trades it out. It should be all but done for. No man can't find the kill, and Coco brings them to 11, ever closer to that much needed match point.
Yeah, excellent positioning there that we saw as far as like the push up. I mean, obviously, I for a moment I thought that it would be expected a little bit, but apparently not. And either way, the pit just provided so much value as well. Coco, always good for those pretty much every single time. And that right there, the push to 11 rounds, is going to also push XLG to their second timeout. So after this, no timeouts left at all, and it's do or die.
This is a buy round that I believe they have to win. I feel like, I don't know what the economy looks like right now, but they might be forced onto yet another save if they can't convert this round. All important one for XLG if they want to stay in this game. And like we spoke about before, the stakes for Titan Esports Club, this is them holding on to their playoff hopes, their playoff dreams.
I mean, they're certainly holding on tight. they are not letting go. And of course, I understand why. Look, they have something to prove here. They believe, genuinely believe that the players on their team are capable of, you know, pretty much anything. And as long as they believe in themselves, honestly, that will translate in the server. So that really does need to, they gotta believe, you know, and so hopefully, you know, I'm just glad it's competitive. I'm glad it's been this entertaining of a match so far. And now they're 2 rounds away from a victory that, like you said, is much needed.
And Esports Club playing it slow again. Potentially might look to push the pace here. A very quick B-pop, actually. Screw the slow round. They just want to finish it right here and now. Raga taken down. The raid boss is gone, but Happy Way in the backside gets 2. And this gives an opportunity for XLG to bring this round back in their favor. Happy Way finds a 3rd, and they have done their job. They can go to rest knowing that they can trust the rest of their team to close this out. But Lucas, an opportunity now, wants to find a kill, wants to get a pick before they plant this spike, and Lysor completely out in the open is going to be sprayed down. Leo in a terrible position, and it's a no man 1 versus 1, but no man clutches it out, and XLG have not needed a round more in this game, but they managed to convert.
Yeah, that right there was the crucial shot from No Man. To be perfectly honest with you, Happy Way, you talked about Raid Boss. Happy Way was honestly the only reason why they won that round. Incredible job holding that site, and we saw that from both Coco and Happy Way. Both Viper players have done an incredible job defending B. I mean, that was the crucial round right there, the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak. And of course, now Titan Esports Club have got some work cut out for them. The flash is good. But will the kill be good? That is the question. Drone is out, and it is going to spot out player. Gonna kind of have to back off a little bit.
An esports club have forced their way through into A main. It was a hard-fought battle, but it's literally only for like 10 meters of the map. Not really able to gain much else other than that. Drone's going to know that they haven't rotated just yet. Mid pressure coming out from Titan Esports Club. A potential A split is what they want to go towards, and this could make or break the game for them.
Definitely agree with that. Smoke is out. They should be aware that this is a split coming out here. Hunter's Fury is going to get popped as well. But here comes the entry. Dynamite's good for it. But so is Lysor. And so is Haodong. The blind is so good. And the last two players spotted out. Oh,
Happy
man.
Way. And Raga, they've been heroes before. They need to be heroes again. It's a round that's not in their favor. No real space to work with. Not really much utility to work with. The molly is good. It misses. Coco naturally can peek out of it. And now Happy Way 2 kills. They've been the hero before. They want to be the hero again. They think it might be main. Lucas gonna peek out from this angle. Is gonna be spotted. Raga in the 1 versus 1. The dart is gonna spot them out. Looking to tap the spike. Shock darts just to annoy them as well. The chip damage is there. Raga can't get it. Lucas, the hero of this round. And Titan Esports Club gives themselves a much deserved match point.
And he pushes them ever forward into a series win. But Haodong there with an incredible paranoia and an incredible peek. And then Lucas just plays it flawlessly.
My lord, the energy in that arena is electric, and you can understand why. Map number 3. Titan Esports Club 1 round away from taking down XLG, who have been giants within this league.
And XLG had put all their eggs into one basket in that last round virtually. You can see their buy is terrible. It is so bad, but the thing is, Titan Esports Club just have to play for info here. There goes the ultimate. There goes the run it back. They now have info. And the TP is going to go into Nest, so now they have decent info as to where these players are. 2 players spotted out.
A split could be a very good angle for them. They are going to have to deal with the Viper's Pit in main, but it seems like they're happy to do so. Happy to play for backside. No man is watching this, jiggling back and forth. Would have spotted the shoulder, knows that there's players here, but with only a stinger in hand, it's very difficult for them to hold this one down. The site take is going to come through. Drone going to give them the information that they've managed to gain the site. They're being pinched from both angles. So many fights to take. But Titan Esports Club has the weapon advantage. Numbers advantage not favored for them, but Dynamite has managed to even it up. Raga wants to find more kills. Dynamite being the hero. Coconut gets one as well. And Titan Esports Club so close to a win, but it is Dynamite that confirms this victory. Titan Esports Club keeps their playoff dreams alive by taking down the giants that are XLG.
Oh my goodness, what an absolute barn burner of a series. Both teams played incredibly well, but Titan Esports Club come out with an upset 3 games in. It is their 3rd game that they played, and of course they had enough. They had enough of losing. They take this series 2-1. What an incredible job against seemingly all odds. I mean, it was insane. And it wasn't even like XLG played bad. They played excellently, and it was really close the entire time. But Titan Esports, I don't know like what came over them. Just again, sheer will. But you know what? I'm excited to see that continue going further into the stage. I mean, what an incredible job from this entire team.
And you've got to think, how much does that fatigue from XLG factor into this? 5 matches in 9 days. It's a lot of games to play, a lot of officials to get through, and now to come here, they've lost to Titan Esports Club. It's not the start that they would have wanted, but hopefully now at least a little bit of rest for them before they then have to continue on to their next game.
Right, and in terms of the groups now, obviously, given that that was XLG's first game and it's they're 0-1, they are now, at least at the moment, at the bottom of the standings in Group Omega. So it's interesting. So let's go ahead and take a look at our interview here.
They're playing a clip of his first. How do you feel about this clip? What were your thoughts after getting that round?
感觉，因为当时我记得是在被追分嘛，
At the time, the other team was catching up. So getting the 1v4, he felt like they had that, like everyone felt their mental go up.
比赛的一个走向嘛。那想问一下，整个 BO3 你们的心路历程大约是什么样
What was the mental like
心路历程就
for the entire
是，
BO3?
首先第一张图是新图嘛，
The first map, because it is a new map.
怎么说呢？感觉 XLG 选这张新图
He
并不
feels
是很
that
尊重我们，我感觉。
XLG picking the new map was not respecting them.
然后我就觉得你既然不尊重我们，那你就不给你
And
好果
he
子吃。
thought, if you're not going to respect us, we're going to make sure you don't have anything good
看得到你们的
after.
备战是非常全面的，但是其实你们可能两边选择到的阵容是几乎完全不一样的。
the two
那在
teams
首枪局你们的准备也是非常充分的。今天在赛场上，我觉得你很多阅读是非常准确的。那今天大约在图一你是怎样去阅读到对方的一些
What were
动
your
向的呢？
reads today for the other team
你今
during
天
the
大
game?
约是怎样去阅读到 XLG 他们的一些动向的？
就是我觉得首先他们我感觉打的还可以吧，
He says he
就
feels
是
they
你说
played
动向其实
okay.
也很难阅读，因为我觉得我是 Leo 的指挥这方面还是
WS Leo is a
对 Leo 的
good
指挥也是非常
IGL,
厉
so
害的。那今
he
天图一
thinks
其
it
实
was
你
a
们一
little
开
bit
始也
difficult
是
to
像你
read.
说的，可能本来在领先的状态，然后后面到了11分之后，对面反而追分到了第12分，然后你们又稳住心态，又追到了加时。当时
How
追
did
到
it
加
feel
时
to
的那一
get
分，你
to
们的思路是什
overtime
么样的？
after the other team caught up to you guys on the first map?
对，你们也是
And he
咬
said
住了那一
they
分，
just
然后也是
had
成功的
to
拿下了图一
go
的胜利
forward.
嘛。
They had
然后现在其实
to
听
use
你
their
们的语
strength
音
and
回
win.
放，觉得你们的沟通效率真的非常非常的
You guys
高，
seem to
感
have
觉
very
你们的
good
整个
comms
整体的沟
as
通是
a
非常
team.
干净漂亮的。那现在你会怎样去评价整体队内的一个默契
How
程
do you
度呢？
think the whole team is in
默
terms
契
of
程度肯定是越来
cooperation?
越高的嘛，就包括像我们卢卡斯也是个加拿
He
大人
says
嘛，
they're
也是个外
good.
援嘛，
They have
但是他现在
good
中文说的特别
cooperation.
好。
Lucas is a import from
你
Canada,
们现在沟通
so,
是越
but
来
he,
越
his
好。那
Chinese
其
is
实
very
这个赛
good,
季也是
so
引进了 Margo 教练，
he
然后
thinks
你
the comms are
Margo
good.
跟 After 很久的兄弟了，现
Muggles
在重
joined
新
the
来到了一
team.
个队伍，回到了
You
一个队伍，
and
感觉
Muggle
还
and
熟悉
After
吗？
were teammates for a
感觉还
very
熟
long
悉吗？
time. Do you
肯
feel
定
like
熟悉啊，
it's
因
still
为我
familiar
们并肩
territory?
作战了这么长时间，然后现在又
He
重回
says
一起，肯定有
absolutely.
以
They've
前那
played
种
together for so
刚开始
long.
的感觉
It
嘛。
feels like
那你
it
觉得
did
Margo
at
教
the
练
start when
来
they
到
used
了
to
体
play
坛之
together.
后，对于你们在哪些方面的提升会比较明显？
What do you think are the improvements after Muggle has come to
瞄准教练嘛，就
Titan?
顾然四义就是瞄准。
哦，那看来你们5个人现在瞄准都要比之前更强一些。
So he helps with
那
the
最后
aim.
有什么话想对大家说？
Anything to say to the
首
fans?
先先谢谢大家支持吧，然后我们体坛0跟2开，
Thank you everyone for
只
your
是中场
support.
想阴他们一手。
And
相信你们之后会越打越好的。那接下来让我们用联想拯救者手机 Y70新一代来共同记录。
That's it for the interview. It's time for a picture and then prize draw.
Oh, well, looks like it was a trick indeed. And that it was a very well, you fooled me. I'll say that much. You fooled a lot of folks. So here you go, Adon.
I mean, aim coaching definitely working that game, I guess. The aim coaching was on point because a lot of insane shots. I mean, the 1 versus 4, crazy performance. I mean, you think back to that round and it forced this XLG squad onto an eco, and that was the defining round of this game. And XLG not going to be happy with how this one turned out, losing in that situation.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they are 100% reeling in the way that whole thing ended. And you know, one thing, especially like after Howdong's 4K, we talked about how he talked about kind of how it boosted the mental of his own team, but you got to think about how that kind of detracted from the mental of the other team, and or like for that to happen to you, especially with him having a sheriff for the first, I think, 3 kills. Yeah, 3 kills was insane. So I mean, yeah, it's just nuts. And of course, all the players on that team tried so hard. Rarga had a masterclass that map, and unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. So, you know, I'm sure they're feeling that a little bit. You could kind of tell when they went off the stage that they weren't really feeling the best about the way that ended, and it's unfortunate. But you know, there's you know, looking at these highlights, even there's so many from both sides, and you know, I genuinely feel like at a certain point that was just anyone's game.
Yeah, I mean, even towards the end there, we saw some huge rounds from Happyway, who had been quite quiet towards the start of the game and managed to pick up some kills towards the end to keep XLG in this one and keep this one close. At the end of the day, it just wasn't quite enough. It felt like Titan Esports Club, I like that they kind of just would have a plan, played it simple, and just committed to what the plan was. It was like, keep everyone on the same page. We're going A. Even if they slow us down, we're still going to re-hit towards A, because they know at least then everybody is on page with the same plan, and they can all just play off of each other together.
Right. Yeah, and they did an incredible job of playing off of each other. I think ultimately, you know, there were definitely a few rounds where I feel like they started to slip, but they reined it in incredibly quickly. You know, and of course, XLG did the same thing. You know, they sort of had certain rounds when I feel like it would have been weird. But let's go ahead and listen to these comms.
中路中中2，上面 A 的 Viper， 我拿着。1打1，检举。他刚才黄香没有那么快在 A 打。我等一会儿，我待会。东市残疾。
Yeah. Wow. Of all rounds, to have comms for, that was the one I wanted to hear the most.
Yeah, I mean, you can hear the energy just at the end of it, how amped up they were by that, and understandably so. You got to feel that how feeling themselves as soon as they got their first 3 kills. The first one you're like, oh, okay. Second one you're like, oh, maybe. But as soon as that 3rd kill came through, Haodong was locked in.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was like, it's happening. It's happening. But I mean, aside from that, I think beyond just this map, obviously this was like, in my opinion, the craziest of the entire series. But even beyond just this map, you know, going through the interview too, Haodong had also mentioned that getting the reads on the other team on XLG was a little bit difficult, and I understand that perfectly well. And I think especially on the first map, especially on Summit, a lot of the time it kind of seemed like it just came down to playing very reactionary. And yes, part of that is due to the fact that it was a new map, but I kind of was seeing that even in the later maps, at least for Titan Esports Club's side. And so in a way, it's kind of even more impressive that they were able to come out on top playing as reactionary as they were, right? As you know, you saw some rounds where they did have a little bit of a read on where XLG was trying to go, maybe on attack, but aside from that, that was really it. You know, like I feel like it's definitely true. You could kind of see the fact that those reads were difficult in the way they played.
2 clutches we see there, pretty much the difference maker in this game. Those 2 big plays, not only Haodong's insane 1 versus 4, but Lucas to clutch it up against Happyway and Raga, who at the moment were the hot players. They were the players that were killing everyone, winning everything, and managing to make everything work. But at the end of the day, it's just those small moments. Lucas was the MVP of this map, and it was a weird one. It felt like a quiet MVP. I felt like Lucas was consistently performing, but wasn't having those insane rounds. But if you're consistently getting those kills every single round, it's going to add up and have an impact.
Right. I mean, for me, it's just really difficult to even name an MVP because there were so many players on that last map that got tons of value. We saw that one round, I believe it was 2 rounds before the game ended, when we saw Coco just sitting in the Viper's pit and able to get, I believe, 3 kills, and that saved it, right? Then we had following rounds where, like you mentioned, Lucas was able to just straight up like get 2 in a row with a Hunter's Fury and you know, stuff like that. So, you know, that sort of situation just kind of happening all over across the entire course of the game. I think that really is what pushed Titan Esports Club over the edge, just kind of having everyone do their part. And so that was really the story of the entire thing.
And now it kind of brings up a question of what's this group Omega gonna look like? Because is XLG looking weak? Is this just like an outlier for Titan Esports Club? I mean, they struggled in their past few matches, but really showed up here. And it kind of begs into question, who's going to be the teams making those playoff spots? Because every team seems to kind of be beating each other.
Yeah, it's very true. And of course, now that XLG are down 0-1, they are kind of in a situation where, as the stage kind of continues on, they got to get their stuff into high gear. They're going up against DRG in only a few days, I believe in 2 days, and they've got to prep. And of course, DRG now has something to work with in terms of anti-stratting. I think in general, XLG just have a lot of content overall for other teams to look at, just given that they have played more in general. So, you know, that may play a factor as well in terms of performance going forward. But, you know, it's going to be interesting to see how they perform coming, you know, into the next few days.
It's difficult for them because you spoke about at the start the meta changes, everything that's gone on, obviously the new map. They were at EWC, so not really much chance to prep at all for them. They've kind of had to come off the back of that, really put it into work straight away, try to get some strats together for the new meta, some comps together, and maybe we're still seeing them in the kind of experimental phase where they haven't quite had the chance to properly scrim everything and flesh it out.
Sure. I'll tell you what, they've got to figure it out and quick, because the next match, they're going up against a seemingly very strong DRG, who is 2-0 in the split thus far and is going to look to continue that streak. So, of course, we talk about momentum in the game. The momentum in terms of the win-loss record is certainly, it's certainly something to consider as well. So, that's about it. But that's it for us. I mean, you were looking at the schedule. Tomorrow we have got JDG versus FPX, and we've got EDG versus Tyloo. So banger matches coming up tomorrow. I can't wait to see it. I'm sure you can't either, but today was an absolute barn burner, Snow. It was a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, I'm excited for tomorrow's games, EDG versus Tyloo. Is EDG going to have the same problem as XLG? Is it going to be an issue for them as well, where they haven't had that time to prep and they're going to struggle, or are they just that good that it doesn't matter?
Yeah. I think it's an interesting prospect that we're seeing across all the teams that did play at EWC. It's just the simple fact that they have objectively had less time to prepare. They have had... obviously the new map Summit, the teams that have scrimmed on it are going to have an advantage there. And in addition, the teams that, haven't shown up to EWC or got knocked out super early are also going to be in a situation where they're able to kind of anti-strat the teams that went a little bit deeper. So all that will play a factor. I can't wait to see how it does, but that is it for us. Thank you so much for tuning in today. It was a wonderful casting this match. Like I said, super entertaining. It was an absolute pleasure. Snow did incredible. Gotta thank him. He's the GOAT. But we will see you guys soon for some more action tomorrow.
If you catch my drift. Right next to me, come on. Got this feeling in my chest. Don't want to say that I'm obsessed. Your body